Help out the chat. Okay, there we go. Okay, and watch this since you haven't. Oh, the reject aura farm? Alright. Here, let's cut the music. Let's check this out. What is this for? Street Fighter. Yeah, we're gonna be watching EMEA. Yeah. I know you guys don't see it yet. Give me 1 second. I'm confused as to why this is like this. Oh, I know what I did. Oh, I goofed up. That's okay. That's okay. No, we can work with this. I can work with this, chat. Anyway, apparently this is a reject Street Fighter announcement video. Oh, I assume this... Dude, the demonetization is rough. I don't know how I feel. Like, watch parties, I'm okay with that, but I don't want... I don't know. But, like, doing it soft probably doesn't really fix anything. You probably just have to mute the entire thing, so... I don't know. Demonetization is rough for sharing content back and forth. Dude, this is... It's just all of them just sitting in different flames? Just announcing their Street Fighter roster? It is very Japanese to do this. Yeah, what do the numbers mean? Is it their standings in the Street Fighter ranks? Oh, Daigo joined Reject? I didn't know that. What? Dude, that's sick. It's jersey numbers, okay. Dude, I can't believe Daigo's still playing. Dude, this is a sick announcement video, though. Like, it's just pure aura farming, but it's actually, like, sick. That's actually fire. That's amazing, actually. That's good. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Why does it say map 1? Did they always say that in their live streams? Hey, what's up, YouTube? 배그 젠지는 파트너시면들... 아이고, 또 그런 사건이 있었군요. Even Daigo's still playing. You can still play. What do you think about the America tier 2? I mean, listen, obviously it's bad, but I don't know the details, so I'm not gonna talk as if I'm not gonna content farm as if I know something. Any amount of it is bad, though, right? Any amount of it is bad. I will say that. Any amount of it is bad. It doesn't matter if it was one match for, you know, like, even, quite frankly, even if it was only one match for $500, it's bad. That shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be doing that. And like Sean said, I think the biggest thing that, to me, the biggest thing that Sean said there is, like, you shouldn't be doing this because then you just get blackmailed, which is true. Like, you think it's an easy way out. It's actually, it's a rabbit hole. You don't want to get started in that. It's never just once. So it is bad. But I don't know anything, right? So I'm not going to talk as if I know something because that just takes away from the people who are researching it legitimately. I mean, he said wait for it next week, so we just have to wait, right? But like, this isn't like a video where it's not like an analysis video of a match where it's up to us to like just put out the video when we want to, right? He's doing his due diligence, so You just gotta wait it out. As far as I understand, he put out that like quote unquote teaser video because so much of it, like so much information already got out there from the Funhaver stream, and also like some of it wasn't correct or something. I don't know the details of it, but like that's the reason. But it doesn't help for us to speculate and discuss when we don't know anything, right? Like I get it. Like I get people are like, what? Like you can't just say that and leave us. But he can, because he's the one with the information and we don't have it. And there's a correct way to do this. So, you know, don't go around and like try. Like honestly, asking every streamer like to talk about it is bad. Like you shouldn't be doing that, because if we don't know about it, we shouldn't be talking about it, right? So once it's out, we'll talk about it, right? Like once it's out, you can ask opinions, and some people might still not want to talk about it, maybe because they're stressed out, maybe because they're tired, maybe because they're sick and tired of it. Honestly, I'm just sick and tired of the internet these days, and you know, it is what it is. But you definitely shouldn't be asking people when there's nothing to talk about yet. Because here's the thing, is that the people, like for instance, right, the people who do have a voice, for instance, like I have a voice, at least to some of you, right? You'll find out if they do their due diligence or not, right? If they are paying attention or not, you'll find out when it comes out. Because if it comes out and you guys are like, so like this is out, what do you think of it? And I'm like, oh, I had no idea. Or if I'm like, I don't give a damn, then you'll know like, oh, this guy doesn't care. But I mean, before that, what do you want us to say? So it stinks. Who's winning the first match? I mean, I'm rooting for Fnatic though. Rooting for makes it sound like I don't want Heretics to win, which is not true. I like Heretics, but I just like Fnatic more. 어제 트위터에 젠지 마블 라이버스 팀을 맞아요. 근데 그냥 마블 라이벌스가 되게 전 세계적으로는 커질 거란 생각이 들고, 젠지가 오버워치도 서포트를 많이 했었기 때문에 저는 그냥 앞서가고 싶은가 보다 싶더라고요. Talking about Gen G announcing their Marvel Rivals roster. They announced their Marvel Rivals roster, which is cool. I mean, obviously, okay, here's what I will say, though. Obviously, Tier 2 has a big problem, just overall. And this is a very bad, dark side effect of it. So, Tier 2 does have problems. That much is true. How much do we need to pay you for you to root for Team Heretics? Hello, Way of Water. I mean, it wouldn't take me too... Well, actually, it would take me a lot. I just really like the Fnatic roster. I just really like them. Are you going to watch party tomorrow as well of EMEA? Yeah, we'll watch all 3 days of EMEA this weekend. I mean, I think Heretics is favored, but I'm rooting for Fnatic. Don't curse the Fnatic boys. Yeah, today's games should be really good. Like, today's a good day to be watching EMEA. Okay, that's a good one. Stop match fixing for $5, Chobra. Sad to see you flush your morals down the drain. Oh my gosh. That is a good one. I'll take the hell on that. Genji, I think, yeah, it sounds like they're just telling me right now that they reestablished another Overwatch team. Genji also has a Rocket League team, I believe. I don't know what else they have. Roughly how many teams do you think will field stand-ins for EWC? I mean, it feels like it's going to be about half. Yeah, Genji's Rocket League team seems to be pretty good. I see them posting win posters all the time. I've never watched them, but 벤지가 있으니까 아니 헤레틱스를 싫어하는 게 아니에요. 저 헤레틱스 굉장히 좋아하고 헤레틱스하고 젠지랑 같이 컨텐츠도 찍었고 고기도 같이 먹었고 굉장히 좋아하지만 푸나틱을 워낙 좋아하는지라 그리고 크래시스를 진짜 좋아하거든요 저는. So yeah, it's not that I don't like Heretics, chat. I like Heretics. I did content with Heretics and Genji. I had barbecue with Woot and Benji. Like I like those guys. I just really like Fnatic. And I'm a big fan of Crashies. And I think I lean towards Fnatic and specifically Crashies just because so many people doubted him. They doubted him because he had one bad year. It was crazy. I couldn't stand it. I was like, what? People were like, why would Fnatic pick up Crashies? I don't know. It was kind of ridiculous, honestly. Hello, I'm Japanese. I'm a fan. Thank you, Piro. I guess arigato gozaimasu. That's what I know in Japanese. I gotta learn more Japanese. Damn, Woot called Dexter Samchon and now you hate the team. Actually, that's true, though. Woot tried to make this about the youngins. I don't know how I feel about that. Boo and Woster were playing in a chess match, deftly moving their pieces across the board. As the lighting over the chess table flickered, they glanced up. Chobra, with his mouth full of the pieces from the 8-pack table, loomed over Mimi. I need a drawing of that. Say Oni-chan. Why would I say that? I don't actually know what the exact status is of Overwatch, Jameson. I don't actually know. Does anyone follow Overwatch? Like, I know there are still tournaments, and like, there's still a league, kind of, but not official. 그러니까요. 젠지랑 헤레틱스가 그렇게 찐친이 될 줄은 저도 몰랐는데, 근데 그런 거 보면 참 국제 대회가 좋은 면이 많은 것 같아요. Yeah, it is funny that Genji and Heretics became such best buds. And I think that's like, it's a great example of the good that comes from international tournaments. You know, and teams getting exposed to other teams and other cultures, etc. It's a far cry from what... Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but you just said it by reading it? But I didn't put my heart into it, did I? What was the ad? I wasn't even watching it. What was that ad? Now that Tens no longer competes, who do you think is the most marketable pro? Right now? Most marketable pro? Kong, probably, actually. No, I think Kong actually a bit bigger. Boaster is very marketable, but I think Kong commands so much aura. So I think Kong wins in that front. Like, well, I guess it also depends on what you're trying to market, right? Like, if you're marketing for Spotify, you take Boaster. But generally, I think Kong feels more like a superstar. I mean, Ospas in the South, but I think Ospas is very unique because he's got a very chill vibe. So while he's really good at the game, I don't know if Ospas is actually as marketable, right? For someone like Ospas with his demeanor to be marketable, I think he has to be like undeniably the GOAT, like have trophies like lined up. You know what I mean? Your cam is dying. Uh-oh. Why is it dying? Give me 1 second. There might be like an alert going on. Oh, never mind. It's back. Psalm is good. Well, Psalm... Okay, if we're counting Psalm, fine. Psalm's also pretty good. Aspas, I mean, people love Aspas, but I think if I'm a brand, I like, you know what I mean though? Like, just people liking them, having a big fandom isn't necessarily the most marketable pro. I think I would take Kong Kong over Aspas, to be honest, if I was a brand marketer. 오늘 경기는 첫 번째 거는 예측을 하고 싶진 않고요. 왜냐하면 예측은 헤레틱스를 해야 될 것 같은데 응원은 프나틱을 하고 있습니다. 두 번째는 저는 BBL이요. 업셋 예상합니다.
From the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. We're going to be crowning a champion, of course, by the end of this weekend. And for me, every day working with Kukuka and Billy is a W, is a win. So I wanted to ask you guys, what's your biggest W coming into
Have I already won, or is it still something?
You've
possible?
already won. Your W.
My W. I mean, I'm very happy to live doing what I do. I get to go to Spain at the end of this.
That's real.
Yes.
That's a real answer.
What's my W? Just being here, being in Berlin. Now that I'm finally moved, I'm settling into my surroundings.
New apartment.
New lifestone.
I think going to Spain is just a W in general.
Yeah.
And
Who's the most marketable player in Korea?
Fans have something to be happy about because Team Heritage.
I mean, in Korea, I guess Stacks for sure.
Absolutely. I think that last week they just reassured
Stacks or Buzz, I think. Well, Meteor maybe, actually. But I think Stacks for sure. But again, Texture is so jolly. Like, I think if you're too jolly, it's hard to say that you're the most marketable in general.
Game against Team Liquid last week. I felt like we were all like,
again, it depends on what brand you're going for, but I don't know if I don't know. I mean, I don't have a marketing degree, so like take it with a grain of salt, but I think if you want someone generally like just simply most marketable, you need to consider everything, right? They need to command some charisma. They need to be somewhat friendly. They need to have some taglines. They need to have a big following already. They should be somewhat of a winner. And
yeah, and your eyes do not deceive you, by the way, if you're looking at that lower
but I think if
bracket,
someone's like too cozy, I don't know if I could ever say that they are the most marketable in general.
Going to have Foot there as one of our EMEA representatives. So yeah, interesting one there. But I think as well, Navi, I think they'd improved so much since kickoff, and I really honestly thought that they could be the dark horse in that lower bracket. But
근데 퍼즈가 임팩트가 크긴 했어요. I mean, the EMEA tech pauses will live forever in our hearts.
Of course, and the second
Is there any Valorant player in Korea that goes big like Laz? I mean, not as much as Laz, but Texture has the biggest following, like as an individual, I think. Well, at least, I mean, his YouTube is the biggest because he actually works on his YouTube.
I think once we got to playoffs, at least this is what we expected, right? Heretics versus Fnatic.
Yeah, you know what? I'll update the drama command. Let's do that because you guys have been great at answering each other. But let me do that right now.
Finish up on top of Fnatic this time around, but for the side of Heretics, everybody should be excited for them. As I said, currently undefeated on this stage one, completely revamped. We see new compositions. We're getting so much out of them. The double duelists, then finding their foot in and actually stepping on everybody else.
it's not just that; it's the form that they're in at the moment as well, right? Like being able to win out all of these series.
Let me just update this while we look at the beautiful faces of Team Heretics.
Kind of form that they're in before they're even at global. I can't wait to see how they get on.
Yeah, Benji was pretty vocal talking about how he was getting a lot of flame, he was getting a lot of slag for underperforming, and I don't think anyone could, at this point, Billy, say he's underperforming. If anything, maybe he's overperforming.
That's crazy, overperforming. No, I think when we look at Benji, like he does everything that we ask from a Sentinel, especially like just the way he's able to anchor sites. He's always getting multiple kills as well before he ends up having to give up that site, which helps his team whenever it comes into those retake situations. You know, he's really
I will not be discussing first.
He is probably the best Sentinel that we have in our region right now.
And this icebox that he had, the clutches, all the aggression that we were seeing.
Okay, there we go. Saved.
It's not the form, is not only being comfortable,
Drama
it's
command
actually
should be
relying on
online.
something that
Might be
we've
too
always
I should probably shorten it.
Individually, pound for pound, this team Heretics is so incredibly strong.
Yeah,
and I
Munchkin
am
maybe.
So happy that they have remembered that. He's currently topping most of the stats for playoffs in our region.
Look at that smile as
Wait,
well.
is
Look at
Yinsu
that
wearing a
smile. He's
Twice
smiling
shirt?
all the
Yes, I
way
would
to a
know.
global event, but still hasn't won a trophy yet. Is this his best chance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if they're able to keep what they've been doing, if they're able to,
I literally
win
bought a
today,
ticket for
especially,
Heretics
which is
versus
something that
Fnatic in the
no
group
other
stage.
team,
Terrible
no
experience with
other
literally a
region has done
1
this
hour
stage,
tech bot.
and it's having a
Wait, that was the day that got
complete
pushed
run
back,
to
right?
Toronto. Not dropping a match
Ay,
in the group stage,
ay.
not dropping one in playoffs, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things that's going on in
On a side note, do you think this year feels like it's had the most draw? Well, yes,
thank you for that,
for sure.
because he has come out looking like one of the best players we have in our region, and I am not ashamed for us to be carried by an import. I welcome it.
Yeah, I think that this follows along the entire
Team Heretics' strat is Minibu combobulate, everyone else clean. Dude, Crashy's got 4 clutches that match? Holy.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm so glad Crashies is playing well. He's so good when he's on.
It is crazy, right? But like, I think Crashies has kind of come to almost the top of his game right now in the form that we've seen from him. When we're looking at him,
there
we're
isn't
not
a
just looking
faker
at the KPA
tower,
for
but there is
Crashies,
the
right? We're looking at
T1
value he's adding to
HQ.
the team in the sense of what utility usage is he having, what's his awareness looking like. You know, the actual impact that he's having within this team goes beyond just what
Thank
the
you,
stats
Issa.
provide.
And he keeps getting better. When you look at a team like Fnatic, with all the good individuals that they have that could go for a
Dude, look
crazy
at this
play, maybe at the beginning of the year,
consistency.
you would think the Crushes would be the easier of one, but he's proven all them doubters wrong. And if he keeps performing like this in Toronto, he's going to be at his peak.
Still
I
worth
love
it though.
the
Got a
way
free
he has
ticket
the
for Champions.
confidence too,
That's
because we heard from him
true.
in that
That's
interview where he
sick.
said, "Boys, okay, map
That's
1 and
sick.
map 2, you handle it."
Dude,
But
that's so
trust
exciting.
me
Dude, I
when we
think
go to
Paris is gonna be
Fracture.
so
Trust
exciting.
me
The
that
Paris
I'm gonna
crowd
be
goes,
unreal
it hits
Fracture.
different.
When has he ever been bad on Fracture? Let's
I
be
was
honest,
there
I don't
for
remember seeing a
League
single
of Legends
match,
All Stars. MSI All Stars? I forget if it was MSI by then. It might have been MSI. No, I think it was the first All Stars. The crowd was
this
sick.
Is the last match that we saw in the entirety of the regular season, right? So the map V2 is something that we.
Wait,
need
there
to be
is a
very
faker
respectful
tower?
of,
What the heck?
because
Apparently
both
I
of these
don't.
teams,
Apparently I don't
Fnatic
take faker
kind of know
seriously.
that they're going to keep doing what they're doing, because otherwise not banning Pro would be a little bit troll against Heretics. I feel like they would exploit that situation. My question is on Heretics, like how much have they put onto this? Do they want to take on Fnatic on a map that they're really strong in and they could have a read on, or are they going
Oh,
to
it's
go
the
for
building he
Heretics?
bought.
I hope
I
they don't
knew he
deviate
bought
from
a
the Icebox
building.
choice, because Billy, Kayak plays Sage. How fun was that?
It's so funny though, because I know that before we even went into that, I was like, oh, you know.
Oh,
Chris, the
it's
Gecko,
where
the
he
Shadow
grew
Form,
up.
And then we got a Sage out of him, and
Oh.
it was honestly such a welcoming thing to
Cool.
see from him, right? I think it just shows as well, like how deep his agent pool actually is, the flexibility that he's bringing to this team. Let's not
와, 아무도
forget, this is his
박수
first
안
year
하는
in
사람이
tier
없네.
one, and the shoes that he was
저희가
having to
저희가
fill, right?
연령대가
Having to come in
좀
after
지나가는 게
Zerka,
아닐까요?
like, he's really had to
Someone's
kind of
wondering,
live up to
why
the
doesn't anyone
moments, and I
ask about
think seeing
Slayer's
him on the stage and
boxer?
having fun with it as
All right,
well
out
was
your
such a
souls right
delight.
now.
It was indeed. We don't
Who
see
remembers
Sage very
Slayer's
often these
boxer?
days, and Kayak was pretty determined to give us a good show.
Wolbus here, Wolbus there, Wolbus on top of this stage, on top of this car.
What?
I'm gonna be wall boosting everywhere.
You definitely need that kind of confidence when you're going on the stage, and he's completely right. His walls were a before and an after and had so much
That's so
impact
funny.
in most of the rounds. This pistol round is a perfect example. After the opposing team, after Team Liquid had already used all of that utility, they still have some more to try.
No,
and
no, no,
get
no. And
the
he
plan
didn't grow up in
done.
the
And then
tower.
him
No, no, no.
individually
That's not
also
what
having the
I'm saying.
confidence
He
to
bought the
pass
tower in the
all
neighborhood he
their
grew up
walls
in.
there, getting super high value from those reses as well. It's flawless, I would say.
Yeah, he was pocket saging Crashies a lot of the time on his icebox, but it's like you say, it's the value from the walls, being able to, this one is a perfect example, right?
I mean,
Being
I think the
able to block things
T1 fans
off,
were
and then
very
also being
happy,
cheeky with it,
and the
right?
Korean
Being able
fans
to
for sure
sit
that
up on
T1
top of
won
a
with the
wall
all-Korean
the
roster.
if you want to. Yeah, no, I think
But
he
then
was
they
having a lot of
tanked
fun, and I
out,
think it was
so
very much
I don't
reflected
know.
in the vibes throughout the whole team.
And my goodness, was he carrying? Because really, if you look back,
I
on
mean,
that
chat,
match,
Faker's on
they
a whole
shook the
different
box.
level.
After the clutches, the way Kayak has performed, the fact that they even lost was a little bit suspect. But more importantly, I think the most important question I will ever ask you in my entire career is: does Kayak on a wall have the same ring to it as Tank on the wall?
No.
Oh my god.
It's been just one performance, and this wall to me.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to have an attack back, so I really hope that we get to see
Yeah,
that head-to-head.
my gosh.
He's definitely proven that he has a very good repertoire of the walls and everything that we can see on Icebox. If, as you were saying, Yinsu, we get to see that map today being picked up by Heretics, I want to know how they're going to counter all of the different positions. And
I mean, they're having fun with the segment. I respect it.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Kayak's doing But TikTok
can you imagine
shots. Boo scrolling TikTok? Can we just take a moment and imagine it?
Can you imagine that Discord chat of just being like, oh, I've seen this wall. We need to prep something for it.
I could see Boo scrolling TikTok just to find out strats. I could see him doing that.
But do you think that this could challenge the tank? Is this on the same level yet?
No, I don't think so. We've
We're
only
so
seen it
low.
This song is good. The one playing in the background.
moving
This
too
was with
quickly,
the
you know, we've seen
this
it
was with
once.
like
Let
the
me see
Jet
again,
music
please.
video, right?
Yeah.
And then we can just-
And then
So
we can
good.
say
Is this by Groovy Room?
yeah.
That makes sense. Groovy Room's so good. They're such a
It
Groovy Room's
doesn't.
such a good producer.
But one thing though about this rivalry, it is kind of a friendly one in the end of the day, even though Heretics have an amazing record over Fnatic. And I think this was reflected through what Bosa said in that post-match interview after Liquor, which is Rians is scary.
Just saying that we're
Rians is
grateful
the
that
player
Notion
he's
paid you
most
now.
scared of.
Thank
He's
you.
very,
I'm
very
grateful
impressed by him,
too.
And he went as far, Kakuka, to say that Rians is better than Trent. Is that a hot take?
No.
Oh.
You asked me this question like a week
Wait,
ago.
what?
and
I
was
just
like,
scrolled
yes,
up.
he
Did
is.
you know that
And
RQ won
I
in
do
every
not
single
think there is
division
a
of
single
esport that
player
they
in this
played in that
region
day
you
on
would
VCT
ask about
Pacific?
Rians
Wait,
and
really?
be
Of the day of the
like,
finals?
I know exactly. I haven't figured out. I'm not
That's
scared.
actually
He's still alive.
crazy.
His utility is always on point, and him individually will always deliver. Also with that positive attitude that is always surrounding him. So of course, it
Icarus
is a
possibly the
big
greatest
player, even
athlete
though
of
young
all time
players are
already.
really
Most world
scared of him.
championships
And I love this.
before
Why
age
does he
30 and
always
all
gotta do
disciplines.
something against us?
I mean,
he does that against everyone.
yeah,
think
most
back to the
world
BBL
champion.
game last week,
I
that
mean,
1v3 on Ascent, which
if
probably
that's the
ended up,
metric,
like,
probably.
making Team Heretics end up winning that map, right? Because they just, I don't know what it was. I was like, why are we disrespecting Rians in the clutch like that?
And is that the win condition for Heretics?
Oh, chat, is
There's
this going to
many
be
of them.
2-1 or
I think that momentum
2-0?
for Heretics is always important. So starting off on a good foot, especially against a team like Fnatic, but we'll have to wait to see the veto, I say.
Is
first.
Rians
and
better
they're
than Trent?
favoured in
That's a
this matchup
tough question to me.
historically. They've won way more compared to Fnatic, but it won't just
Okay,
be
but see,
about
like, think about
Rians
this.
today. I had the
If
pleasure of
Rians,
catching up with a pretty
like,
surreal esports
Rians,
reunion.
Trent, okay?
And speaking
Like,
of
great
Rians,
initiators.
I'm now joined by the dynamic duo of Rians from Team Heretics and Althea from Fnatic. Now, for those people that aren't aware, you two used to be on the same team together, your ex-teammates.
That's great,
on the
actually.
Surreal. So, how does it feel today to be going up against each other? All love?
I mean, yeah, but it's not the first time we play against each other. So we played like a lot of times. And every time we play against each other, I feel a bit emotional because we had like great time together before. So yeah.
Would you even say that it was a surreal time together? Sorry, I have to use that pun because I wanted to ask you guys a few
Althea was like,
surreal
"Come on,
things.
get me outta here."
Boaster said you're actually one of the best players he's ever played against. So I want to ask you,
Who
Alpha,
else?
who is
But,
the
like,
most surreal player
Just
that
off
you've
the
ever
top of
played
my
against?
head.
Probably him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, really?
How do you feel about that?
I mean, thank you.
And who's the most surreal player that you've ever faced? you have to say
I
him
mean,
now.
okay, I feel like I have to say him, but
Yeah.
I will be honest. I think I would say Leo.
Leo?
Yeah.
Why?
Ooh.
I mean, I think he's the greatest of
I mean,
all time.
fair though.
You agree?
I never play against him, so I don't know.
You've always had the pleasure of
That's-
playing
that's
with
a good
him.
answer.
Okay, and what's
That's
the
a good
most
answer.
surreal match in EMEA that you've ever played in? What one game for you sticks in your memory in EMEA?
Yeah, I mean, mine is like Fnatic versus FPX when I joined the team, because just always the first matches is gonna remember. Yeah.
What about you?
For me, it was our Navi game in 2024 kickoff that we comebacked on Sunset, and I think we qualified for Masters Madrid on that game, and it was like huge comeback, and it was amazing for me.
What about the loss? Because I feel like we don't talk about those enough. So what's the most surreal loss you think? Sorry to drag this back up for you. I think we have a couple that you can choose from, but I'll come to you first.
I mean, if we talk about only EMEA,
Yeah.
I would say Fnatic
Ooh.
game that Leo was dropping 90 or something when he was full sick. You know,
Oh.
we started,
Final, yes.
yeah, the grand final. We started
Yep.
2-0, and then
The
they
last
just comebacked
one.
us. It was really sad, but yeah.
You don't lose against them
actually
very
crazy.
often, though. What about you, Alpha?
To be honest, I don't know. If you lose, we deserve that.
Every loss is pretty
Ooh.
surreal.
Yeah.
Every loss is surreal. Thank
Also
you very
true.
much, you two, for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Danke.
Here it goes again. 4 teams are still standing with 4.
I mean,
very
listen, like, this
different
is just
stories, but they
talking
all have
right now.
one thing in common.
And
The
it's just
dream
like we
to
already
become the
have
best. Some of them
11
already know how it
players,
feels to
right?
lift a trophy.
And
But
then
for
you gotta
others,
consider.
They only know what it feels like to watch somebody else
Dude,
do
what
it.
is this intro?
Heartbreak and
This is
success
sick.
comes hand in hand. So, before the chaos begins
Hold on,
this weekend,
forget the list.
let's take a look and see what our teams will be fighting for. Here it is.
Oh, trophy
the
reveal.
Trophy, the prize, the payoff. You don't just lift this to say you've won VCT EMEA.
That's a nice trophy.
You lift this to say we are the best, and everyone else should be scared of us. Let's settle it. For one of our teams in this opening match, they'll get the chance to return
Okay,
to
but the real
glory.
question
And
is-
the other one, this could be their long-awaited first. Please join me and welcome your upper bracket finalists, Team Heretics and Fnatic, onto the stage.
To be fair, chat, if this is your mid-season playoffs trophy, you got to show up with a real nice trophy at stage 2. This is a good trophy, but I am curious if they're going to show up for stage 2. No, Yinz is very good. Yinz is very good. Just make the same one, but double it in size. Doesn't have batteries under. Chat, just remember that last year, stage 1, right? I don't think... Like, here's the thing, is that I think stage 1... Like, Riot's got to do better about unifying the tone of stage 1. Because, like, obviously it's hype. It's grand finals. You're calling it grand finals. It's double bracket, first seed to Masters. But then also you have... You're calling it mid-season playoffs. You don't want... I don't think there's prize money, right? You don't want to, like, invest in large trophies. Last year's stage 1 Pacific trophy was the disc. It was the disc. It wasn't the trophy. It was
Every
the
single
X,
split we've
right? It was
had
the
since
happy
partnership era,
birthday
when
cake
Fnatic make
X
the
for
playoffs,
EMEA.
They make a final.
Right?
But Team Heretics, they
So it's
still
like,
haven't
I mean, if we're gonna do trophies like this, I think that's good. But like, I feel like that should just be, it should be uniform across all regions. I think they should do better with that.
We've seen this match already.
And it's not just because I thought this last year too. It's not just because Pacific Trophy looks worse than this. It's not because of that I'm saying that. But I just think the tone in stage 1 is so weird in playoffs. And I felt that last year when I was casting too.
As you're saying, Yinsu, we saw Lotus and Haven. Heretics wanted to prove on Haven that they got it better than Fnatic, but this time around, it is completely different. And I really, really want to see that second map, especially thinking
Is there a
of that
prize
first
pool?
one, right?
I don't...
Fnatic and go on to the pick and fracture. We know that they've been performing, especially on the last
Might have been
couple shows that
mistaken.
we've seen of that. But from Heretics, it's not a map
Might
that
be
we
confusing
really
it with
see a lot. We've seen them ban
kickoff.
it and also
Kickoff
throughout
may
the
not have had a
regular
prize
season,
pool.
and I don't believe we've seen this in kickoff.
Yeah, they banned it near enough every single week. In
To
the
be
regular
fair,
season, whether
I
it was in
don't
their first wave or their
trust
second wave.
VLR as
And
my
the last
go-to
time that they
source
met
for everything,
Fnatic, it was
but-
split that they banned, and of course Fnatic deciding to pick into that fracture. So yeah, something that we've not really seen from Team Heretics as of
Riot's
yet,
a good
or
music
not
producer,
so
but they're a
much.
small indie game
But
company.
yeah, it's
True.
the Icebox. Team Heretics deciding to pick into that one as well.
What's up, Goldspike?
Interesting.
Let's go.
Like that's very
The
confident. you know.
Neon versus the Sage.
Yeah,
a lot of
it's so
Gecko.
good.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see that head to head.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Fnatic are finally choosing Fracture. They haven't chosen Fracture at all this entire split. Every time they played
All
it,
right,
because someone else
Fracture.
chose it,
We'll see.
or it was map 3. So there must be something in the source here that's kind of saying to them.
I mean, Team
confidence
Heretics'
against
Lotus
Team
is very
Heretics.
good,
And
too.
this is where I want to see Crashy's.
I mean,
more
this is a bit of a-
instantaneously, you know, he's promised us every time they play Fracture, he's got them. But on the other side, who's
Like, I wanted to go to
Heretics
Lotus because I want to see these two go against each other in Lotus for
They
sure.
have not played this since kickoff. I believe it was Woods was playing on Sky. It was like I do not think that we're going to get the same. The question is, what is Woods going to be doing? Is he going to go on the tech, or are we see them moving away from that double initiator? Maybe they do a double duelist here. We've also seen him.
I've yet to see a team with an actually strong Fracture. I guess we don't have any definitive Fracture teams.
A lot of questions here, and the ball is in their court.
Yeah, we're gonna find out now what we're gonna get, and it is
Heretics
a mirror matchup.
going with the
We do
Neon as
see
well.
the
Okay. Okay.
versus
All
Mini Boo
right.
and Neon last time, so this is
Mini
exciting.
Boo
Yeah,
Neon.
that is very
Okay.
exciting.
I mean,
excited to
oh,
see both of
this
these
looks
going
this
on
looks
Neon,
good for
especially because we know that
Heretics.
we're not going to have that head-to-head on Icebox.
I
but
think this looks
yeah,
good for
looking at these
Heretics.
Compositions here. I mean, Rian's on the breach.
See how
not
it
something that
goes.
we see an awful lot of the time as well. And then Boo, trusty Brim. So yeah, I mean, I guess they thought that Fnatic's Fracture was
Gamba
good,
is
they
up,
decided to call
I
it
think,
Haven,
on
right?
Twitch chat. Thank you, mods.
And now they're going to prove them, just like in Haven.
We do not have Pearl. Wait, there wasn't Pearl, right? Pearl wasn't the second map. Second map was Icebox. Fracture, Icebox, and Lotus.
Thinking of Heretics, yes, we had a lot of matches.
Took the
last
trash
week
out. How
where
dare you be a
Heretics
responsible
won. Like,
human
they're
being,
on a
Islam?
very, very good position.
I'm so
to have
hyped I
as
wrote
much
a
of break
sign.
as they need to
Damn.
prepare Things like this one, but something
Oh, we
tells
got some
me that
real
this
fans
was
in
probably,
here.
like, prepped from the beginning.
Oh,
When
yeah.
we saw all the changes. It just makes too much sense for Mini Boo.
Damn, they got their wisdom teeth removed and they're
as
still
we're saying,
here?
the head-to-head is
That's
going to be
sick.
brilliant. Also thinking about the snipers and the
That's
operators.
dedication.
And I do not only say operators because we expect Kayak to definitely make a
148,
difference
2
when,
HP.
when he's with that gun. I'm also thinking about the marshals and the outlaw that Mini Boo has been rocking throughout the entire year.
I can't wait to see this match. Of course, the winner will be a grand finalist. And I said that every day working with Kukuka and Billy is a W, and my day is only getting better because Mitch and Tom are waiting on the other side. Take it away.
Wow, look at that. Being nice to their
really wasn't sure
casters.
which way that was going.
Yeah.
I was certain it was going the other way.
Yeah, it's very rare for the analyst as host to be nice to the casters.
Tom, hell of a matchup here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I love what they were talking about on the desk towards the end of it, is that it's now going to be another time where Heretics have gone, you got a nice comp, Fnatic. We're going to take it, and we're going to do it better than you. And they even said it when it
Please
came
support
to the
BBL
Haven
so that
comp
Team
last
Liquid can get a
time
chance to win
around. They
EMEA.
stole the competition, they went
Right
in,
on, Tron. Have a
they
good
did
one.
much
Thank
better.
you,
In
thank
fact,
you.
they've dominated, and that's what I think of when looking at this veto in general. I think if you have maps, especially historically,
All right.
maps that Fnatic would love,
Here
they
we
have
go,
all of
chat.
them.
Two
Like, you've got an
powerhouses.
Icebox, which, okay, hasn't looked great recently, but was one of their best in the past. You got Fractured to kick it off, and then finishing on a Lotus. You couldn't
Highest
ask for
map
much more.
steal rate in VCT
But we're
EMEA.
not
Dude,
back in the past.
70.
We're
I
not
mean,
in
well,
those
they're kind of
days.
just winning
Heretics
everything,
have
so
looked in form as of
I guess
right
that's
now.
not really fair.
Talking about the
But
past,
that is a
stage
good
one upper
stat.
bracket finals and grand final. This was the matchup going back to last year.
Chat, isn't it
We've just
nice
seen
to
the
be able
stat
to
pop up there, 70%
just
win
have
rate
good
when it
audio
comes to
from
their
the
opponent's
cast?
Map picks for Team Heretics, and of course, this is Fnatic's pick. Let's see if that stat is going to be hurt and harmed here today. As Fnatic on the defense,
Ooh,
getting aggressive. and
great
it's
start for Kaya.
With a double opening, the flash helped him out for the second, but the first was all him. Little bit of space taken by Heretics in response, but a
They know they're in the
5v2
site.
that they're now left.
Dude, Boaster's just hanging out
They
here.
did the exact same thing in the pistol versus Liquid. This aggressive defensive side push, and has left Miniboot in an almost impossible position. But bear in mind, Kayak's low, and Miniboot.
I
when you
mean,
talk about statistics, when
If you can
talk about
isolate him,
ACS, this
I
has
believe
been
in
the guy
Miniboot,
throughout
but
the
these
season
are hard
who's
angles
been
to
able
isolate.
take rounds home.
This is
Scenarios that
rough.
never should have been. This crossfire should be impossible. But the first one comes
Kayak,
cleanly.
I think you guys
next
had to
two
just
might
hold
be a little bit
diagonally,
tougher.
no?
There's still some room
Rough.
for this to swing back in the favor of
It was
Team
an option.
Heretics. A strong squad when it comes to that pistol round win rate.
Crashies is ready for this. He has to check the far side first. Saw one.
Chronicles contact and the swing.
Oh, no
crashes
way.
down. In fact,
Oh,
it
that was
Miniboot
such a
going
nice
diving
attempt,
in towards him.
actually.
He meets his fate. The shot to the head secures a 1-0 start for Fnatic.
Yeah, and as I was saying during
wow.
the round, this is something that we saw from them last time out when they played Fracture, this very aggressive stance when it comes to ditching the pistol
Yeah,
round. And I think
Orko,
it's
but I'm pretty
something
sure it
that
was the same last
Kayak
year.
just thrives in. You set him up, you put him in positions, and he's going to put up those numbers. Now that game did obviously slip into.
But I think again,
absolute
like that's
turmoil
what
coming
I'm
down
saying.
to
It's like it's
Boaster
they're calling
having
it
to save them,
mid-season
so we'll see if that's
playoffs,
gonna be
right?
the case
There's
here, because I
not
think for
prize money
Fnatic,
as far as I
getting
know,
off to a
etc.
strong
Like
start on Fracture,
it's not so.
gonna be
It's
fairly
really
important.
just supposed to be a qualifier and seeding for Masters, but then it's like a playoff. So there is a grand final and there's a trophy, and just it's a little weird.
Playing the orbs early on, keeping space across
I
the
think
map.
there's
You
not
can
any
see
concrete
on the
info
B
because
side,
I'm like
sitting
pretty
outside,
sure there
you've got
isn't, because
two
if there was,
players
we would be
locking down
talking
that
about it.
control,
Casters would be
keeping
talking about it.
those orbs out of their opponent's hands, and they can rotate in and take them later on. Now for Heretics, that's really the best that they can hope for in a round like this, where there's not that much to fight with. But if Miniboot gets a few opportunities, if that Sheriff is given a chance, we know just how dangerous a round this can be when the pack is facing you. For Fnatic, it'll be all about avoiding that danger, and I think they're doing a great job. Just looking at B, there's one player passive and a 3-man south side push, a lot of space taken in response.
Yeah, it's pretty safe right now from Fnatic. Only 3 guns as well.
Here's the danger.
So they keep
Steal
Boaster
an orbital too, but I
alone
think
and
they're
Alpha
very
alone.
aware of the few spots on the map. There could be less saying that
That's not
Rians
good.
is the
That's one of the
first to
guns. You
take
got to stay and
control,
fight.
but Chronicle at range should have them dead to rights. Obviously not wanting to overface, but here's the steps coming and just farming
Oh,
up
that
those orbs.
flash.
Eventually
Oh
it's gonna get
no.
out for one, though, and this
Oh
could be a
no,
problem.
that's not
That's
good.
the rifle. Look at the guns that are left for Fnatic. They've only got the pistols remaining. One
Oh,
comes
this
up
is
for
not good.
Althea, but this
Boaster
is
has
all
to get
falling
both.
apart.
He's got to backstab them both. He's got to backstab them both.
Still gonna hurt the economy.
Oh, Rians is thorough.
He can't pull it back in
Oh,
their favor.
damn.
The round 2 response from Team Heretics, a resounding victory. They looked to play the orbs. They moved as a pack, but their odds, it didn't seem to be in their favor. Isolating the first fight, though, it's worked wonders.
Fnatic need to
That was
make sure
rough.
they go for
Yeah, I
a
mean,
strong
the thing is,
start,
the Masters
get
and
that
Champs
momentum
thing,
in
I
their
think
favor.
it's...
That's not lasted
I don't
very
know. I
long
think
at
people
all.
coming from CS are kind of like baffled by it. I don't know where you're coming from, but I think Masters and Champs is okay, though.
Remotely possible,
Like, it's still,
but with the aggression of the
you know,
weapons,
Masters is
pistols
still
left
fairly
behind.
prestigious, but Champs
You
is
now
the
look
big
at the
one for it
economy
all.
available.
I think that's okay.
I guess it doesn't
But I think it's
matter.
also
I
like
guess the
Champs is
Classic
like a
is
big
much better gun
festival.
than
Like, I
am
think
giving
that's
it
the
credit
route they're going
Fnatic
for.
coming into this game, at least the best anti-eco team in the
I mean,
league.
Heretics fought that
statistic
really
just
well
took
coming out of
a big
Underpass.
hit in a big game
The
as well.
sewers.
Trying to fight back with an eco of their own.
Okay.
At least for now, it
Guardian
looks
might do
good.
work.
The Classic found the opening. Alphier shows
So they're going
the
to bail.
Guardian.
You don't want to fight the
Some
weapon.
credits on the line,
Smart
and the
move from
reward.
Heretics.
Well, it's looking decent with Heretics already feeling the burn. Moving into the A site, though, filling in a lot of space here will give them an opportunity to grab that plant. They still have to get past Crashies, but
Yeah, I mean, I
again,
think,
it's only the
I
Classic
guess
in
it
his hand.
depends. I guess
Boaster
they could
coming
do a
into
better
position,
way of marketing
only
because
a
I think it's
sheriff.
more just for the storylines, right? It's not that that's like,
Fighting back in is always going to be
I mean,
that
it's
little
also
bit
got more teams,
difficult.
etc. I guess, yeah, it's technically harder to get into Masters because there's less spots, but if you think of it purely, oh, hold up.
The spike has been dropped to the deck.
30 seconds.
Now back into a 2v2 scenario.
So Benji tries to peek out
Benji trying
early
to
off
find
of the
a little
door
bit of
sound,
extra
not
space. He's
seeing
been in
anything.
top form as of recent games, but
So now they go for the crossfire
not an
again,
easy
but it's a
position to get
counter
out.
crossfire from Fnatic.
Weapons for Fnatic. They can pack a
Oh,
punch
he
in these
tried.
fights, but they haven't got the shields to last.
Rough.
Once shots land in the other direction. Heretics walking out with 2 players. A
Yeah, I
solid
guess if
early
you're
start
only
for
thinking
them, though,
about like
considering they were
difficulty,
1-0 down.
it can be a bit arbitrary. I think if you just look at them,
yeah, they
you
make
know,
that
just
one
the
a little bit
marketing, the
costly.
storyline,
That's
etc.
the problem. Is that you look at this from Fnatic's perspective. You got
It all
okay, you
builds
did a bit
into
of
it.
damage.
Masters
In
gives
the
champs
round that you
points.
have,
I think it's
not
also
too
because
bad,
they just don't
but
talk
you
about
consider
champs
how
points
things
enough. I think
went.
Riot just
The
needs to like,
economy is obviously even with those 2
I don't know. I
guns
think
only
Riot's
being saved,
too
but
careful
Heretics
with
is still
narrative
building
building.
up. You're gonna have the Armageddon
I do feel that
available
way
as
a
well
little
for
bit.
Blue,
That was
which-
not easy, but we
It wasn't easy.
We what, though?
Got the job done, lads.
Ah, yes.
He learned that one from Benji.
Good cut out a little early there for me. All good.
Well, there is
Okay.
the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto Dish once again that was mentioned. This time, though, Kayak on the other side.
Round 4 Armageddon, nice and early.
Actually found a gap.
Yeah, not
around the
quite
edge of the
spotted.
cam. I don't think Benji's going to have any
Oh.
idea that he's here. And
Okay,
it's not the
Kayak a
prettiest
little
of
bit
shots,
late on
but,
that reaction.
uh,
Relay boat
Kayak
just
is
to
still
delay them.
standing.
Somehow.
They have main.
gets
Fnatic
there in the
ooh.
end. Alphier above the smoke onto Miniboo, and now the numbers in Fnatic
Fnatic should be feeling pretty good here.
There, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft.
Woo,
finding
just
the
clearing to
information.
make sure you
Big
can
swing from
go for the
Kayak.
post plant.
Shots, though, just not landing. And a Rolling Thunder in response is going to slow down that main take. Woot still flying under the radar up top.
That
They've
Rolling
not
Thunder
spotted
might have been
Chronicle
it.
May well have heard
Actually.
those steps as he swung out wide, and with Boo tagged low, this round can easily fall apart for Heretics. It's a brave
trade.
stand out in the middle of the open. And he will find one on low
Team
HP.
Heretics actually
That's as
gonna win
solid as you could
Toronto.
hope for, but Woot being rooted leaves Rienz alone. The last
No,
man standing.
no
Players
shot.
all around, but he isolates it to just Chronicle. The time ticking. and
Dude,
it's already gone.
okay,
The
Rienz
headshot confirms it.
might be the best
A Red
initiator
Bull
at
clutch
Toronto.
For a 3-1 lead.
So
Holy.
many players throughout the league so far that
Fnatic did get
who's the
ecoed
best
in round
player?
2.
You look towards like the star duelist, maybe.
Actually, I agree with that, Yasol. If Masters had a consistent format and then Champs just like had an objectively better format for the competitive viewers, that would really solidify it.
This was someone where you sort of look at him, look how old he is as a player, and that is experience beyond his years, with just how calm, collected, and easy he made that look.
Top of the other team is Alfiera's former teammate, looking on as his friend of old outshines him here at least to start out Fracture. Heretics, 70% of times they play an opponent's
this
map,
game is
they
already
steal it
delivering,
away.
though.
Alpha fired up inside of main. He finds the opening. He's dancing through the smokes, but eventually he will fall.
Ooh,
The weaker
okay,
weapons that are
okay.
left in this round
Boaster.
still managing to pack quite a punch.
Little
Boaster's
stinger
taking out
action.
one. The numbers
Ring around
are
the rosy.
somehow in Fnatic's
Oh,
favor. Damage is
too many
done
targets.
Too. And now the players are coming back up through main. This
They got
south
spike
side push
down.
from
Oh,
main.
okay. They
Ultimate
Heretics has
space.
to go pick up the spike right now. They got
Takes it right back into
stunned.
Heretics' favor. 2v3.
Yeah, he'd normally want to save that for the post, but they desperately needed that
Oh,
extra
you're gonna go
space.
A?
With Armageddon available, well, not anymore.
Oh,
Benji
he
will win the
tried.
fight,
I
but takes the ult
honestly,
out.
we've seen that happen
Even
twice
still,
now. Once from I think it was
immediate trade,
Boaster earlier,
but this
and once
allows
from
Boo
Benji. But I
back
like
into
that
those
players are just trying to
post-spawn
stick it
scenarios.
and hit the first
We've seen
shot
this many
right
a
as the
time.
stun hits,
Might actually get
rather than
early.
like frantically moving away and getting a
Almost
bad
managed to
angle.
Slip the net into the close corner. I don't know if he's going to check it whatsoever. Just a smart play from the breach now on the other side. And what Fnatic will break back maybe a little earlier than expected as that low buy succeeded.
Dude,
Yeah, I think Chronicle
this
might have just
is
heard the very end of the reload
it's
as he was
looking
walking
good.
into main, realized that you're not going to win in that head-to-head battle a lot of the time, but
2-3.
taking him down from the side, nothing
It's
he can do.
toughy.
3-2. Fnatic, this is a round that they needed early on. We talked about getting off to a good start, and it looked like they were there with the pistol under their belts, but it's a nasty kill in return. The game's so desperately close here, and it's still
What is
absolutely
that,
perfect.
Minimu?
Yet you see,
On
even
B-main,
still, that player goes
I'm
down to
lost.
16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to walking out. What is going on?
We got to see that POV just in and out of the smoke, but eventually he was caught by Miniboo. Heretics right back on the horse.
I
though,
miss
with a full
Abyss too.
Still with a purchase. Overdrive available. Ults firmly in the favor of Fnatic though. This is where they could look to build, but
Okay, you just make the
Tell
call.
wanting to overplay
You have
their
ults.
hand, especially
Fnatic have
Alfea
ults. They have all
in
the
this
ults.
round with a full setup available.
You just need to chill. And Heretics knows
Trying to
this,
make
so I
sure they
expect
don't
them
get
to actually
anything
try to
for
push into spawn right as the spike goes down,
So when we
or
talk
right
about
after.
confidence issues in the past,
Oh, but he
wanting
just had to use the
get off
slide
a
to
good
get in
start,
and get
of course, up
space.
against Kayak, he has been shut down in week 5
That's
when
rough.
they played each other. It was the Kayak show. Now his opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji Fishy is caught in the
Benji,
corner.
wait,
finds
what?
himself one
How-
anyways,
he
and
might
a
get
little bit of
two.
extra info.
Never
Cage
mind, good
trying to
stun.
keep himself alive.
Dude,
Rian's
so much
only
trading back.
able to
Dude,
trade
both
it out,
teams are so
keeping
good.
favor
How
in
do they have
Heretics'
everyone
camp,
in the
but
right
spike
positions?
Still needs to be planted. And Crashies
Both
is
teams
here
are
waiting
so
for that
good.
cross. For now, though, it seems like they might be expecting the rotation. Alfier steps away from the site, leaves Crashies alone, and maybe they
You
don't
still have the
want this
Armageddon,
fight.
so you're a little
Heretics could
afraid
get
of
a free
that.
plant. In
Oh,
fact,
that's rough.
They get a free pick onto Alfier. Though I don't think those shots were meant for him.
Leaves Crashies all available, but chance of victory slim. Ultimate probably not wanting to be expended unless he can find a quick pick. And just look how far back this rotation
Where does he
is
send it,
already
tower?
going from Wu. Knowing that soon he'll have the salvo
No,
is
just
available.
onto the site.
The
Trying
time
to
that he
spam
can
out the
buy
kill,
holds
and then
so
he's
much
just gonna
more
bail.
value. Well, in
That's
the
rough.
end, Crashies is forced to fall back. And I want to touch on something you said in that round, the head-to-head between Kayak and Miniboo, because it's an interesting
Chronicle hasn't
point
talked about
because
enough, and he's talked about it a
although
lot.
Kayak
I do
dominated
feel that
battle,
Chronicle has kind of gone by the
Miniboo's
wayside
still
in
the top fragger
discussion,
in the serve.
unfairly.
So that kind of showed how weird of a dynamic that you have one duelist that's winning the battle, but everybody else who faced Miniboo was not having a good time.
Yeah, no, he was decimating the rest of the squad. You look at the stats back in that game. I think Boaster might have landed one shot on him. Like, he seemed invulnerable in a lot of those fights until he came up against Kayak.
Oh boy.
That's where it was a
I love that the
complete difference
Phoenix
night
poses.
and day. And you can see
Just
Miniboo
the
definitely
absolute
off that
cinema pose.
Strong start, the confidence builder, getting aggressive, being the point of contact through those smokes. Of course, there's utility to back him up.
Recency bias is very strong, true.
I only could one.
Dude, that's a good stretch.
Again, old needing those
That's a good
stretches.
stretch. Everybody
The
stretch.
early
That was a
20s,
good
that's
stretch.
really difficult time.
Holy, that made me want to
Ends
stretch.
of time, man. They're unforgiving.
Oh. Boaster's another highlight as well. He's had a good season individually.
유엔진님 안녕하세요. 님. 아 괜찮습니다. 어제 원래 아침에 일어나려고 했는데 한 12시쯤 일어나가지고 아직 쌩쌩합니다. Yeah, I got up later than I wanted yesterday, so we're doing okay. We might get another cup of coffee. Oh, wait, where did he get the second?
Swinging on Taboo though, Benji Fishy only got one last round. He wasn't happy with that.
Oh, dude, I mean, good thing Benji was low.
To take it across the line, putting just Rien's up against the rest. They know exactly where he is. He's tripping wires. He's caught by the ult, and now he's in a fight with
NT,
Kayak.
that's a tough one. Well played by Kayak, not overcommitting to that fight.
Another round for Fnatic, now just one away, but considering they came into this map winning the pistol round,
let's discuss Chronicle then. What does Chronicle need to do for Fnatic to win?
Together. I would say a few rounds. So far they haven't streaked together too.
I mean, this match, I think it's really going to come down to team depth, I think. I mean, look at how they're playing. Look at how both teams are playing. Oh, Blue was already sticking out of the smoke. I thought his death marker was in the smoke.
That has been the difference maker because look, 9 and 6 on the board.
No, I'm actually rooting for Fnatic, but I don't. It's not that I hate Heretics. Yeah, you know, I've done content with them. I like the Heretics boys, and I also like just like the coaching staff, like their commitment to their players and the direction. Dude, these are some of the fastest EMEA rounds we've seen. But like, it's not chaos.
Manages to find one with a classic. He's gonna need a little bit more though, as he's now all alone.
He's got a lot of time to play with, but yeah, the unfortunate truth is it's only the sidearm that sits in hand.
The Chronicle is good, great, even, but his Twitter is the real goat. I've seen snippets of Chronicle's Twitter. I actually don't think I follow him on Twitter. I stopped following all the players on Twitter just because there was too much stuff.
Still only has a stinger, by the way. Started the round with it. I think has got the majority of kills with it. But is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle.
Ooh, patience. Oh, he sees one.
Completely different story, knowing that.
I mean, he's got to get the spike.
At range with an SMG. And now with Spike,
okay, does he wait and go to B, or does he go all the way to A?
He can hear any steps. If his opponent was to start running,
I mean, Fnatic should just wait and keep an eye on B. No, they're actually gonna split.
Yeah, they think that maybe he shift walked all the way to that north side and is now coming
but
down.
This means that you have to play it safe. This means Fnatic is committing to the retake. You're not committing to the fight.
Boo knows the ults he's up against. Got to make a move. The plant is a tap 10 seconds, and the orbital strike comes into play.
Okay.
Had a chance there
they were going to use the ult. I actually like that from Fnatic. Why is Alphair laughing so much?
Alphair's all smiles as they've now equalized 4-4.
Around again with a fair few weaknesses. A nice early setup.
Apparently Chronicle just comes out of hibernation every couple of months and posts bangers. That's true. I mean, both teams are looking real good. They're looking real good. They're just
execute through that
This guy is smoking, bro.
Okay. Chronicle not maybe
Chronicle
not
is
happy
funny.
with the disrespect. I'm not sure. But
okay, timeout. Heretics.
Tactical timeout taken for Heretics. You said needing to build on that defensive side. Fnatic have done that 3 of the last 4 rounds. But this is where not only the purchase comes back in for Heretics.
Damn, Heretics going for the timeout, huh?
Already having the overdrive, rolling thunder close, orbital strike.
I
close
think
as
I
well.
would like to see them
Just a couple away.
like
And that's
pressure
what could
A
be the
side a bit
difference maker,
more.
because for Fnatic, there
Like
is
have an A
nothing
main
available.
fight, right?
Yeah. I mean, the orbital
But
strike
Fnatic
was
isn't
there,
get
right?
like
But it was
Fnatic's just
taken
pushing
out
out
of
as soon
play
as there's
in
action
that
on B.
last
They just
1v2.
take A main and they
You
just
can
push
see how
out. There's a
desperate
flank every
Fnatic were to
time.
Get that round on the board, dispensing that, the respect that they're giving to their opponent as well. The stun, orbital strike, all that they had to work with. Now, when we talk about rifle rounds that we're about to see one play out in front of our eyes, these teams, Heretics #1, Fnatic #2 in the region, separated by just 1%.
Fnatic have only a 26% retake win rate on Fracture. The 8th worst across all, other than China. EMEA, Americas, and Pacific. That's actually, that's a pretty damning stat.
It doesn't sound that bad, but when you realize that includes the majority of teams in other regions, it's not the best. Especially for a
out of
team
36 teams, you're in the bottom 8.
For a lot of those utility setups, you'd expect that on a map of their choice, they'd be strong.
So Fnatic have switched their change-up, right? Or setup. I love the double wire to make sure they have time to fight main. This is good. Heretics is fighting main.
That's Miniboo gone again.
and Fnatic are fighting for it, and then Kayak can once again push out. There is a wire at least early on, but
very much leading the charge on the server.
just means Fnatic can hold comfy. Alpha Air, I mean, it's so rare that you get more than one from Heaven.
The reinforcements are here. Players covering all the angles from Sand and Spawn. They will take this round and the lead out of Team Heretic's hands.
What was the quickest yet close map in VCT? The quickest but
close. You put him in the right place at the right time. He is definitely one of the hardest players to play against.
Map?
I think maybe at kickoff not quite having the form that would have been desired of someone who, well, we know can play.
I mean, I feel like the Paper X Talon game from Stage 2 last year on Sunset. I don't know how close it actually got, though.
Try and run into these angles, try and get up in his face, but the immediate shots being connected, Fnatic's reads have been sublime.
It's always dangerous when you
unless
see
you're Buzz. I mean,
to giggle and have a good time.
Yeah, that Sheriff 4K was kind of insane.
More brazen plays. Surely around the corner. Big stun on the Boaster. He's going to be caught again by Miniboo. Opening duel goes his way, but he's caught by Chronicle.
Good catch from Chronicle. Oh, dodges the flash.
The one thing to bridge the gap. The weapon inside that cage.
Okay, plays it safe. So they still have this as well. Oh, look at this though. Boo's going to be the big one here. Well, how far is he going? Oh, they want to rotate.
The spike goes back the other way. They think the A site is going to be an easier solution to this problem of Fnatic's quick rotations.
Yeah,
it has been left
I don't know how you feel about that. Oh, Heretics might have overcooked a little bit. That's a good check from Alpha. Oh.
Kayak can definitely create some awkwardness with an operator. He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets caught on the
that's a tough one.
Kayak is well aware. Another for Rians though. And again, both teams have had relative success with these lower purchases, with both players now having guns, with a Rolling Thunder available.
Yeah, they picked it into Fnatic. Switched over to the Neon. Heretics trying to show a new look.
It was a crazy cerebral round from Heretics to fake back to A, late play into B, but now they've got to
oh my gosh, they're going to win it actually.
Just the operator of Kayak, damage done to Benji, but that doesn't matter with this one.
Oh, he gets hit.
And he's sent flying
not enough time
by the Rolling Thunder. The clock here could prove to be his biggest enemy so far as he makes his way towards this site.
You're going to go in with the op? I mean, I know you have money, but yeah.
And a big weapon in his hands. He's made the realization this round cannot be won by Kayak. It's Team Heretics equalizing at 5-5. And the competitive series that we hoped we'd see here today, well, it's materializing in front of our eyes.
Especially considering that obviously we haven't seen much of Heretics on this map whatsoever, going all the way back to kickoff. It's a pay safe card Thrifty. Another one, like I said, I think both teams with the low buys have been very effective in where they choose to go in these rounds, the sort of aggressive start to it. And then having
Kayak shows so much promise. It's clear that he gets a little shaky sometimes, like he has some confidence drops, but Kayak's clearly very talented, and he's a pretty darn good entry.
Both teams again coming in with a buy, but I mentioned it. The ultimates have been really building up.
He's been improving though, yeah, exactly. And you can like every time in the replays, we can hear his teammates like really trying to get keep his confidence up. I love that. I love that they're catering to the younger rookie.
One for one, right? One to get in and one to lock it down. For Fnatic, a lot to worry about in those early fights, and they're looking for this deep A main aggression alongside that operator.
Yo, they're not zooming in while they do little markings. Oh, I love to see it. Let's see if the circle still. The circle was zooming in still earlier. I think it might just be the D. No, there's got to be a way to do a circle without the zoom in.
To clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those spams come desperately close to taking someone down. But in the end, Fnatic survive behind those smokes. In fact, Boaster gets in front of them, hoping that Boo will make a mistake. Denying this plant, though, seems big.
Oh, God. Tries to get out of there.
Orbital strike.
That's huge. Good reset for Heretics. Dude, Heretics is playing this so calmly. Dude, they are so thorough. They always try to make sure they have an advantage. It's insane. Oh, he gets out. And Rians is holding close just with the util. Altline still gets value, delays them. They're all coming in from one area. Heretics doesn't know this yet, but Miniboo, fast lane. Oh, what?
but he survives.
I mean, dude, look at the post. Dude, how does it go
That spike has been slowly ticking away.
from
Chronicle
one
with
person
another.
outside of the
train's
site to
coming
now
back and
2
forth,
and
but
2
still,
split
the
for
attack
Heretics?
have the time on their side, and with the salvos buying
It's incredible.
an extra few seconds at a peak, able to
Wait.
come from either side, but Kayak manages to land both shots and defend.
Why didn't they swing out
Chronicle
together?
the defuse.
Well, we came in singing his praises, Tom, and I think you see exactly why. Oh man, that was unbelievable.
That was
One of the main
disrespect.
things
I mean,
I'm worried
really good
about
shots,
back
but
into
like
that retake is the
that
fact
was
that Boaster
disrespect.
Was the one to fall. You lose your smokes. It was a great orbital strike by Boo. A little bit of desperation as well because he had the spike. He couldn't just go
Oh,
swimming
man.
through that smoke. So he uses that to buy time to force a fight and eliminating their smoker. I mean, imagine they smoke main, they can defuse underneath their nose.
second shot.
Instead, one man.
Dude, that's,
has
I mean,
the
the
whole
shots were
field.
very good.
Time was desperately close. Even one missed shot there and the round goes the other way. But Kayak saves the day, keeps the lead in Fnatic's
It's great to
favor.
see Kayak having
And they
rounds
can
like
close
that,
this
though.
out 7-5. They won the pistol. They looked like they were off to a good start, but disruption early on from Heretics has slowed down. And now it could be Fnatic's time to shine. Big pick for Kayak early. At dish control, working wonders.
That's
And
the
the
round.
response
There's no
on the
shot.
other side is to try to push Boaster. Try and fail.
Oh, already. Ultimate thrown in, both players hit. Woot just trying to survive at the back of the site, and they know exactly where he is. Clinging desperately to life. There
Double
should be
swing
no
it.
way out of this round for the side of Heretics, with Boaster adding his third to the
Damn, dude.
Eventually, we will see that half going in the direction of Fnatic. 7-5, they'll keep the lead.
You think it's fine to swing separately there?
Can't keep Fnatic down. That's
I don't know if I agree with that, because if someone is sticking it,
Fnatic. Heretics, though, well, they'll be looking to bounce back in the second half. Let's hear from Mixwell and his thoughts on Team Heretics.
I mean, I think it's fine to jiggle separately. Objectively speaking, is it fine? I don't know. I mean, first of all, Kayak hit nasty shots, so.
In 2024 did an incredible run. You have to take into account that they had to change rosters all the time because they had problems with visas, and Patitech was coming in and out, and still managed to get a second place in almost every event they played.
Honestly, true.
It was a project for the long run that ended up being so successful that not even the organization was aware of their true potential. And after the finals of Champions, losing against EDG in that fashion, the players were devastated, of course. They were devastated, and coming back from that was hard. You could see it at the start of the year. They were still not in their best shape. Mentally, they were not there. And right now, we're seeing them better than ever. I think Miniboo is playing his best Valorant.
Agreed.
And the rest of the team is doing it as
I mean,
well. I think they recovered, and not winning last year, it's good for them, because I think they never lost the fire to win, and I think it's their year. I think Team Heretics is going to win at least one international event for sure.
The plan is to kill the diffuser, force him off with time that low.
Well, Team Heretics,
Yeah, I
you
guess
heard it
I
from
guess so.
Mixwell,
You're right in
looking
that. You're right in
better
that.
than
I just
ever. The
wonder
reality
if it
is,
isn't
though,
still objectively
Kayak
better
seems to
just
be
to
their
double
kryptonite.
swing and
This
find the
guy
diffuser.
tearing up the server. Miniboo, though,
Because then
early
you
on,
would
we
like
saw that
guarantee at least you take out the
confidence building.
diffuser,
We
right?
saw it
Double
involved
swing
in a
right
lot of
before the
those
half
early
and then
fights.
get it.
We need to see a
Kayak
little bit
hit
of a
insane
change
shots.
in the wins as
I mean, I think
Heretics
we can leave it at
won.
that. Kayak hit insane
Is it
shots.
4-1, 4-2, in fact. Fnatic managed to cling together a lot of those last
Yeah, I
rounds.
mean, if it was a fake, yeah, I
think
guess so.
Alfie have
I
had a
guess
great
so. So
performance.
you just go out
I
for the
think a lot
check
of
and
the
then,
time when
yeah.
they've pushed
No,
in his
I see that.
defensive setups, they've definitely struggled, but now it's a different story.
You are
He's
correct,
gonna have
chat.
to hold on to a lot of those
You are
lurks.
correct.
I think we saw that
There
a
might
lot of
have
the
been a
time Fnatic
slightly
were
better way to
just
play it, but I
leaving
think you're
either
correct.
him or just trips on one side of the map, and then
But
just
Kayak hit
going
insane
very
shots,
directly
so I think we
in
can
for a
all
lot of
agree on
these
that.
takes.
So I will take the L.
Heretics now co-playing their own composition against them.
Oh,
Of course, they've
winning
got
last
very
year. I mean,
competent
I think he
cipher
phrased
of
it a
their
little
own, and
poorly,
you
but I
already
think
see
we
the
know
setups
what
being
he
put
meant.
into place to force back that A main control.
Yeah, It is, though, a plan from Fnatic early, sending Crashies through to break that camera, leaving Alpha on north side, and now taking advantage of the space as they heard that A main crunch. They heard a lot of utility, they heard steps, so they know their space, and Alpha has just walked out
He
of
was
heaven,
just in
taken
tower.
down
They
Boot
didn't
with
know.
ease, and the B side open for the plant. Boaster
Okay.
gets a little too aggressive,
Even out, though.
punished forward, expecting a gap, and there certainly
Vrians
was
can
not
hold
one there,
this,
but a
doable.
4v4 post plant for Fnatic as a result.
Cam
the
cleared.
camera even spotting this two-man north side push.
Oh, the zoom is
a
still
lot of
there.
information now for that attacking side to work with.
They managed to at least reclaim the ramp. And Alpha already
It's a
picking
nasty
off Benji.
shot.
This
You
is
reset.
looking
I like
a
that
second
from Alpha
pistol
Air.
potentially going their way.
Alpha
They're
Air
gonna have
has
one of
been.
these fights going their
Oh,
way. In fact,
dude.
it's gone
Both
completely
teams are
wrong
so
reinstalled.
good.
Never count him out. The salvos will buy that extra time. That's a bigger
It's
issue. He was
just-
hoping for. He's actually
Aye,
clipped it.
dude,
And
look at all this
aftershock as well. The two
util.
players you didn't want to come up against in the post. It's the util rats. 8-5.
Dude,
extend
I
their
mean
lead a
the
little bit further.
instance. Oh my
They do have to win the
god.
second round.
Yes, exactly
They're
right.
just
Look at the
so
timeline
fluid.
when we get
They're
back in.
so
It was
fluid.
a pistol round followed by
Both
a
teams are
3
so
consecutive round
fluid.
loss. Alpha Air playing such a huge role though in this round.
I'm gonna be honest,
the lurk
chat.
up through north side, the camera
I'm
to
gonna be
keep
real
information
honest,
late,
chat. I'm
the
gonna be
trap
real with you
that
right
allowed
now,
Kayak
okay?
to
Those
sit
of you
in
who
B
stayed up
main
until
and not
12:36
worry about
a.m.
his back.
KST.
Unless someone was mad enough
This is
to
just
take
for
the
you.
ropes to cross, they could not be coming
I
from
think
behind.
Pacific's
and him being able to
cooked.
focus on that fight just puts another
I think
gun
we're cooked
into
at
the
Toronto,
mix.
chat.
They had all the information and they played off it perfectly. Heretics left with pistols, and
I
although
mean,
they
these-
may be a strong squad,
Like, these two
when
are
it comes
super
to eco
smooth.
rounds,
They've got
I
star
don't think the
players.
Fnatic are gonna make that same
G2 and
mistake
Sen are
twice.
both super smooth.
They do still
They've got
have
star
the same
players.
amount of pistols, but it also means that they can afford a little bit of extra damage.
I
That was
just-
close.
Got a little worried there, Tom.
I don't know.
Down to just 21, but
Actually, you know,
can see
honestly,
immediately that
the
rifle has
train
been
might be
juggled over
it.
into Alpha's
The
hands.
train might be the
For
hope.
remainder. Again, it comes down to just how much damage can they get. That's at least one for Miniboo, but anything more from
I
this
legit
stage,
think Paper Rex
be a bit
might be the
surprised.
hope.
And even then, as long as Crashies is the one going down or close enough to retrieve the
Like,
weapon,
RRQ's
it
very
doesn't
coordinated,
really
but
matter.
there are still
I think we're
moments
just
where
now
they're a
seeing that
bit
it was only
slower
a
than I
ghost
think
that's left
they
on the
need to
floor.
be
And the
to,
benefit
like,
of
but
Kayak
they
being
did
one of those players that will
they
just
did
juggle
clean
over
up
the
for the
weapon.
grand
We've seen a
finals,
lot
so I
of
have to
players,
admit that
20
because I was
HP,
afraid they
still swinging
wouldn't,
with
and
the
they
rifle,
did.
making that mistake,
So I give
but
credit
the
there.
discipline on Fnatic, no surprise
Gen
to see it.
G, I mean, I think if
Or a
Gen
little
G is able
more
to make a
valuable
run,
to
it is like
Chronicle,
with
he'll get a
heroics
chance for
for
another
sure. Which obviously, I mean, any team who wins a grand final at an international is going to be with some heroics, but.
That could have ended in disaster. But yeah, Fnatic 9-5 now, converting that
그러고
second
T1이
round,
우승했잖아요.
unlike in the first half.
and this is now where
곧-
their map starts to
그것도
get a
맞긴
little
한데.
bit away.
T1 did win
From the
after we
side
all
of
underestimated them. But it's not that I think
Heretics needing
Pacific's
to kick
bad.
this defensive side off.
I just
Strong
think these
indeed.
teams are
Now we go
really
into those buy
good.
rounds, but that's the difference. Fnatic can now just invest straight back into this one. They didn't buy much up. The credits are still going to be very good, so they come into
It is
this
crazy
round
that you don't
with
believe in Crazy Guy.
equal, if not better.
I
from what
actually,
their
I
opponents
was one of the
currently
few
have on the
people
other
that
side.
believed in Crazy Guy when RQ signed him. This revisionist history in esports needs to stop. Everyone thinks they just ditched RQ and just didn't believe in him. Everyone thinks they didn't believe in Crazy. This is insane. I was like the one guy defending Crazy Guy's signing. This is
Fired in
crazy.
from up close. Miniboo was looking to swing that corner, was looking to take that fight, but they've got the idea. There's a few other
I don't
players
know.
waiting for them there. Now, Alpha, I don't think he's going to get a chance for a pick here.
I
but
don't know.
even
It
destroying
looks
that utility,
dicey.
putting
I'm just
question
gonna
marks into
say.
play
I
for
know
the
it's only
defense.
14
Could have
rounds,
its value.
but I mean these two look
But
real
on
good.
Chronicle, we saw him go aggressive with the
You'd be
Marshall,
singing to a
looking for the
different tune
picks
if Ash
early on.
didn't int
He's
on
not far
Icebox
away
B
from
site.
Rolling Thunder, but
Kinda
it won't be
true.
there for this
He
round.
did int.
Caution here.
He did int.
Almost the timing on Taboo, but instead they'll be held back. Spike looking like it's going to go back.
No, but I've always thought, I've always said consistently that I think his slow style of calling still shows up every now and then.
40 seconds left on the clock,
And I just
they've
don't
still got
know
an
if you
awful
can,
lot of
like,
ground to clear. Timing here for Wu. It's going to be absolutely
Fnatic
everything.
had
Against
that
this pick,
against
could be a problem,
Heretics
but Kayak has been
in
an
the group
unstoppable
stage,
force
and they
so
lost.
far in this map, and now
2-0 in
just
fact.
sells
They
Aruz.
kind of
You
got
see the
handled.
aggression going through on that top
You know what I
side
mean?
of the
I
map.
think one,
Making that
two
realization,
slow rounds,
okay,
like I think one or
they're going
two
to A. Let's
slightly
start
awkward
clearing out the
rounds
other side, and now
just
the
snowballs
smokes
out of
fall,
control
and
when
they
you're
are
playing
nowhere
against
to be
great
seen.
teams.
They already got rid of that camera early on inside B main, so it's not to be worried about. Rien's dealt with He was already so desperately low. Boom,
Oh,
ahead of the
you
curve
love to
for
see Chronicle popping
still
off.
Picks him up. Now just one away from that Rolling Thunder and one pick away from putting double digits on the board. There's Rolling Thunder online one way or another.
You hate
Mini
that
Boo
term? What term?
doesn't stand the greatest chance of taking this across the line. I don't know how far away Crashies is from those salvos, but
You know
I
what
think they'll
though?
be online
Yeah, Teo's
fairly
gonna be
soon,
gone.
even as Mini Boo
Actually,
continues
we're good. We
to
chill.
chip
We chill.
away at this
Teo's gonna
task.
be
It's
gone.
like Atlas, it
Meta's
will
gonna be
never
different.
end. Certainly not in his
hope.
favor as the players
No
continue to
shot.
be picked off. Salvos
No
come
time, right?
online. Time
Yeah.
keeps ticking,
No time.
and it's still not halfway. Beautifully played. No matter how strong Mini Boo is in those fights, Fnatic had all they needed to put 10 to 5 on the
Inting is
scoreboard.
such a league
Can't see
term.
why those nerfs are coming.
Yissel, you hate her. Times change.
Amount of sort of time that can
Times
just be bought
change.
on the clock by Crashies alone, and this is why you might look at him at the bottom of the board right now, 6 and 9 in terms of the kill feed, but just the time he's able to buy, the space he's able to take, it just makes
But I do
things
think
so
Paper X
awkward
might be the
for
best
the
hope
remaining player.
if they stay on track.
10 rounds on the board.
That doesn't mean like
Plus, for
RQ's weak or
Heretics, the
Gen G is
story
weak. I
has
just
been
think
for a
Paper
while
X
about that second place
might
curse. You go back to stage 1 and stage 2
be able to keep up.
of last
But yeah, the
year.
meta's going to be very different.
For the
So
reason they never won
I was
it.
being overreactionary. Thank you for
Because of this
keeping me
squad in
grounded,
front of
chat.
Even
Now we
if
can enjoy this beautiful game.
internationally they
Did you see him?
better.
He did.
Kayak, he definitely
Oh,
knows
plays
that
it
there's
safe.
a target to be had, and while is waiting for Riens to make his move.
Dude,
So
great
aware of these
decision.
positions, and even
Oh!
under pressure, he's still landing the
Damn,
shots.
both of them just tagged him
That
up.
is all that's left.
Holy.
Spike planted.
This rifle recovered. Mini Boo managed to chip away at them last time, but what stopped him? It was the salvos, and guess who's still online, still
Oh no,
alive?
every
The
round
salvos
is
aren't there
close. Every round is
just
close,
yet,
which
but
is
we've
why
seen
I
it.
think this
They'll
game
be
is
ticking away
great.
in the background, and other players
I mean,
throwing
Fnatic is
themselves at
snowballing the
this fight.
rounds,
Who
but
would have to root Crashies out first? He has found him
Okay.
and taken him down.
Didn't get
Recovered
stunned.
the weapon for the magazine,
Doable.
finds his third, now it's down.
Oh, so
A few
close.
shots away from
Oh
an
my gosh.
unbelievable clutch, but Boaster pulls Fnatic across the line, 11 to 5, 4 rounds in a row, and Team Heretics calling a
This is
pause.
the fastest
They
paced
know that
EMEA
their
map for
chances
sure,
of
like by
closing this
far.
map out, of even competing here on
No, this is
Fracture,
an
are fading
absolute
away
banger
round
though.
by
This is some of the best Valorant in this current meta.
Nice try.
G2 Sen was also very good.
Switching
That's
guns
unreal.
midway through, and well, the last man standing, Boaster, had to put him down to stop that.
Good job, boys. Very nice.
About 11 to 5 up.
Heretics
6
second
round
timeout.
streak
Damn.
for Fnatic on their
Fnatic
map
hasn't
choice.
used the timeout, huh?
Looking at that veto, the potential for a Haven to be picked again. That could have been the choice of Heretics going into the next. They decided to switch things up, go for an icebox, maybe play the mind games. We'll see if that come back to bite them. And the Fracture choice, not
I mean,
really that much of a
Heretics the early
surprise.
couple rounds,
Even though it was
they were
close
the
versus
ones
Liquid, we saw the resilience,
keeping
we
up
saw
the numbers, but
depth
yeah, they are getting
what
into these
this
traps
Fnatic
for
squad
sure.
have on this
Fnatic,
map, and what, you just look at the scoreboard
Fnatic
right
are
now, as
just-
I said, you can talk about the
they're
impact of
quicker at
Crashies
setting
without the
things
kill
up
feed, but
on the
everybody else
attack.
is lighting up the kill feed. Boaster now, I think in the last series versus Heretics, managed just 15 kills across 2 maps. He's on 13 right now. I don't think he's
the rounds are
major
very
talking
close.
point with
Most of the
Kayak,
rounds are very
Chronicle, and
close.
Alpha.
Leaf on water.
All having one hell of
The
a
score
game.
does not do it
Yeah,
justice.
Alpha's
It's
first
been an
half was
incredible game.
unbelievable, and I think you can't take anything away
Kayak
from
won
them when it comes
80%
to
of his
that
opening
second.
duels.
Oh, here's a great stat
Wait,
as well, backing
really?
that up. In their last match,
But
Kayak
Fnatic
won
lost, no?
80% of opening duels against Mini Boo.
I mean, just between those two.
Unbelievable
But
to see
that's
this guy go head-to-head
actually
with
crazy.
a player that many in the world have learned to fear. But he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be
It
used
drew a lot
to
of util
great
and then
effect
Fnatic
to
resets,
take
right?
space
It's
and
stuff like this
deny
that
in
Heretics was
post-plan.
kind of
Here
missing.
in the
Heretics would just
defense,
barrel
you've
through
gotta
in the
have players
attack,
left alive,
and then
right?
Fnatic would
And Fnatic have been
instantly
so
have
good
info, and they would
at
just
pushing
turtle up
and
with
pulling this
Crossfire on the
map
site.
that Heretics can't feel certain that off one piece of contact, they can throw everything at it. It's a little harder to find the space to use them.
You've got the camouflage cam, and on the other side, you've got the aggressive peak coming up.
So they check to see if someone's pushed out for full
Definitely
info.
been
They
having
haven't, so you expect a split
struggle
setup.
so
So
far
Fnatic goes back in.
on this
Still
tail.
got Alpha chilling.
Someone we know that
Cam gets taken out. Alpha,
normally
what's your choice? He
individually
bails out.
sound has not won a lot of these opening
Well, there's
fights,
Woot.
but will take Boaster out. The orbital strike gone. And so are the smokes.
Hasn't deterred them. Salvos force players to the open, the smoke shielding them for now. Alpha are
Good
picked
hold.
off, going up into heaven, and now
Ooh, good ult.
even orbital strike committed.
Buys enough time
5
anyway.
versus 3,
They gotta rush in now if they want to
25
get the
seconds on
round.
clock when that ult is taken
Does
out.
Fnatic
I'm a little
save
surprised.
here?
The respect being shown,
Apparently
perhaps
not.
for good reason, but they drop Kayak right away. 10 seconds. Salvos to deny.
I mean, you can't win the round now.
If this spike
Minibu
makes
should
it
literally
down,
just
I will
not
be
show up.
Very
Yeah.
surprised indeed. And I suppose it does make it down onto the floor, but not planted. Chronicle to save his weapon, and a round back for Heretics.
Would teams go back to the EG
Clearly
comp? You
feeling
mean with the
pressure a little
Sova?
bit. That orbital strike, I think, just utilized to make sure that the round is confirmed. But I also think with other ultimates online and coming online,
some
just
teams
making
probably.
sure that the cycle of those ults is
Wait,
going to be
no,
further
Fracture's
in that
out.
favor, but I think the most important thing was just the start. Woot being able to hold it down, denying both of that
Fracture will
space.
be leaving the map pool for
Just having
Toronto.
those quick rotations back in
Which
onto the
is,
site. It's
it
a
was
combo
here so
breaker. The
briefly.
6-round streak
I
ends
wish it
before
stayed
hits
longer,
7.
actually.
But there needs to be a whole lot more for Heretics to make me believe in this map at least.
If Team Liquid qualify, then Sentinels are cooked because they will remember that Masters Bangkok match where Ness cooked. Man, we think Liquid's going to call. Oh, dude, that next match is going to be so good, too.
Got a pistol. It is Kayak. You check that ultimate. You look at the value found in the last half.
But I feel like with how much Neon is getting played, I think teams might go back to Fade as well.
Under pressure anytime now.
On Fracture?
Put into play. Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated. But Minibu's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure as predicted. Minibu to fall as well. Numbers kept even.
I think that's a little bit of a rushed one. A little bit of a rushed Rolling Thunder.
In the defender's hands, they've got it dropped.
Oi.
With a quick double, puts this one to bed, smoking off the spike and taking it from under Rian's nose. And now, a 1 versus 3. A big play coming in as well. Down below, you can see that Alpha is
Yeah, the
lurking.
wraparound. Dude, Alpha's so quick on this. He was already wrapping around before the spike even got planted.
Behind, Rian's worried about the players in May. Now he's got an idea.
He has an idea, but
Alpha
it's way quicker than he thought.
Returning to that
Aren't there
first
usually
half
player
form.
stats below the face cam? There are. They've turned them off since the tech reset up. Platchat asked about it, and Kukuka said they are. I believe she said they're still playing. They are back to playing on LAN, so it's not because they play online. Sometimes that's an indication that they play online. She said that's not the case, but they just don't have it set up. I assume it's just to lessen the load of the information that Barracks is sending to the UI. So I assume they just took that out.
Well, for Heretics, it is a mixed bag buying. You've got an operator alongside ultimate for Minibu. It feels like they've almost put all their eggs in one basket. He's dead immediately. Alpha here again with the opener.
I was saying earlier, you can't take anything away from him. His
Early
utility
ult,
so important here
Benji, he's
on
got to
the
get,
attack,
he's
but
got to
now he's
survive.
starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just one
Oh,
behind
that's
Kayak.
rough.
In terms of ranks, like
A little
just
too
matched
high.
up there. Benji down on the ground, and the dominoes all falling in favor of Fnatic. Boo! Even lost on that south side push. There's almost nothing to fall back on here. They've at least dealt with Alpha
Dude,
here,
this
but let's
is-
be honest.
I
there's
mean,
very
it was
little when
very
comes to
close up
weakness
until, like,
here on the Fnatic
I
side.
don't know,
think
round
Roster
15?
went away from having, in fact, there it
16?
is, the same amount of
And then
kills as
Fnatic
the last
starts
time
running
these two
away with
met
it.
in a series. This is a Fnatic
Holy.
fired up in the upper bracket finals, and now one map to the
GG.
good.
What an exciting map,
Impressive
though.
display from them.
What a
The
fun
attack
map.
almost flawless and a stellar
Really
defensive
good. I mean,
side
just
as well. It took
so
them a little
much.
while
I
to
think
get
what was
going with that
what's
second
impressive
round
about
blip.
maps like these
But while now we
is
look
that
to
like
see
both teams,
if
all
Heretics
the
are gonna
players,
turn up
all
for the
10
show.
players
Icebox
are
is
so
coming up next
self-sufficient.
after the break.
Like this is when you can tell Boaster didn't have to micromanage everybody. Boo didn't have to micromanage everybody, right?
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I don't know. You don't care. Give you my love. Do you know Michael Jackson? You better run. You better do what you can. Can you sing something from Michael Jordan? I'm the best. Swish, swish, swish. I'm the best.
I love the vibes. You gotta love the vibes. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Dude, the team's so good. It's so good. No, I mean, Boaster's very marketable. Boaster's very marketable for sure. No, they're so fun. It looks like Kayak's also just like getting comfy. Like he's able to enjoy it now. He's able to enjoy those segments rather than like looking nervous before the game. No, the map was way closer than 13-6. But towards the end, the last few rounds, Fnatic did start to run away with it for sure. All right, chat. I'm going to run some ads real quick. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can go grab a snack as well. Getting the munchies again. What do we do in the break? Let me grab a snack. I need to refill my water too. Chat, we got bean curd snacks. 우트 요즘 잘하나요? 아, 전체적으로 잘하고 있습니다. 방금 전 경기에서는 사실 뭐 특출나진 않았는데 우트 여전히 잘하죠. Asking about Woot. It's a little quiet that game, but generally he's been good this stage. Yeah, we got bean curd snacks. They're like little chips. I haven't had these. They're oven baked. I think my wife brought it from home? From our in-laws? I don't know where we got these. We're getting demonetized for sure? Yeah. I've given up on YouTube, chat. So, if you're watching on YouTube, please consider subscribing to the channel so the videos I make without their... wait, hold on.
Stupefy!
Bro, I've been watching their voice comms and Boaster doing some...
Stupefy! 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 Expecto Patronum! Wait, he's doing it back to us. What'd you do? I think he did Expecto Patronum. He did Expecto Patronum? God.
There was some magic in the air indeed.
That's so funny.
But we're now joined by someone who's been through it all. Not only a world champion, but 10 titles.
Oh yeah, Petra's on the desk.
What an honor it is for Petra to be here with us today. Welcome.
An honor for me as well.
We've been praying for these days, haven't we?
Yes, I am so happy that we have her here.
Dude, these are
and I hope
really
you come
light.
back, but I really, really want to know your thoughts because it's always us speaking about you, but now we also get to pick your brain.
Yeah, tell me, what was your biggest takeaway from that fracture map? What would you say?
Well, there was not a lot of dominating rounds. In the beginning especially, it could go to every team. Near the end it was more dominating for Fnatic, and yeah, on defense they didn't get any round, maybe one.
Yeah, it was just
All right.
the one. Very, very close start. I honestly thought we were gonna get an OT.
yeah.
I really, really was
Let's
hoping
leave
for that OT,
the
but
let's leave the
I don't
audio
know
on,
what
but
happened? How do we? Why was it so one-sided and then not?
I absolutely loved how this map started.
Let's do,
We can see, Heretics doing
oh.
a lot of shenanigans, a lot of set rounds with their ultimates right off the bat, and they had a very
I don't know
clear
what the best
idea
way to
of
do
what
this
they wanted
is.
to do. Remember, Heretics had
I
not
guess this
played
is the
this
best
map
way.
since kickoff, so they still
What are we
gotta get
doing?
used to the things. We saw the changing compositions, and Fnatic had a
Let's
very
do a
rough
short
start.
one. Let's
When the
not
pistol, they're
geoguess or
not able to
anything.
convert, and as Petra was saying,
Let's do
everything
connections.
was
I like connections.
extremely close, a lot of clutches, but eventually Fnatic found their footing. They found what made them strong, and they secured all their
외국인인
most
거는
parts.
맞아요. 따지자면 외국인입니다. 미국 신분이고요. 영어가 더 편한 것도 맞아요.
Now, they've been very vocal
Talking
in the
about my
past, right? We're
English.
not afraid of stealing other people's comms. We can steal it and make it better, but Petra, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess it is. They need to tweak it a little bit more so they have their own game plan, right? So they cannot copy
Okay.
paste everything.
Yeah, they can't. And I love the differences of how Miniboo was used versus how Kayak was used.
Yeah. I think that in Kayak we can see also the mind of Boaster, like when he goes on to
Syringe?
A and then gets a kill. The call is we all go B. We see him playing
Eager
a lot
bacteria
outside of the pack. On the other
syringe.
side, we saw a Miniboo that was going in first and being shut down. Actually, time and time again, this is one of the things that Fnatic spotted that was being a pain point. So they had to use a lot of utility to shut him down, and eventually they got in there.
Or is it?
I don't think anyone saw him.
Oh,
Petra.
maybe
He
it's
was just getting
beaker,
spammed.
ruler,
Yeah, it felt very
protractor,
unlucky, but he got
syringe.
caught in the
But
same position a
syringe,
lot.
ruler,
Yeah, is that like a
protractor?
predictable thing, you think, when it comes to Neon players, that you know where to spam?
I mean, if there's a ball, you're spamming it, right? So maybe you need to try to bait a little bit more and change up your pace to not get spammed.
Yeah, and Chronicle was just with the Phantom time and
So
time
what
again.
does a
He was like,
protract?
there's
But
gonna
I
be a
feel
lot
like
of eats,
bacteria
a lot of
has to go with.
balls, Neon's running, so I'm just going to be spamming with the Phantom. And it's so good to see Fnatic in this form because we know that Fracture has always been a good map for them. And coming into today, deciding to change the veto, love this phase that we see. And then on the side of Heretics, they have not lost a
Bacteria.
map
If
since
this
week
is true, then this has to
2
go with
of,
bacteria,
stage 1.
no?
So kind of
Let's try this first.
Yeah, we have some agent select, I believe, coming up.
Okay.
So
Oh,
let's
you
take a
were
look at
dead
agent
on.
select, I
Taxonomy.
guess.
Okay. Ruler,
Alright,
beaker, syringe,
I think
protractor.
it's for map 2 for Icebox, right?
Let's talk
Okay.
about
Yeah,
Icebox.
we wanna have a little bit more
Graduated
time than
instruments.
this. So let's talk about Icebox real quick. Petra, you were stage
Oh,
enjoyer.
hold on,
as we
real
take
quick.
A look at this, and we're going to see a stage on the side of Fnatic.
That's nice. I don't see enough stages on this server. I would like to see 2 of them. I think stage wall is
Yep,
pretty
Kayak with the battle stage again. No
useful, especially on
Omen.
defense. If you
So we Miniboo's Neon versus no Duelist Fnatic. I like this
Is there a
actually.
comp you prefer out of these 2?
Well, I'm a Soba fan as well.
Oh, of course.
This
you
is
would.
tough.
Of course
I think
you would.
Fnatic's comp is generally better, but it's Heretics with
Their comp
Miniboo,
is
so I
very
think it
good, and
works.
Defo on this map is also unmissable.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Heretics decide not to go for.
그럼 NA에서 일하는 게 편한가요? 뭐 지금은 근데 한국에 정착했기 때문에 한국에서 일을 해야죠. 할 수 있는 거는 미국이 훨씬 많죠. 할 수 있는 그러니까 무조건 할 수 있는 거는 한국에서도 뭐 예전에 사무실에서도 일했었고 했기 때문에 일을 할 수는 있는데 아무래도 미국이 뭐 옵션은 더 많죠. I do have someone's asking if it's more comfortable for me to work in America, and like technically true, but you know I'm living in Korea and I can work in Korea just fine. Yeah, what's the last one here? Commerce.
Fnatic, Mitch and Tom are one map
Emperor
away
King.
from
Okay,
another grand
Emperor
final.
King. Oh, Emperor
Well,
King.
this is where they belong, isn't it? Fnatic at the top of EMEA. We've seen it many a time before, and often it is Heretics they have to get past. Last time in stage 1, they failed to do it, but now just one map away. And you know what, Tom? Icebox, you said it in the last map. This could have been a mistake for Heretics, and coming off the back of desolation like that on Fracture, it very well might be.
Yeah, I think you look
Macaroni.
at, like the results of this stage and you go, okay, 3-0 for Heretics, 0-1 for Fnatic, and you go, okay, so you pick that map, but you understand the history that's on this map. You understand that
Kinds of
defeat was a very,
penguins.
very close defeat. To Team
Really,
Liquid, who,
macaroni.
Again, like, historically have been
What's the
very good
last
at this
one?
map. And then more
E
so, you look at the
things.
fact that
Oh,
Kayak went, I think it was
e-commerce,
27 and
email,
17 while playing a
e-scooter.
Sage,
Okay.
And you go, okay, you get 1 or 2 other players
Wow.
stepping up alongside him, and this could be a very different story. Then
What's
you
a
add in
macaroni
momentum.
penguin? We gotta look that up.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, the Battle Sage, it really was a treat to
Heretics
watch
is famous for their neon on ice box. They played it last year as well, and they play it very well. If you've never watched it, this should be a treat.
Who are taking some space, some ground, the two being pushed, but
Ooh, they know about the push-outs.
Fishy watching that alongside
Double up
Boo,
as well.
and they'll find the opening pick as a result. They even suspect that he wasn't alone, but Crashies bides his time. Unfortunately,
oh my gosh.
One shot
Okay.
left. And he'll be executed from behind. Does well, though, to find his one there. Still a disadvantage for Fnatic.
Alfia playing yellow and only getting one kill. Can't believe it.
Uh-oh.
We'd have at least
Uh-oh.
two. Boaster under serious
Ooh.
pressure. Wingman can get the plant
Nice
in.
swing. Pistol, so it doesn't matter if they really lined up. Didn't have a sheriff.
Spotted Crashy's flank, and both players.
There was a
on Fnatic
scooter.
Completely
No, your commerce
isolated.
signature
Both
mail.
pistols
Yeah.
went their way in the last
That was
map. It
correct.
got
E
them that
things.
Extra little bonus of a
E-scooter.
star. Well, maybe this one still has some legs in it.
Wait,
2
hold
quick
up.
Kills.
Where has this hope come from?
Wait,
oh,
he
stun
got-
perfect though. Chronicle gonna be caught out. Rianne's the one to take him down, and now
Did he just get
Crashy's
so
all
stunned?
alone. And they're lined up. The high-low setup almost isolates one. The shot's not quite landing. 4, 3,
Dude, look at
2
them
bullets
reposition.
left, and
Oh,
he's
that's
out.
so
The
good.
reload, they'll swing on, but that's a
No
mistake.
time, no time.
Unfortunately, time is too far gone at this point. Woot pulls it across the line with 1-0. It's the first pistol of the series for Heretics, but not the first time they've gotten off to a good start and a half.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see Woot playing this Gecko as well. I think it's worth noting that obviously a lot of the duelist players have kind of just gone.
I think he got so stunned by his own wingman because the wingman tanked someone below, but the wingman like turned the angle so it covered him as well.
But you have a little bud to do it for you.
I didn't
Sure,
know that
you
was
have to flash,
possible.
but you can flash for yourself. Like there's a lot of very aggressive things that you can do with a Gecko. That's why I can think of a duelist main or two who just swapped to that and started playing it on his streams.
A second ago, I said that it was a great stun. I think that was Chronicle's own wingman.
Yeah, there
from
you
down
go.
Below that stunned
They
him.
caught it.
Because in the kill feed, there was no assist for Rianne's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but his utility belt doesn't do any stunning. So that's a little bit unfortunate. It might even be through the floor as well. I'm not sure I've seen that before with that kind of.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever
to it,
seen
but
that.
Wingman, a very effective buddy, I suppose. Although this time not for Chronicle.
I mean, it shouldn't ever happen that often. It only really should ever happen on elevation, so that's crazy.
Hey,
Got confused.
everyone wants to help out. Woot.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you can hit yourself with every single piece of Gecko
Look
util.
back to his previous performance versus BBL, a 14-12 overtime.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I just, yeah, it's
He has
just
been in
almost never
form,
happens.
especially in recent times. With the space he's taken, the team are actually going to rotate in to execute alongside, of course. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, just spam him out. That's fine. Boaster wrecked. Not going to be able to do anything with his extra util to delay, and the rest of the team, Mitch, they're not particularly close.
Does Sleeky still have a vendetta against Wingman? I mean, probably. He's a heartless man.
Weaponry certainly not favored.
He's a heartless man who will throw his fans into the engine just to prove a point.
Watching for a look. I think they're
Think about
both
that,
watching
chat.
to see if Benjamin Fish was going to be coming in from behind.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to pick up even just that ghosted advantage. Start to then box them in the post plant. But Heretic's not quite so brazen in this one. It's 5 players.
I mean, at this
took
point, you just go
passive
down to the
late play
spike.
from Rianne's to wrap around, see if he can pick up. Because you're getting the sense here they're going to go down to the spike, right? He wants to get ahead of that.
Oh.
Find a couple of orbs for himself.
Okay.
Miniboot successfully
I mean,
lands an orb at
That's
least.
the rifle.
Oh,
Need the rifle.
yeah.
It won't be recovered by the other
Okay.
side. It certainly won't be recovered by Heretics.
That's
I think
rough.
I think, yeah, that was the only Phantom that they had. So that kill
That is actually
quite
rough.
costly. A little bit irritating.
I
to lose
volunteer
that
as
and for
goal.
Miniboot to be the last man left behind. But
Oh, here it is.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, EVS. Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
the
His
Dizzy
own
I've seen
wingman got him.
before.
That's criminal.
But the Wingman I've just never seen before.
Outrageous.
why is there no self-assist?
Because I think the Dizzy was like part of like
I'd
a
love it.
a
Someone needs to edit
Mythbusters
that
thing
where the
right
wingman's
away
like
as soon as it
just
came
goes
out, as soon as people figured out it was a projectile.
That is outrageous.
Heretics with a little help from a little friend. For now, though, Airby definitely has a piece or two missing. They're going to have dropped another gun over to Miniboo.
Why it sucks to be Wingman animation, dude. That was so sick.
But
I've seen that.
if this season is anything to go by,
알파이에르가 진짜 많이 다시 올라왔죠. 아니 프나틱이 전체적으로 다시 그냥 전성기 폼이에요.
sort of a
모두가.
must-win round.
Yeah, everyone on Fnatic is like getting back into their prime, I feel. It's incredible, actually.
We've seen Heretics do more with less, even just in the previous round, or previous map, I should say.
Tony's down.
Fnatic with their rifles in hand. I've already sensed that presence towards the A site. The drone gone through and met some opposition, met some resistance, but Heretics, I think, are playing this as a fake.
3-2 for Heretics.
Players spotted, noise still being made, but now the rotation
Benji.
back around to the
But
B
they
site,
should
didn't
know.
even
But they
because
already
of
have a
space
deep
taken
position on
from
yellow, so
watched by
Heretics
Benji,
should be
back by Boo.
okay, but no time. You gotta clear the Nanoswarm.
30 seconds left.
There's a jiggle peak coming in through mid, and I think that with no execution of that utility, that fake was not the greatest sold. No one's really fallen for that, but there isn't much in terms of denial. They've already used some of that extra utility.
Okay.
and
Oh,
instead
not
it's
a safe
slightly
plant.
different plant, but Wingman's been dropped.
Missed the
12
wingman
seconds
a little
now,
bit, I
and
think.
how
Either
to
way,
get
it was getting
moving. They
salvoed.
need to move forward and get somebody to try and plant that spike, and the fights are not going their way. Still yet to find a plant. Within the
Does he have
last
time?
second, they're going to attempt it, but there are players peeking in. The plant will go
Doesn't.
down, but Kayak
Nope.
is quick
They
to
did
make
have time,
sure
but
nothing comes of it.
It comes damn close to being a successful round. Kayak's healing himself back up there, but he was tagged pretty low. So was Boaster. And even those 1 or 2 extra picks coming across the line, they bring
I mean,
big
all things
value to Team
considered,
Heretics in a round like that.
okay,
So they definitely,
right?
considering the A site fake really didn't
It's your
work out. I
bonus.
mean,
You
still
bought up
util
another
close
Vandal,
to
but
util,
people,
you
it's
still
one
have
person that
Vibrant
saved
as well.
before, so it's
Dizzy in
okay,
every
but...
rotate.
And he drone! Oh no! Not even a fast lane committed.
Yeah, so like it's an okay
No, he's still
bonus.
here, guys. Come on.
And it-
They're freezing.
Look at this
But yeah, it was a
damage.
good read, I think, as well, from that defensive side.
But it was an
Not
okay
over-rotate,
round for
stay
Fnatic
in
as well.
position. They get the reward.
Who are you
I mean, I
rooting
don't think
for?
there's too many
I'm
players.
slightly, ever so slightly rooting for
Yeah,
Fnatic.
that fake
Clearly a
didn't
fake.
fool us so much that we're actually just going to go B now, lads. It's also just the util denial. They had so much available to just make sure there was no safe place to plant. That is the value of those salvos especially, but nano
Yeah, this isn't Pacific. We're safe.
snake bite
No
as well.
Pacific teams here.
It is a lot that can deny. And that's something that Heretics are going to have to be very wary about. Even having the wingman doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that plant for free. And without having that trusty Sage wall, it can become tough.
Deep clear
Obviously
with the
a pretty
drone.
intense read on this peak coming through middle. You can see that it's a high-low setup late into the round. They put pressure on B. They show tail so that
I
hopefully
do think,
somebody
chat, like
goes for
doing
that
these
mid-aggression.
arrows and stuff
In the end, it doesn't really come
more
through. You could
during the live
consider what we just
commentary
saw from
is can be
Chronicle there.
really good.
Kind
You,
of.
obviously, you have to do it quite artfully,
Though, like, Benji just
and
got
it'll
killed
take
from a
time.
guy all
The
the way up.
zoom in's not a
Deep in
fan, but
towards that A side of the map.
the
But
arrows I
luckily,
think
there's
is
been a
very
response.
good.
Again, the
The
goal on this
problem
side has
is,
always
I
been to
just
delay,
don't
but
know
Minigood's
how
decided,
many
you know
casual
what? I'm
viewers
not
are
gonna give
even
them that
actually
opportunity.
ever
I'm gonna
looking at
try
the
and get up
minimap.
in their face. Plant will
Like
go
drawing the
down.
arrow, I don't know if it would draw your
Armageddon.
attention.
A little bit further up behind, was hoping to force them forward, but with the space already taken by Miniboot, they weren't too wary about it.
Like
Still
it'd be
looking to
sick
hold
if
on
you
to
could
that
come
back.
up with
Kayak
some
is the snake in the
communication
grass, the second layer
system
to
where you
this
can like
rotation, and it
ask
seems
the
like at this
observer to
stage,
show
attack
the
are completely
third
unaware
person
that
or
there is
bird's
another
eye
player coming
view
in
of
from
like a
behind.
section of the map and you could draw on
no
it,
idea.
right? Like
And now even less so, looking for that retake.
1
looking
second,
for the fight.
2v2.
Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head, but manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space.
I
The
mean-
wall not quite lasting as long as it needed to. Woot getting involved early on. And a third round now for Team Heretics. The early half, again, looking favored
But
towards
what I
that
mean is, like,
attacking
let's
side.
say, like, it's a quiet lull or, like, there's a rotation going on. Like, give me, like, a little flyover of mid,
Of Benji. I
and
think
you can
they
draw over
realized
the
how
actual middle of the
tough it
screen.
is
Like, if they
for
do,
him to
like, a
just
little
sort of hold
flyby
on
of
to
mid,
that
and then
much
you're
of the
like,
map
yeah,
and
so,
having
you know,
a player
they're
push mid
keeping
and
their
getting
eyes, you know,
aggressive
pointing
on
at
A.
this window or whatever. Like,
It came down to the
that could be cool, but that would require way too much coordination.
Solid work from Woot to actually win that round home, because I feel like if you look at how it was actually played,
I can
probably
learn
a
from
favor
seeing the
Fnatic
map.
there.
I mean, but any of you who are watching, if you're watching a watch
Flank could
party
have had so much more value,
of
but a
someone
few
who used to
early reads by
cast
Heretics
and analyze,
from
and I
across the
still
line.
analyze
Pistols
games,
for
you're
Fnatic,
not a
light body
casual viewer,
across the board.
you know?
It's out the air. Marshall in hand, the biggest investment, bar the stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood.
This is not the
early,
lower
still
final.
So much to worry about.
The lower
In
final
particular, the
is
outlaw in
tomorrow,
Minibu's
and then
hands,
the
a
lower
double-barrel
semifinal
operator
for
in
Toronto
effect,
is the
with
next match.
nobody
This is
having
upper
heavy
final.
shields. Everyone is squishy. Everyone's
Ooh,
a free kill,
rude.
but he's got to land his shot. And now he's down to just 50.
Wait, Alpha got tagged on
Some
that.
of his health back. Live to fight another day, and Miniboo's being left behind. It's mainly, again, because this secondary lurk, this additional player of Boo, has taken a lot of space over on that A site. The problem, though, is that they are losing members. A 5 versus 3. Drone from Crash, he's just waiting, knowing that there was a guy on the other side, and now I'm going to just try and slow them down as the full
Two of them are
Fnatic
one shot from
looks
the
to
outlaw as well if
rotate
they
into this
picked it
side of the
up.
map.
This could be
He
a
did
strong
not.
start to the attacking side, but they're being chipped away at by Fnatic.
Got Kayak on the flank.
Chance remaining for the defensive side. An early flank yet again. Guess who it is?
Ooh, you know, I
Kayak
actually like the
wrapping up
zoom in
behind,
on the
hasn't been
ults.
spotted, and there's presence being shown.
That's
by
actually
Fnatic.
kinda
They haven't
nice.
committed just yet. Those weaker weapons hesitant to take the fight.
Oh, the
Will
map,
Heretics
not so
worry about
much.
their back in time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first. They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the rifle, buys time, grabs their attention,
Damn.
and Crashies takes them both out.
Real well
Plenty of
done.
time for the defuse, and the orb given towards that Armageddon. Fnatic are back on the board with a pay safe card Thrifty.
Again, it comes off a little bit of individual brilliance to start.
The
but then just
the
being
ult
able
zoom in
to
is kind of nice.
isolate those flanks. That's
Just a quick
happened
little brings your
multiple
attention to the
times where-
icon.
well, firstly, that shot's just
Oh,
absurd.
come on.
But the second they realize that Benji is gone, they go, okay.
You know why
we
that
can
works?
now
It's
flank,
because
we
it
can
doesn't
get in
disrupt
behind
anything
without
else on the
too many
UI.
issues,
The
and I
map
do feel
disrupts
like
the
that's
rest of the
happened a few
map. I think that's
times
the
now,
problem.
where Heretics are just a little bit too unaware that, okay, we've lost our Sentinel. We need to be aware of it.
100% with you there, Tom. I think that is
Doesn't APAC have the zoom ins?
biggest
No.
downfall of that attack side in those 2 rounds.
They don't have a
saw. The one that came
telestrator
close, and this one here that fell,
connected
that
to the
crumbled.
ops screen.
Kayak's being allowed to wrap behind him. Benji going down early. We can't see that repeated too many more times.
Oh, US
He's also
does
being
APAC have it?
targeted.
No.
I think that needs to be said because
Belt push.
it's not just like, oh, Benji's having a bad game. Like he's getting. No, they're actively looking for Benji so that they can have those flanks. So it's great work from Fnatic and something that Heretics have to adapt to.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to find him earlier, and then just a mid hold. This time, the push from
Dude,
A
nice
is in Heretics'
peek.
favor.
Oh,
They're running it down towards Kayak.
okay.
No
He only
flank
gets
this time.
one.
He's
Their
dealt with that for
Heretics
one.
is
And
counting their
Heretics
lucky
finding
stars
these
here.
Close range 1v1s, XV1s, in fact. They've managed to recover themselves some rifles.
Wingman as well. You're sacrificing the
look
wingman.
at the space
It works.
on B.
It works. Holy.
Yeah, this has been another thing to talk about is that the amount of space they've been able to get on B at times has been intentional, and there's been just util thrown in to delay. But this round was just a single rifle for the side of Heretics. And Mini's done incredibly well. Like him and Benji both finding a pick, both getting rifles for Benji and Woot, and then the space that's been taken on the other side. Because it looks like an eco-direct hit into
You know what?
A.
I like it. I like risking the wingman for the fake.
Fnatic now have to try and clear everything else that
Ooh,
remains.
this is
And
tough
Boo's
though.
been so patient.
Okay.
He waited in
Ult
this
for
corner
ult.
with a classic, hoping that there was someone close enough by that he could punish. And in the end,
Oof.
he's forced back by this lockdown. Won't have his reward.
Yikes.
Won't be able to get back into position either.
Oh, really?
Snake
Using
bite,
it to
though,
delay,
lands in time
okay.
to delay. Buying that little bit more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already, wrapping around on yellow.
Yeah,
Those recovered rifles
that really
now
messed
in
him
for
up. The
chance.
little
Alpha
gap.
baits them
Boaster's
into
already
the
on yellow.
open,
That's
takes
tough.
down the double. Boaster with another, and the round
NT,
falls
NT.
into Fnatic's hand just about. The wingman working hard to defuse that spike as they now equalize it in Fnatic's form 3-3.
I mean, I think he placed it like right as the lockdown went through, right? I don't remember the thrash. Because if you don't consider the opponent lockdown, I don't mind the thrash, but obviously we saw the lockdown come down.
To get back into position, and probably the more worrying thing for the side of Heretics there.
This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Yeah, I was going to say the more worrying thing is the fact that
Damn.
two ultimates went through there for Heretics. So you start off the round, you're not going to put too much in. You go, okay, we'll invest into that singular rifle, try and do some damage. And rightly so, when it got close, they go, okay, we'll use the thrash. We'll use ourselves the lockdown.
I would have gotten Miniboo on the crouch speed because I'm a body shot berry. It is incredibly funny how much more often you get headshot when you crouch or crouch peek in lower ranks, because everyone's going for body shots.
And then Fnatic just start climbing back into the map.
It is
For
incredibly
Heretics,
funny.
You just can't really afford that right now.
Well, Alpha's getting involved in some of those early fights, and you saw it there on the stage. We mentioned it in the first map as well. When he's getting confident, when he's smiling, when he's cracking jokes, that's when he's most dangerous. Had a phenomenal map going into the previous. And
when
now,
he's angry, he's also very dangerous, though.
Absolutely.
You have to say, like,
We
I think
Bear
it's
Bears.
totally, if you ever see him sad, that's when you're like, oh, he's gonna have a bad game. But I don't know if I.
Why does Mini have a wee bear bear?
But yeah, you've seen him now.
Well, she.
Said Benji's in his pocket. He's had those early picks. It's allowed Kayak to wrap up behind in the important rounds and the big ones. As you've seen here, two big teams when it comes to getting those early advantages. Something that Alpha has contributed heavily to so far in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think this is when you look at the best teams in the world, you expect their 5v4 conversion to be very, very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams that have made it to international events.
Turn up my AC a little
we'll
bit.
compete at them. Here comes the TikTok
Getting
plays.
human.
Kayak, a cheeky wall, put into position, and you're not going to expect it. That mini who.
Hey, Canstar. Oh, it's been great. This match has been
There's
incredible.
not really anything you can do about that. You'd have to pre-fire every single angle on the map to find that kill.
Yeah, I think that boost is
The earlier
been around almost
the
as long
ACL
as
games were good
TikTok.
too.
Kayak happy to take it out here. You haven't seen it for a long time though, right? Just with the lack of Sage being put into play. Sure, we'll get the one around mid a little bit later on. For now, that one was more than enough
Any
to find the
tags?
early advantage.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury thrown through.
Ooh.
Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman. The plant in play. Crash. Oh, it's got a lot of space.
Dude, Heretics is
Forcing
they're losing the
fights as they're
plot.
out in the open and put in the dirt. 4 rounds now for Fnatic and a flawless round that they get it
Yikes.
done on.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal. Like you, as the opponents, you take a tactical pause. You come in where you have an ult or 2 of your own to play with. You try and get back into the game.
Why does this feel
with the coaches,
familiar?
And then an in-zone
What do you
flawless
mean?
Comes through seconds later. That's got to be a bit more of a backbreaker on the other side of things because obviously it didn't start the way they wanted
Oh,
to. But
dude, Kayak feeling. Dude, I think Kayak playing confidently from the get-go though is huge for Fnatic.
Has always had its value.
It's
In terms of
huge.
that sort of like, okay, you could utilize the wall, you can have the slows to combine with other utility.
I mean, I think Heretics had a bit of a rough loss on Fracture because it was so close for most of those rounds, and yet it was 13-6. So I think that probably gets to you a little bit, and then they are getting a bit routed here on Icebox, I think.
Basically still a chance.
We'll see though. So far, I mean, the score is
I
close.
tried to dash and it didn't work. I accidentally pulled out my heel.
Oh, sees him, sees him. Dude, nice adjustment.
Of his duo on the other side, picking off Benji. He's now in Boaster's pocket. This is a round where Heretics don't have a lot to play with. The Viper's pit, well, it will allow them to get close with the pistols, but their HP decaying down. Not too
Crashies could
favorable
kill
of a fight.
them all. He gets the salvos back online.
This is tough. I mean, you know Armageddon's online too. Like, I don't know what you do here. I guess you try to plant here.
Brutal scenario. I think you can see the defense maybe starting to question if they've gone back in the other direction, but Miniboot immediately falling. They do manage to get the plant down.
It's outside the pits.
Really
You can
been any
defend
other
it.
positive to this round so far.
Like 2 flank.
Textbook attempt by Miniboot to go
So that's going to be tough.
running up onto rafters to take
I mean,
that
if you're
Viper out
Fnatic,
of
I
the
think
pit.
you use
You know
Armageddon
it's the
here.
spot they're likely to
Double
be
ult
in,
just
but
to secure the
different
round.
story altogether, trying to take that pick. Rienz, well,
Really,
he
we're
was in
not
a good
going to?
position
Well,
outside
okay,
of the
they don't
pit.
need to because they're just going to find everybody. Never mind.
The Wingman got onto his tricks early on, and that will be back-to-back in-zone flawlesses for Fnatic. Now, Heretics didn't invest a lot here, but what this does to the defender's economy is it bolsters it down. It gives them a lot of cash in the bank
Let
to fall
Boaster
back on.
up.
And with
That's
a
actually
5-3
good.
lead,
Oh,
with
that's a
lot, I was
sick
what,
banner.
5 out of the last 6 rounds going in their favor. This is now becoming an uphill battle for Heretics in a map that they absolutely must win.
There's few teams that I think about when
I mean, Fnatic's just so on top. Like, that flank was so fast. They're just so on top of the map today.
They don't know what to do, bro. They actually don't know what to do.
They actually don't. They actually don't. He is correct.
It's like you see them play in the group stage. The series wasn't particularly close. Went in the favor of
The banner is made by Trubun on Twitter.
13-10.
Really?
Right now,
Oh, she does a lot of good Fnatic art.
Victory.
Let's check it
In the
out.
other direction, they are being pressured.
Oh,
Mini
found the gap.
desperately searching for space to hide in, and while
Oh.
he might have found some space, but
Rians
his teammate in
got
Rians
caught.
did not.
I wonder if Rians thought he was outside. He was on the pipes here.
It's whatever. Benji going down in that early fight. Who cares? You got pistols. At least
Yeah, I mean, we got to remember, Team Heretics 2-0'd Fnatic in the last group stage match 2 weeks ago.
And Heretics left without Rians,
But
left
now,
without that drone, that recon.
I mean,
that could
they
be
just
used to
have
clear
no.
out this position, the op in play for Kayak.
Heretics
lined
is
up,
playing very
waiting
like.
for an opportunity, and with 50 seconds on the clock, they're gonna have to give that opportunity soon.
Okay, at least they
Flash
set up the
ready
turret now.
Maybe that will push him back.
But
If it
you are
doesn't,
basically committed to
maybe
8. Like,
in
they're
a 5v3
playing very
soon.
committed.
Time also becomes an issue. 2 slows and the wall available. They're walking straight into that crosshair.
Okay, at least you get the op down, but good trade.
We're not getting the
Good
3
booster.
flawlesses, but
Plays it safe. You know you have numbers. 3v2. You're going to wait for Alpha here anyway, so. Woot. They're trying to hide Woot, getting ahead. No idea of it. That's a good setup from Heretics, but Alpha here is just better.
He'll find both. It looked close for a second or two, but with the form that Alpha is in, it's not looking like close for long.
No, and as well, like I said, Crashy's getting his claws out.
So the thing about Mini Boost Neon is that it's used to create so much space, especially on A. Like, he can bounce around, you know, from rafters, nest, back onto the site, things like that. Oh, that is rough, Rians.
To be a little more cautious, but mistake made and quick reactions by Boaster.
And I actually really like how Heretics used to use the Neon.
Indeed, a second pause coming into round
But
10. Heretics are fully
like, Kayak's always sticking around from wow. Immediately another one.
That is just a product of things going wrong.
But like, once the op came out, Kayak is always sticking around for one kill after the Neon jumps over, so you get at least one there. And then on top of that, the Tejo is slowing them down so much that by the time they set up, Fnatic has pretty good info that a rotate hasn't happened, so they can kind of stack their util and their numbers on A. And I don't know if Heretics will have the read on that. We'll see. We'll see if the coaches figure it out.
He's doing damage when you can't see him. Like, I think we've talked many a time about.
I think Mini Boost Neon is a little sure.
You could put players like Sociable in that list in terms of just how many numbers he's going to put up individually. But I think if you're talking pure utility,
The big Tactibear is so nice.
I
wish about the big Tactibear
It
chat.
has to be Crash's #1 because every time you try and plant,
Little
he
Tactibear is
always
tiny.
seems to have his salvos at the exact
Little
right moment.
Tactibear
The
is little.
cycling of that utility from him is just sublime. And then if you deal with everything else that's going on, you've got Kayak and Alfia who are just popping heads.
Yeah. Oh, Benji's got the longest name in VCT EMEA. I think Serial's old name would have beaten that, but we'll leave that there. 6-3 for the Fnatic
What's
side.
Serial's
It's
old
been
name?
Wonderful to see them on this kind of form. Playoffs form indeed. Upper bracket. Final right now, and the grand final seemingly locked in. Big changes needed, but Heretics call a pause to seek out those answers. Another opening duel for Fnatic. This time, punished quickly and cleanly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Just making
But
sure
you lost the Neon,
don't
so you
get away
lost
with
kind of
too
what
much.
makes your comp special
Really
here.
feeling
And look
like
at this.
those light
Already
shields are
info.
in play for
You
Heretics.
know
Kayak
it's A.
got the
Granted,
right
it's
read
2-2,
with
so
that wall
Fnatic
in
can't
hand.
actually hold them
Look
off
how much
that well.
space they've got already. This time, at least Benji.
Oh,
is
it was just
alive.
serial killer. Gotcha,
So the
gotcha.
turret should give
I
them
mean,
that
that's a proper, that's a good change.
But they've already spotted it. With how much space they've already managed to get, you can see that the Fnatic players are just waiting. They don't want to give the game away just yet.
Fnatic should just do a Kong round with Guardians only. Just mental boom him. Hey, so you know one was up there. I mean, the flank is, dude, it's.
They find out the hard way. Benji at least able to pick off Article. The players now are waiting on site. I say players, it's just one.
I mean, I love that Fnatic's winning, but this is rough for Heretics. Okay, boo. You just don't clear him.
Even the lockdown committed and
Never
denied.
mind.
Kayak, you've been sublime so
Oh.
far, but a little more needed.
res.
There's
Oh.
the pick and the res, and that brings them
Doable.
right back into the round.
You finally
Hold up.
managed to deal with Alfia and someone brings him back to life. Counter lockdown. Going to be put into play. the round so much more important than anything else. Alfie are actually looking to try and play ahead of it, and he'll be dealt with by Riens. And while there's not a lot of time left, it won't matter.
That's rough.
It takes a second pause, but
If you play League of Legends, I haven't played in
a solid individual round
a long time.
Onto the scoreboard for the
Back when I used to, probably. I mean, my most played is probably ADC, but bot.
And forgetting about his own individual performance,
I played a lot of support and mid as well, but I played everything.
I was worried there in the end, Tom. My heart skipped a beat. Seeing Kayak, 2 shots.
Kind of like Valorant. Like if I had to choose, I'd probably have a main, but it kind of depends on the season and the meta. And I always try to go around just to make sure I like have a feel for all the parts of the game. Oh! I like that idea from Heretics. Try to chase up on the recon, but. Dude, fast lane to pretend that you're creeping up too? Bold.
No, we've seen them versus both Vitality and Apex have incredibly clean defensives.
With the Teo nerf, Masters Toronto will be just like lock-in. I mean, technically kind of, but I think that's the wrong way to look at it, right? You can still glean a lot from VOD review in terms of tendencies and patterns, right? See how they react to opponent calls, see how they figure out the anti, see what they change up. Like, there are still going to be patterns for certain teams. Like, I say this, like, last year, Gen.G had a fixed pattern regardless of different patches. I mean, they were also kind of notorious for doing that, but you can do that. And it's also about which team kind of reads the meta faster. And lock-in was a single elim bracket, I think, you know, which also was fine. Wow. Oh, whoa.
They couldn't be more wrong. With just one, he's on the ropes, quite literally.
Yikes. Which was fine for lock-in because it was more like an event, so I'm fine with that. But lock-in was also single elim, so I don't think. I think it's also, you can look at it the other way of like, it's exciting to see which team can adapt faster and also like pick up on what the other teams are doing mid-tournament, like ASAP.
For Heretics each time is like, okay, this time we're going to try and get aggressive. We're going to try and play around it. And Bosa just puts a snake bite right in their path, so anybody that clips it gets stuck. Then behind
my brother's trying to teach me League down. He wants me to become ADC. Fnatic versus MIBR in Toronto finals? Wait, what? What's MIBR doing up there? I mean, MIBR is good, but
much more you can do.
Now, there's a reason you're seeing everybody here. You've got a Viper's Pit alongside a Hunter's Fury to work.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't know about that. I think they just don't have a regular circle program, chat. I wonder if it's just not available. The double up zoom is not. I really hope that they're reviewing this from a production standpoint.
And a couple of spams, the only thing really standing in Heretics' way, and the fact that they are taking a long time. I thought by now we'd already see them in there, but they're waiting outside of B.
I mean, Heretics, you got to get at least 5, right? You have the ults, but
still have 4 players close by.
At least this time they have their flank totally covered with Killjoy util, but that means that Benji cannot die. Huge kill from Miniboo.
A quick pick, but still all of that delay utility is in place. 30 seconds.
Okay, a lot of util drawn out.
Having to just wait out so much different pieces of utility.
Oh my gosh.
That a risk could do it all. Hunter's Fury thrown in to try and find some damage as the wingman goes for the plant. I don't know if it's going to fail. No, it's not. It fails now. They're stuck again.
Why aren't we just using the pit, man? What are we doing? Oh my God.
Spike dropped once again. With 7 seconds left, Chronicle, all he has to do is try and drop it one more time, but he will die. So it doesn't matter in the end. Your heart might skip a beat, but Heretics do get the job done.
Well, they put the pit in eventually, Tom. Jeez, they waited a while. How many
Do you get a rematch theory? Match previously team that lost has a bigger chance to win the rematch.
7-5 at the halftime. Heretics have clawed their way back up to a close.
I mean,
We'll see their defense somewhere.
I think if you're objectively the better team, that shouldn't happen. I think if you're objectively the better team, you should overcome that even if you won the first time.
After the break.
But I think, but generally, like, I see the reason for it, right? Because you can learn from your losses. So if the losing team is a relatively good team, they will be able to improve a lot. Like, they'll know exactly what to improve. But if you're objectively the better team, then I think that shouldn't happen. If you are if people thought the first matchup was 50-50, then probably the losing team comes back. But when I say objectively, I don't mean that everyone predicted it, but I just mean, like, if you are just such a good team, right? Like, if you are meant to be the GOAT, then I don't think that should happen. All right, halftime, 7-5. Support your team. Get a €5 boost. It's good. It's a good scoreline for Fnatic. Heretics would very much like to start with the pistol to kind of nullify that.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. Fnatic leading the charge and looking good on pistol rounds in this series. Heretics, well, they better hope they can connect another one here, as that early start on this map is really all that makes this a close affair. It was 3-1 in their favor, but Fnatic made a streak of rounds, bringing us up to this 7-5 halftime. But for Heretics, Tom, you alluded to it earlier, or well, not really alluded, you said it.
They love that shot at EMEA. The camera lens shot, the viewfinder shot.
At least in their victories versus Vitality and Apex, they were very good on that defensive side. And I think
it was time for the second shortest. I mean, they're running out of trivia here. I think it's okay to see. That's the other thing. I think it's okay to not show trivia.
Feeling the burn just yet, as they will run it straight into their opponents. There's a lot of counter utility being put into play,
especially in like an important match like this.
To try and fight this back, although has somehow managed to
but, I mean, it's not bad to show it. I just think not showing it sometimes makes showing it more impactful.
I think we're going to see Chronicle having some stern words with Wingman after how it's gone for him in the pistol rounds. I don't know what's going on.
You stun me through a floor, and then you don't get him when he stood there.
You look him in the eyes and you say,
all right, Benji's trying to make a difference here.
You're my buddy. Well, a 3 versus 2.
I mean, he saw more than one, so he's playing it safe, but
not deal with him completely. Make him a bit modest with 70 HP remaining. He'll back off. The world is Fnatic's oyster. For Team Heretics, they've got to gamble on where they think.
So they go back to B. Heretics wants to guess that they are going to double back to B. Are they correct? No, the ping is on A. Rough.
30 seconds left.
Orb available as well. Now slowly making their way towards the A site, which is
watching BBLTL early would be nice. I wouldn't mind that.
Eventually, the realization has to come through for the side of Heretics that they are on the wrong side of the map, and you mentioned it, how critical. What
happens if Wingman just gets stuck on like a texture?
And now we look at Miniboo and Benji and see what they can do with it.
Is stuck on a loop and you can't plant in time. Is that a remake?
Pretty good. But here, Fnatic definitely upping the challenge a little bit. This 3v2. Everyone tagged on that attacking side, but they've got the numbers. And the unknown factor, the positions having to be cleared, swinging out from those corners. Fnatic with a third pistol in this series, and I say Heretics have been pretty good. They're number 2 in the region, right behind BBL, who
3-1 in pistols.
How strong their performances have been. So
8-5 on your attacking half now.
It is a big deal.
Didn't their pistol stats take a pretty big hit recently, though? Were they?
BBL, yeah.
They lost a lot of them.
Still number 1.
It says a lot about how.
But Genji's not here, so no texture.
The qualification match.
He went at 7 players rosters now. I mean, it's for EWC. We'll see what they do for stage 2.
The trophy down.
Nice shot.
But again, the first kill might go the way of Heretics, but the second and the third go in the other direction. Boo has picked up the mantle of his brother, trying to do that a little bit more. Some nice shots, but the round still looks favored.
Is there a sheriff he can pick up?
Them, though.
Damn, that's rough.
Maybe the last man you'd want to come up against here.
He's up close. He's ahead of
Dude,
the
he gets
curve.
ahead of the
He's
bot.
taking Crashies down, runs for the hill, and makes it round the corner. Plant will come through.
Okay, he's gonna make it seem like he's going around the flank.
Only the one swarm grenade in play.
And then he's gonna come all the way back through kitchen. Never mind, all the way back through snowman.
Hoping to catch his opponent off guard. He may well catch him off guard. Look at where Alpha's going.
Yeah, does
He's
Alpha
so
suspect
focused
this?
on this path, on even it being a side push, but now he's spotted him. What a shot!
What? Dude, that is insane. That is the best classic shot ever.
May not have fallen into their favor.
Holy.
The pistol of Riens brings this round back into
That
Heretics'
is
pocket.
insane.
Unbelievable.
That's actually Riens is the best initiator in the world. That nope, that just
More so.
that's actually so
That's gonna be
crazy.
the easiest bundle on planet Earth to sell when your players are doing stuff like that with
Holy,
it.
yeah, what a
That's
bundle
just
freaking
utterly
ad right there.
ridiculous. And I said it in the moment, there is no one else you want in those clutch
Oh,
scenarios.
he wasn't even using the
with
bundle.
how
GG.
solid
No bundle.
Riens has been individually. It's
Dude, just look at how calm he is for the second
That's
shot.
The right click. That's the right click.
Oh, the first kill? Dude, that is wow.
Well, the first one was the right click.
Yeah, the up close battle. I don't think he quite would have been right clicking Alpha from there. Now,
아니, 오늘은 리엔즈입니다.
come through two rifles. In
또 내일은
play.
어떻게 될지
Those
모르지만
players playing the pistols have a chance to
오늘만큼은
find back up
리엔즈예요.
here.
I don't know if it'll change for Toronto, but today Riens is the best initiator in the world.
Not wanting to see Heretics one round away from them. They'll still have money for the next. Don't worry about that. It's not the biggest risk ever, but it gives them a huge opportunity. The opening pick already there is
ooh,
Kayak with another
dude.
Alpha.
Over
Returning
flooded
the
right
classic
there.
Onto Woot, and all of a sudden,
Oh no.
this round
Oh
had
no.
little to speak about in favor of Fnatic. Just two rifles. Now they've got four. And there's only two rifles for Heretics.
Okay.
Only
Big
two
hold
players
from Benji.
left standing.
Benji's held the line at least for a little bit. He's managed to find a gap.
Great trade from
Never gonna not
Crashies.
come through from that position.
Also a
Now
goated
leaves
Phantom from Boo.
A gap to run through, but almost seeming like suicide if he was to try and get through that gap, knowing there's going to be somebody either to the left, to
Waits
the right, or
for
up
the
above
screen.
him. At the moment, it seems like the majority of them, the wall's at least giving him a gap to try and find around, but he's hoping for a fight. And just look at where Fnatic sit. They are all back, passive, waiting patiently for a single tap to
Spotted.
come through. And guess what? Those salvos are online once again. Crashies always so irritating in these scenarios that
I don't think you can do much
is
here.
ever ticking, ever falling. And for Boo, I feel like at this stage it just has to be the retreat. And I think even the Fnatic
Crashies?
players are starting to
we
realize
chase
look
him?
where Crashies has got to. He's just trying to stop him.
Yeah,
getting
he
out
just
of
wants
there,
ult points.
to remove that gun, and
Oh,
that's
he
exactly what
takes
he'll
away the
do.
gun too.
The knife in the back, the thorn in the side. Fnatic, I've got 9 on that attack.
Taking the small advantage of that earlier economic decision, bringing in two
Damn,
rifles, finding
Fnatic
the
is so
opening
good.
pick,
I'm so
arming to the
glad
teeth,
that I'm
Alpha
rooting
here.
for him.
The man top fragging, tied up.
They're
with
so
Crashies.
good.
Even finds one with a classic. Here it is.
Maybe it's just a Turkish thing. Then again, I say that, but Chronicle was always very good with it.
Oh yeah, listen. You see,
He's
Chronicle
Turkish with
classic.
spirit,
Where
you
are you
know?
going, bro?
And they did. It was Woot going in to try
Oh
to fight
no.
Kayak.
Poster.
That's one of your lineups, right?
Oh, shut up, Tom. All right, listen. It happened one time in rank.
Oh, no, sorry. It is one of Scott's.
Look, stop coming for the Irish, Tom. I don't like it. Scott would never co-sign that. In fact, I reckon he's already writing that down in his notebook. Double
He's
digits
going to give
now.
him a stern high five after this game.
Yeah, it's going to be Scout with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman. Big talks to be had. 9-6, double digits now. Looking
Two spotted.
probable for Fnatic. And you got to say, Tom, great course correction after that. Little bit of a bump in the road in this half.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say it was a big bump in the road, but then I guess somehow they've used it as a ramp. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Mini Boo, he's been struggling this game and just looking at
Mini
the amount
Boo
of
has been,
utility
yeah,
that's being put
he's
in.
been
They
getting
don't
countered a
roughly where he would
lot.
land.
Like
the
they
hero gun
did their homework. Fnatic
ended
did
up
their
as the
homework,
zero
especially
gun.
on defense. They knew how Heretics like to
Lockdown
attack on
forced
A.
any players off this site. You had to stack. He had the players in the right place at the right time.
Deep lockdown as well. The dizzy just to make sure, and then you start creeping up on it so you don't lose time, and then you take out the people who are leaving, and then you've got the TikTok wall.
For Heretics with a lockdown.
Oh my gosh.
Wisely put into play by Alphayer here. Leaving Fnatic with double digits almost assuredly.
They're so
The question
good.
was, would it be flawless? An in zone will be sad to see it isn't. As Boo is the last one standing, picked off Chronicle. Still though, Thrash online.
With Thrash going on, Sunset coming in, that should be favorable for Heretics. I mean, yeah, they were a good Sunset team, but they were also Giga post plant chads. And I know they still did it even after the map change, but
4 players alive. Big economy.
it's not as good as it used to be.
10-6. A completely different story. We did not need a replay
That is-
of him throwing that into the barrier.
That is cruel.
That's messed up. That's
already
messed
been
up.
beaten
EMEA
up before.
replay ops
No
are
need to double down
messed
on
up.
it. Shout out Scott again for the lineup.
All right, listen, Tom. You're on thin ice now, man. You're on thin ice.
They're winning rounds. That's fine. 10-6.
Armageddon online.
Building up for Heretics, but starting to question if it's too little, too late. Armageddon
And the
crashes.
Thrash
They've
as
had
well.
So many set plays around this.
Oh, I
But
like the
just
attempt.
right. Oh,
Salvos?
damage. They even had a salvo that goes
Oh,
behind.
okay.
Rians is
Rian
just trying to
survives.
dodge every single piece of utility. Memes already being made on Twitter to prove like Valorant. How difficult it could be to play. He does survive though, but well, his teammate has not. In fact, Rians didn't even last long.
Now Wood's looking
I
the
mean,
wrong
they're
way
just over
again.
getting overwhelmed.
It was Kayak to distract him last time. This time, he's the one surprising him. And either way, this has got to be a save. Look, they're already backing off. They're already giving up that control towards the B site. Boo and Benji look to hang on to these weapons, and how quickly that round fell apart. And Tom, you're exactly right as well. It's not just the fact that you have this ult coming through, but behind
Didn't
it,
Heretics
you've
play
then
the new
got
Sunset
a
in
nano swarm
off-season?
and the salvos to block them in. I mean, those players were under so much pressure, and they
Rians found the
struggled.
one gap
The
that he
tiny
can stand.
gap.
Oh, no, 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 no.
On the
No,
way
I'm
back
confusing
in,
it with the
Fnatic,
ping
they're
changes.
finding
No, no,
players
no, no, no.
trying to
New Sunset
regain
wasn't
a
played.
spot to fight from,
Wouldn't have
trying
been
to
played.
regain control, and they go right in to the
I'm thinking of the ping
Fnatic.
changes,
The
I think.
foot of that attack side wipes them clean from the board.
This is not an elimination.
Looks like they'll save their weapons at least, but it's a small solace.
Yeah.
The loser of this goes to the lower final, so they are still going to Toronto. They would still be minimum
Like they know
third.
exactly. They go, oh, we've done this amazing execution, and if they don't get a kill from it, they're not going, oh, I guess there was just no one there. They're going, okay, there was a gap here and here, so we're going to now execute into those positions and make it more awkward for players who have managed to survive our util. Like it's just such intelligent play, and we talk about Heretics and these explosive compositions, the individual brilliance of players like Miniboo, Woot, and they have been really struggling
denying that orb.
throughout this matchup so far, not been able to find that same value we've seen all
Miniboo
season.
wants
Like,
it.
You talk about Miniboo
So
being
does
the
Woot.
highest ACS player. Like, he hasn't been in this game.
Oh, good
Boo,
cover
though,
from
will
Boo.
at least start things off with an opening pick. And that's Kayak gone. So the res won't
But
be used.
Alphayer.
Unfortunately, you can't bring yourself back.
That
This
is
is huge.
2 rifles, though, for Team Heretics. Boo has 1, Benji has the other. The rest are sitting down with pistols. Space taken, but spotted. And on the way back, he's dead.
Oh,
Dead to rights.
that
Good
is
start.
rough.
Good
Got
opportunity
tagged.
to recover a weapon. Boaster
Miniboo picks it
tries
up.
to be the thorn in the side, but they've abandoned that
3
control.
rifles now.
Heretics with a 3 versus 5 in their favor. 3 weapons as well to work with. This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Miniboo back off from that fight. He doesn't need to risk it. Just spotting for the info.
Trying to make sure that
3v5. You have Thrash.
you've also got the deep
Okay, they're gonna fake.
alarm bot.
See,
so
I
you
like
might
this
request
because you're
he is
just
open for
you
business.
can be
That
much
will
more
give
instant. There's the
enough
alarm
information.
bot
That's why
though.
Benji
Whoa,
hasn't gone any further
Chronicle,
forward,
where are we going?
Wanting to make sure he stays within range. This might ruse them a little bit though. If that push-up will come in, they'll destroy the U2, and immediately, look at the rotation. Look how many people have just
That's
started running the other way. The
instant
problem
from
is
Heretics.
how much time can be bought. Wu needs to just try and get one here, and he
Oh,
doesn't.
the double
But
tag?
there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the job. That will clear everything out. And
gets
Moses' lane
him.
flank, well, it's too late.
Whoa, he almost gets taken down there by the Sheriff. Rianne's going back for more. He'll be dropped. Another point towards that Viper's pit, but another round for Team Heretics, pushing past that barrier of 6, somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture.
Wow.
And a gap of 4 rounds now. This game
It is still losable.
far
You're not
from
at 12.
over. If Heretics can keep this form up, that was a round that they had very little to work with. And yes, the Hunter's Fury was
Dude,
used.
that last shot
That
was
was
sick.
really just the icing on the cake. The seasoning, the main dish, though, was that
Lockdown
opening pick
for
by
Heretics.
Boo, was that fight inside of 2.
Dude,
but the
20 and
rifle
10
recovered
for
and
crashies, by the
massive
way.
play, allowing that clock to run
Love
down.
to see it.
Potentially. Bit of a pace change. You see the orb is the
Oro
main
check on the
target.
tag.
Trying to
On the tap,
continually
rather.
build up
You got Rez and
the
Thrash.
ultimate
I would love to
inside
see
of Fnatic.
Fnatic go for a bit of a send just to
You have
secure
that
12.
Thrash in play. There's a lot of space that can be taken. The thing is, though, you look over on the A side. It's just a solo defender.
They're
in the
pulling
form
a
of
they're pulling
Rians.
a
The
Gen G.
gamble has been made
Bit of an
that
early rotate, but they're not leaving anyone for
they'll be
extra
able to get in.
rotates, so
A
they are
lot of that will
committed.
come down to having this
So if you're going to do this, I
lockdown
want them to
available
use their
for
ults.
Benji Fishy.
I
They are
want them to use their
confident
ults.
in
You
the
get
retake.
another Thrash
So
for
the only
post plant
goal really
anyway.
for Rians is, okay,
Send
spot,
it,
see if you
secure
can
it.
Find information. If you get a kill on the way, fantastic. But it seems like the rotation from the defensive side actually coming a little bit earlier. They have made that realization.
And a good job that they're playing that bit more passive. Thrash is on its way. It's
Did
caught
he
one, but
see
Mini Boo's
Mini
down
Boo,
below,
though?
ready to
Oh,
pounce.
Boaster.
Gets caught in mid as well. Really nicely played by Heretics, covering all their bases, defending the man that got caught by the Thrash. And now 3 players on site ready for the battle. Fnatic walking right in to the fray. I like Kayak's spot, but no one's giving him an angle. Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
Oh.
He's up and above. He's caught them
Oh,
in the
he
trade
needed-
comes in quick
he needed
with
both.
Mini Boo shutting that down. Alpha all alone. He's been sensational so far.
I mean, time, though.
Gets the
He's got to
opportunity
stick
for one,
it.
but with 12 seconds
Oh,
left,
that's
that
greedy.
plant has to be stuck at this time.
Flank.
And the flank indeed should secure this round as he
Nice
runs
shot.
for that safe spot. It wasn't so safe.
11-8.
Yeah, you can forgive him for making the prediction that, okay, if they put that lockdown in, probably both players are going to come from the same angle at the end and not have separate 1v1
Yeah, I do like the
duels.
lockdown from Heretics.
But it was a long flank that came through from Boo, but a much better round from them overall. They had a solid read on everything that was going on. Benji, this timing was everything, because that was almost Wu dead to rights as he attempted to rotate in and ends up being a pivotal factor.
Oh, so close.
And although he ends up being caught, quick reactions from those players.
I think he still
is
should have
enough.
committed to the
Fnatic,
Killjoy
after
first.
losing a couple in a row,
Like,
have
missed
made
the first shot, and then he
decision
committed to the
now
guy,
that,
to the
okay,
Gecko,
we
who
need
was
to try and
controlling
slow
the
this down.
Thrash.
We do not want to allow Heretics to firstly get back into the game, but secondly build that momentum, start seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through the season.
That's it. It's time to get back on the horse.
Well, the
for Fnatic.
Killjoy
2
just
in a row.
absolutely secures it
Doesn't seem
instead of
like much,
potentially
but we
giving a
know what
1v1,
Heretics can
right?
do
I mean, you
given
could have run away,
this
but
kind
then
of
you wouldn't
space.
have...
Now we're seeing them make those
Then he might get the
early
plant and
aggression with the 2 rifles
reposition.
works out.
So
The
it just
rotation
guarantees
that
that
came
if he
into
gets
play
the
there,
plant, he doesn't
perfect,
really
because they
have a
were
good
ahead of the
post-plant
play.
situation, so he can't
see
get the
the coaching
1v1.
staff
Because
is
otherwise,
fast with a
because you
lot
were
to
coming
say.
on a pinch
That's
on
a lot of holes
Icebox,
to plug.
there's a good chance that
When
he
it
might
comes
be
to
able to
these two
isolate
boys,
angles and get 1v1s on A
dangerous
side,
when they're
right?
given
So he
this
fights
much
one
time to
first and
think.
then one here. So
See
the
what
lockdown
Fnatic
makes sure that Alpha here
make
doesn't
as an
have time to
adjustment.
get the plant
Res
and then
online,
get
not
to a
much
safe
else for
post
them,
plant
but they're
and
competing
fight the
against
flank
the
first,
ult
things
from
like that.
Mini Boo, that despite him having a quieter performance here on
Is it
Icebox,
absolutely
his ult has
necessary? I
done a
mean,
lot
you know,
for
if
him
you were
before.
leading, maybe you
Boo
don't
as
use
well,
it. If
having
you were
that
at
Viper's
12, you
pit,
probably
it's
don't
been a
use it,
slow
maybe,
half,
but...
if he's playing inside his pit,
But
it's
actually,
gonna
even
be
if you're at
difficult
12, I think
to
maybe
root
use
him
it, because
out
it
of
almost
that
pretty much guarantees the
in the
round.
worst of times.
Number 2 in the world, well, outside of China,
in the
for
retakes.
retakes. Wow, that's actually crazy. 53%. I mean,
best of this
it's
Heritage
not
squad.
it's not the
The
highest in numbers,
rounds
but
they
it's a
played
pretty
on the defense,
successful
a
number
lot of the
considering
time it's been
Icebox.
Utter dominance.
The next match is lower finals, yes.
We've already started to witness them build back into this map a little bit. Still a long way
I mean,
to
good
go.
thing the
2
economy
rounds
is pretty
needed
healthy for Fnatic, though.
Fnatic
They
to
still got
close
another
this
one in them
series.
after this one.
3 rounds just to level it up.
Locating targets.
For the attack. bit of a slower pace. They were kind of steamrolling Heretics in a lot of these early rounds. So now that there's a little bit of resistance,
You gotta clear back yellow. Oh, they're just gonna go straight.
Heretics are going for something.
All right, they
different
know
as
they're
well.
re-clearing B. You gotta go fast on A.
Stuns go up on B. Gecko flash as well as they look to take that deep control. They see
Okay, they
nobody,
do.
and now sense it's an A play. The wall comes in from Fnatic. The utility being heard, but they're
Come on,
a
we
little
gotta go
slow
for the
to get
plant,
that
Fnatic.
flank down, and that's a problem. Heretics have now rotated thanks to that early B play. They've got 4 players in position, ready to take that space. Ult pop, I believe, by Miniboo. The Viper's pit from the attack, though. That's going to be tough to fight back through with Alpha instantly rezzed.
They were hoping to try and kill him off again. Alpha are actually now
Wingman
one away
clears
from
close.
the lockdown. He gets a pick, and that
Heretics,
kill on
high
team
low,
might actually end
push.
up helping
Ooh,
out.
Benji.
Chronicle as well, just holding the
No
line
coverage for him. That's
already.
rough. I mean,
Trying to
who
get
could
it. Actually, I think
possibly?
that nanoswarm was missed. It's bounced up, but it doesn't matter. The spams have done the work
That
anyway.
is
And now all
rough.
that remains is
Oh.
Blue. He's landed a multitude of kills, looking for a little bit
Wow.
more, but it was too much to ask. A 1v5 would have been absurd. Unfortunately, for them at least, it's not to be, and this places Fnatic right onto
I think EMEA and Americas are actually sending their best teams. I mean, I would agree. I would agree.
spot in that grand final.
I mean, I think
Just
some people
one
would argue
round
maybe not
away
if
with
Liquid
4
loses the next match,
chances
which
to
I think I'm
close it
okay
out.
with agreeing. I think
Come
BBL is
into
the
this
underdog. They're
series
ever so
looking
slightly.
clean
I'm
on
rooting
map
for
number
BBL,
1.
but
That was their pick, but it was Heretics who
I think
chose
America's
to fight
100%. Like
here on
America's, I
Icebox.
think, has the
A
most
big round from
solid.
Boo. Sure, a 3-piece
We'll see.
put
If
on the
Liquid
board
goes, I
without
guess
the use of
EMEA
his
kind of
pin.
matches.
But it'll come
Pacific's
to
a
nothing.
little
It will
volatile,
amount
but very
to
strong.
naught if they cannot find 4
Early
in a
pit,
row.
all 5
It
here.
was them to send Fnatic through that lower bracket. Stage 1 of last year. Well, revenge can taste sweet. And Fnatic just 1 round away from that taste.
Might be a short trip to the lower bracket. A single match, and they'd be right
Or
back into
chances.
that grand final. But we know about the lengths you have to go through in those.
I mean,
best
I
of
would love
fives.
to see Lotus between these two teams, but
They'll be
it is
thrown
looking
into
rough.
it, and, well, we already saw this back at kickoff.
But the positions are good for
thrown
Heretics.
to the
Well,
lower
Miniboo's
bracket,
got a
thrown to
really
the
risky
wolves that
position.
were Team Liquid in form, and they did not come out of that lower bracket. Well, in one sense, they did.
Okay, he's spotted.
Trying to
He's
get
got to get out of there.
Trying to put some of that flair into play.
Ah,
but
tried to go for a
not
second
found
peek. That
anything
was an
from it. Still
NT.
sticks around.
Third peak. Buys a lot of time though. 40 seconds, and Fnatic haven't made progress, so they're gonna rotate to mid. They're gonna try to circumvent the pit.
Nano active, just so Benji could clear below, but he's worried about someone being in tube, and he should
Saw
be.
him.
He spotted the shoulder, spotted
That was-
the
that was a
elbow,
huge
and takes
spot on the
Alpha here
elbow.
down, ready for the rest.
Ah,
We're
he
coming
had
back.
the right
Fineses him, and now the
game
B
sense.
side seems open, but they're not committing just to it. They've heard the steps up close. They know that there's players just outside, and use the slow to get themselves into position. The plant with 12 seconds left. The snake bite to delay to
Okay.
get that bit more space, but they
Here we
need
go.
to find some solid ground to fight from. Towards Snowman. is
Who's
where
just
they're
gonna have to
looking,
watch
but
this until the rest of his team is
there's
ready to
plenty
push
of
in.
players
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
waiting.
where are we
Here goes
going?
the
Woot.
Armageddon. It's caught one, Rian's is down. Woot forced into the
Oh,
open.
dude, the
And now
Armageddon
the
gets
round
everybody.
Seems to be in Fnatic's favor. A lot of ground to cover by Miniboo, by Boo. The pit falls,
Oh
and they know where
man,
he's
the
coming from. They'll
grading.
drop him right away.
Holy, what a showing from Fnatic.
The first team to grace that upper spot, and they do it.
And you get the double map ban? Big.
With flying colors.
Big for Fnatic. Fnatic might be back, chat. Fnatic might be back.
Switch up the picks, and they have come out on
That was a good game. That was a good game. I mean, Heretics is a strong team. The Icebox, I think Fnatic started off so strong, but
for Fnatic, they have found form. At the moment,
GG. I mean, I'm so happy because I was rooting for Fnatic. I want to see them get back into prime form, but that was a rough way to end it for Heretics. It was a rough way to end it for Heretics. Dude, Milan really earning his flowers.
For the beautiful trophy we saw
I'd
earlier.
love to see it.
And that's where these players start to make the difference. And I think highlights already being made in terms of players. Althea today was incredible, but Crashies on this map, I would hate playing against his utility. It would make me so angry.
We talked about how valuable Crashy's utility was on map number 1, but his performance
It's a statement win because like the early rounds were pretty close, but as the match went on, Fnatic just looked like the better team.
Showing a wonderful form, and for Fnatic right now, this is the team to beat.
And the Fnatic vlog. Oh, I haven't seen their vlogs actually. I haven't seen a Fnatic vlog in a long time. Milan was crying when they qualified. That is so emotional. That's so sweet. I mean, yeah, the map ban is huge for Fnatic. I agree.
Either BBL or Liquid. That's not a task I'd wish on my worst enemy.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Heretics, at least this time, they can look at it and go, okay, we're qualified. If we do face Liquid again, it's going to be a little bit different, but of course, we've got it here.
Fnatic being good compared to the CS2 roster breaks my heart.
That's right. I'm now joined by Kayak from Fnatic.
Kayak interview. Let's go.
Kayak is your first grand final in VCT EMEA, and it's come, what, like 5 months after you joined the team? How does that feel?
Feels insane, to be honest. Maybe we played really good today, so I think we earned it. So probably some things to fix, but I think today was one of the best days we ever played. So
super clean.
Agreed.
Very clean. Now, what was the difference between facing Heretics like a week ago compared to facing Heretics now? What changed?
I think when we played them first time this year, it was like we played like a different team. We didn't have like energy, and energy is a big part of our team. So we didn't have energy. Like the game was super weird. Like we just didn't play like ourselves.
No fans too, right? The fans really help. You love having them here.
Yeah, actually, the fans.
Oh.
We get for the fans. If the fans are not here, if the fans are not here, we are losing. So
yeah, that's true.
That's actually that is a big part though.
Now, you have
some teams do better with fans, some teams don't.
On this stage, when it comes to grand finals, 100% win rate. You know, we remember Ascension when you were here. But how different of a player do you think right now, standing on this stage, compared to you were on Apex?
I think I improved a lot. Maybe like just getting more comfy on stage. I feel like really comfy on stage right now. So I improved that for sure. And as a player, I improved like all of the things by a little. So I improved everything basically.
We're very proud of you, Kayak. But did you ever think that you were going to be the one Sage player of EMEA, running down Icebox, opping all over the shop?
No, Milan or Ben was like, what do you want to play, Sage or Gecko? I'm like, I don't want to play anything of this. So, and I was like, after 5 seconds, I was like, yeah, I can try the Sage maybe if you allow me for some Grim Walls and stuff. So I gave it a chance for the Sage, and it's working out really good. So
do you like it?
I think it's super fun.
Yeah, it's fun. We see you having a lot of fun. So this was it successful instantly on scrims? Did you feel it the first time you played it, or did it take some time?
We played first scrim, I think. I dropped like 10 kills. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this stage. then after the break, we played second scrim. I was like, yeah, the stage is quite good actually. So I gave it a chance, and it's actually quite fun.
Where did you learn the walls from? Is it TikTok?
To be honest, I just went on custom. I found on some walls, and it was working. I was like, basically when we were playing Prax, I was like, throwing wall, I was laughing. I was laughing because I thought it's just funny when I'm like on top of something and I'm killing someone, and this guy has no clue what is going on. So, and I think like 2 days ago I typed green walls on Icebox. So I had some walls from the green, but I didn't use them yet. So
we can look forward to that.
A little tease, okay.
Now I think you have probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest job of any tier 2 duelist coming into here. Big shoes to fill. How did you, I guess, block out the noise of people saying you might not be good enough? Because I think you proved them wrong.
No, I think
Yampi was looking pointing to Levin.
I was feeling kind of some pressure on me, but when the kickoff came and stuff, I decided that I'm just gonna do my role, and I'm gonna play like myself. I'm not gonna think about it, that I need to fill someone's shoes, because I know that I'm a good player. So
that's good. That's good. I'm glad the team really focused on that. I'm sure they worked on that together.
Lastly, when it comes to joining Fnatic, it must be nerve-wracking, right? As the new player coming in, they have such big personalities on this team. So what is the system? What is the Fnatic system, and how do they integrate you into that?
I mean, all of my teammates are like really fun and stuff. So when I joined, I instantly like got the vibe. I think maybe not instantly, but because I think when I joined the team, I'm quite shy. You know, so I need to get to know some of the teammates and players. But after some time, I was really feeling it, and the vibe is insane right now, as you can see. So.
Are you as silly as they are? Do you consider yourself a silly guy?
Yeah, I think I am.
So shy guy to silly guy now.
Why does he say
I
that so
love
reluctantly?
That's the progression we love to
That's
hear.
so funny.
Thank you very much, Kayak. Once again, guys, grand finalist.
That's a great interview.
By the way,
Insu's
Kayak,
interviews
give
have
it
been
up one
so
more time
good.
for him.
Insu's interviews at EMEA have been
We
so
do
good.
have one more spot left for Masters Toronto. Liquid will be taking on BBL right after
Oh
this.
man,
but
now
before
it's a
that,
Toronto
Boaster
match.
is joining me and Petra on the desk. We'll see you after the
Elimination
break.
match and qualifying match.
I'm Brian, me and Alpha.
Me and Alpha Brian.
He's working at McDonald's, Brian.
Where are you going, bro? Where are you going, bro? You cannot run from me, mate. This Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Oh, yay. Yeah, I wonder if we'll still have another 30-minute break or so. Chat, we're gonna run some ads while they go on break. Let me go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back. We'll see if it's a long break or not. If it is, we'll educate ourselves with some web games. So I will be right back. You know what? I'm gonna make some coffee actually, so I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Got a more blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with a.
Fnatic, are are your first grand finalists here at Stage 1 of VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Petra and joined by Boaster. Between the three of us, we have a champs title. How exciting is that?
I'm feeling very grateful for that.
We count that. First of all, Petra, did you expect that to be a 2-0?
No, actually not. And especially in the beginning of Icebox, I was predicting that Heretics were on the upper hand.
I felt the same way, especially after the lead Heretics had as well. Are you surprised with the comp change at Heretics bought? Was it because of that you think they lost?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's too early to change from Sova. Sova Gecko isn't historically that great, and also Teo is still in meta until he's eventually nerfed. So they should have just kept running with him. Yeah, they just didn't have enough firepower.
So when you saw the comp, were you a little bit more confident that when they
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, okay, this is actually really winnable now, boys. They haven't got much plant denial pressure. They haven't got the annoying rockets, the annoying ulti. They do have a recon, which is kind of annoying, but I think the Teo rockets are, for that back sight on A, is really crazy on the attack side.
Yeah, we have a win on Sage. Let's go. You know, absolute fan of Kayak Sage. And I love some of the things Kayak spoke about. I don't know if you heard the interview. Essentially, he said, you know, when he first joined Fnatic, he was pretty shy. And then now he considers himself a bit of a silly guy as well. And the coaches came to him with this idea of playing Sage and so on and so forth. So how special is it for you to be able to make a final with teammates like Crashies and Kayak?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to make a final. I obviously believed in ourselves that we could, but I wasn't like saying, yeah, we're going to make a final this year. I was just hoping that we'd ramp up and be a good team this year. And yeah, Crashies after kickoff is really that boy. Not only is he handsome, but he's definitely shooting now. And Kayak as well. Like ever since that, all it takes is one game for your teammates to trust another teammate. And that one game versus Na'Vi where he carried us in kickoff, it's all been uphill since then for Kayak. It's felt like he just needed that one game to really feel like he belonged in our team, and I think that was the big game. And ever since then, like, the team atmosphere has been so much different. Full trust, full steam ahead.
How much of this can you relate to, Petra? You know, having young players and then having to integrate them, making sure the vibes are good as well, and the trust that both spoke about.
I mean, you need to make it as comfortable as possible, right? And then eventually they're getting comfortable, and then they will shine, and you just need to give them the handles to play with. So if you have a good team behind you as a youngster and you learn a lot from them, then it's going super fast.
Do you ever get tired? I mean, you guys have made a lot of finals. Is it always the same?
All right, so it is a 30-minute break. Let's listen to the desk on radio while we educate ourselves.
The final is always different. Sometimes you start shaky, or near the end is a bit more shaky because they have a lot on you and you're easier to read. So it's always different.
It's been a while since we've been in the upper bracket from a final. You know,
let's do
like
Wordle.
That's
actually we have time, so let's do today's GeoGuessr.
What happened last year? I was playing lower brackets all the time.
It happened. It happened once.
Petra's great.
In last year lower bracket.
Is she on a new team or is she done playing?
In the finals.
I was sad to see her
make it a kickoff, so
out of G2.
To blame there. But let's play a quick game since I have the two of you.
What is this?
Here.
Italy?
We can maybe take
Brazil?
a trip down memory lane at some point in a game I would like to call Rate That Clutch. Now we're going to show you some clutches, and
oh wait, I want to watch this.
In front of you. You guys at home, play along with us as well, and I want you to tell me.
Yeah, I want to watch this. We're just going to guess Brazil.
Which clutch belongs to which number? So let's just start with one. I'm sure if you've been watching VCT EMEA,
Giga Chad.
you might remember this one. If you take your eyes.
Let's rate these clutches.
This was from your former.
She didn't announce retirement, but I haven't seen an LFT either.
I think this is Hero.
Never mind.
I mean,
it's Hero.
Yeah, let's take a watch
at
this clutch where Hero is deaf.
I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, he's blind.
Oh, this. This is actually a godlike
and
clutch.
he somehow wins that 1v3.
Dude, tracking the jump.
Different. He's got something going on there. He must be using.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Petra is technically still on G2 Goes and just inactive. Gotcha.
It requires a little bit of luck and of course a bit of skill. So I would go for
5 and 7. All right, okay.
What? 5? Damn, Petra's.
Similar ballpark.
Really?
Let's look at the
Petra's
next one.
harsh.
Now, this is one of my favorite clutches, I think, of all time.
I need to change my. I'm going to say 5-2.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this clutch. I don't know if both of you remember this.
Wait.
Is it Angel? That's a
Oh
10.
my god,
Or
this
Petra.
is amazing.
Oh, this
Wait, this is the Petra Recon.
Yeah.
the recon is actually.
This is legendary. I feel
This
like
isn't a clutch, but this is actually legit.
Many other players
This is minimum 7.
This is your
If it's 7 or 10,
I'll be humble. I'll be humble.
yeah.
Oh, I think that was a 10. to be honest.
I saw nice things today, and
How many clutches have you had where they've literally named a play after you, like the Petra Recon?
None.
Exactly. So how's that a 7?
Because it's a 7 because it was good util usage into a nice swing.
Yeah.
But
And she got the kills.
yeah,
so.
I agree with that. But the only difference is there was still her teammate alive. So was it a clutch?
Okay.
Ooh,
Did you
ooh.
mean that recon? Were you like?
yes,
I
it
got...
was planned. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah,
While
it was
we have you,
definitely
actually,
planned.
Can you explain what the Petra peak is? Because we have a comm of you on Lotus screaming, "I did the Petra peak." What does it mean?
So Petra, back in the day on Ascent, she was using Odin in scrims, and she was in A Heaven, and it was in a clutch versus Leo, and she swung A Heaven and killed Leo. And ever since then, I've called it any swing with an Odin is now a Petra peak.
Oh,
Oh, an Odin swing.
I remember.
Because he
of
got
course.
absolutely domed, and then he just went like this.
Did you all chat? Throw in a
No,
cheeky all
I'm
chat.
that quiet. I'm like, he's suffering in silence probably.
You're probably like one of 3
Oh,
people
that
that's
is
ever
G2
beaten
merch.
Leo in any
That's kinda
situation.
clean.
I'm proud.
So
nice.
you guys have learned a lesson at home. If you swing with an Odin, it's now the Petra
I actually
peak.
like that
So
it's not like
let's
super
see
apparent,
more
but
of
it's kind of
that.
clean.
And let's see more clutches and see
She's
what you
repping it
guys
well.
rate the next one. And this on Ascent, speaking of, we got Ascent, Sova, it's Rians versus BBL, and this
Oh,
was the
this
crime
one was
from
nasty
BBL.
too.
I gotta say, like, I was screaming at BBL at this
Ah,
point.
this
You're
one
playing
was.
against Rians. You can't be playing against Rians like this, am I
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
this
he played
yeah.
once,
I mean,
it's a good clutch, but
honestly,
very bad from the opponent.
Right, so
Yeah.
what do we rate this? A 10?
Yeah, it's a 1v3.
Actually, though, no, I would give.
Okay,
but
fair
the
enough.
3 is also low.
Yeah,
Petra's wasn't
Yeah,
a clutch,
it's
so I'm fine with
Yeah.
Petra 7.
The
I
reason why
actually
put
don't
Hero
know if I
5 now is
give.
because he used his ulti in a 1v3, which I didn't think he should win.
There we go.
Yeah, I would
I think Heroes is a 10. Damn,
what's up with
they're
like
harsh.
peeking into the anti-ecos when you're going up against Rians? You know Rians
Petra's
wins
wearing
those.
G2 merch.
What were
That's
you
a
guys
G2
thinking?
shirt.
Actually, we can rate Alfia's clutch on that icebox.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah,
That's
I
mean.
can give him some tips after.
The 1v1 against Rians at the classic.
He deactivated his turret, therefore he lost his flank line, and then he started panicking about flank, and then Rian swung.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, excuses. They're making excuses.
Damn,
we got one
that's
more class.
harsh.
Let's take one more. Let's take a look at one more.
Oh, is it Alfia?
It's gotta be a
this
boaster
is a
one.
roll
Wait, what the?
Guacamole! This is a 3.
Do you remember this one, Petra? I don't know if
This
you do.
is a throwback.
Okay. The
Oh,
reason
I
remember
remember
this
this
one is
actually.
because
This has to be
meant
10.
that
This is
Gambit would
actually.
not make another global event because suffering at the hands of you, Boaster.
This was incredible.
All right.
Petra's like,
Do you remember this?
Petra's giving it a 3.
Of course I remember this. Of course, I bounced out of my chair after I won this one.
Yeah, and
is crazy.
I wonder if Crom remembers that as well.
I made
Yeah.
sure to remind him.
Petra, yeah, this is
Yeah, of course.
Petra.
I said, Con, you remember
She's
that time you
a
never beat me to
G2
qualify for
Gozen
stuff?
Game Changers player.
That's actually true. It's always been you guys. I don't know if we have one more. Maybe we just show one more for the funsies. Let's do one more.
I mean,
Since we're
they
rolling
only
back
have
the years
3,
and
5, 7, and
we've,
10, so
guess
I forgive them.
Everyone loves a Leo mention. Anytime
Damn,
we can
a
talk about
Guild
Leo,
Leo
we're gonna talk about
clutch.
Leo. Now,
This
Petra,
is
you've
a
been in this
throwback.
clutch, so you can, I guess, I'll throw it over to you.
Holy.
Talk me through what you think about this one.
I don't
Chamber
remember this one
meta?
either.
But watching it, a cheeky 1v5? Is that a 1v5? 1v4?
Was it?
Yeah, it's a 1v4 minimum. But yeah, there's a reason why everybody.
Damn,
loves
he
Leo,
got an
right?
ace.
Yeah, I mean he's winning all his duels, but it's also because the opponent give his duels. So yeah.
They gotta remember they're playing against one of the
indeed.
greats. Yeah. What would you rate this as?
I didn't see the first 2 kills.
I think a 7.
It's Leo. You can
that?
probably imagine.
I didn't realize the game. I thought we were doing 1 score for each
Yeah,
one.
I thought so too.
I explained it badly, but yeah, that was on me.
I
That was on me.
explained it badly.
Keeping track. 7 for Leo.
She doesn't want to deal with both.
Much better from him.
Yeah. That's just.
His util. This is just the classic
Okay,
Leo.
but if that wasn't Leo, what would you rate? that
Honestly,
clutch?
I think Heroes I would rate the highest. Hero and then Petra.
But thank you very much, you two.
If we
for
had to
playing
do it
the
in
game.
order.
Congratulations.
Hero and then
on
Petra.
making one more final. Before I let you go, did you know that Crashies has technically never won domestically?
Yeah, he told me that. He's like, because Alfie's like, I won so many domestically. It's okay if we lose. And Austin's like, no, bro, I want to win. I've never won domestically,
That's
man.
cute.
That's
Come
crazy.
on.
That's cute. Him trying to do a
But yeah,
Crashies
thanks
accent
for
is
playing
actually
once
so
again.
funny.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, we're going to toss this to a break, but don't go anywhere because after this, Liquid will be taking on BBL for the last slot for Masters Toronto.
All right. I mean, we're already demonetized, but since they're going to a break, we will minimize it, and then we'll keep the sponsor up so they can be happy. That's so funny. Why is Leo famous? He was on track to be the GOAT. He was on track to be the greatest of all time. Amazing util usage, great game sense, plugged all the holes for Fnatic, excellent aim in team fights or in clutches. Like literally, like he would know the perfect play to like he could individually make like 99% of the time. And sometimes that meant like a high risk play and he would make it. You know, he's like not always safe, not always aggressive. Just such a balanced player. All right, where are we now? What the? That's in Korean. Wait, this is a Koreatown somewhere. But what's the main language? What the heck? Is it? It doesn't feel like Russia. He thinks way ahead. Yeah. I guess that's the best way to put it. Oh my God! What flags are those? Well, there's a Japanese flag and a U.S. flag, but this definitely isn't Japan or America. So where the hell are we? Oh man. Wait, dude, this is like a Koreatown somewhere. Where would there be a Koreatown? Mongolia? Wait, really? There's a Koreatown in Mongolia? What the heck? I mean, surely if there's a Koreatown, it's somewhere in Ulaanbaatar. There's an E-Mart in Ulaanbaatar? What? Okay, they're back on the desk, so we'll get the radio on.
Still one slot we need to fill.
Chat, I'm killing it today. I am killing it today.
Sending to Masters Toronto. It comes down to Team Liquid or BBL. I'm your hosting, so I got Kakuka and Billy here back with me. I really didn't think that it was going to come down to these two teams of all teams, but we're going to have a
chat. If we can, let's keep the EWC updates to a minimum in chat, because
I think that coming into today, both of the teams with such
I don't think there's any need to
right?
potentially get
making it back-to-back.
people
the rest of the regions, I believe it's
into discussions we don't need to have. Also, EWC's is just not exciting.
And Team Liquid, we know what
African Music Revolution.
Side of BBL,
I mean, I'm assuming we're in Africa.
Because it's actually a lot of
where I don't know.
Billy for BBL.
Like just like a final result, update is fine because some of you are still interested in the game, and I get that. But let's not try to do like round to round updates if we can.
Yeah, literally first time making playoffs.
Whoa, no, let me look at that sign. Let me look at all the signs.
First time beating Foot. They beat Foot twice this year
Wait.
already. This could be the rematch as well
French?
against Team Liquid, the redemption arc.
They finally win.
First time potentially beating Team Liquid. First time making a global.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such an exciting year to be a BBL fan.
And you kind of have to root for
Where
them a
are we
little bit,
speaking
right? Given
French?
how
Is
much
it?
they've already been through.
So what I was
Okay,
saying
it's
about the
either
team and the both of the storylines being good, we need to acknowledge something. It is not
Ivory
only for
Coast
the
or
BBL fans
Guinea.
and the supporters of the team, but for players, for example, like Levin, like Sociable, for the coach and staff, this is the most important match of their lives.
Senegal? Wait, the Senegal speak for? Wait, really?
Everything that BBL had done in the past and in their careers.
Yeah, and I need Sociable
I don't know
to make
about
it
that.
at the age of 29. I need him to make it.
Oh, it was Senegal. What? Damn, you were correct.
We all want to see that.
Do you speak French? In Senegal? Really?
Of all more people too. So I think
Oh,
the story
Algeria
tells
as well.
itself,
There's
but
actually so many
again,
French.
If they want to do it, they have to be Team Liquid.
French speaking.
And as you said, Billy, they didn't before. It didn't go too well last
That's
time.
crazy.
Yeah, it's rough, but I do think BBL are coming in.
How'd you know it was
pretty strong,
Senegal?
Right? They were very good against Team
There's a place
Heretics
called
the other
St.
week.
Louis
Yes,
in Senegal?
They didn't quite win
What?
a map, but it was two very, very close maps. So yeah. I
Damn,
think
we were
when
doing so well
rethink
today.
this and, you
No
know,
budget
it's a
guy
rematch,
killing
I
it.
still think that
Senegal,
BBL, they're
huh?
in such good form at the moment.
Third time's the charm. Listen, but both of the times that they played against each other, yes, Team Liquid won. It always went to that.
Senegal's
third
the
map.
only
I think
country that
they
speaks
are
it with
both
coverage.
very big forces to be
Really?
reckoned with.
I had no
Team
idea.
Liquid has proven time and time again
Oh.
that they have what it
Oh,
takes
also it was
to
on a
bounce
truck.
back.
They do, and just look at the score lines and look
Oh,
at
you
the
did
maps
all
that
right.
we played as well. We've had this conversation already a little bit for the first match, which is how will the veto go? Do you
Wait,
pick the
I
same
want
things? Do
to
you
check.
do
What
the
was
same
it
things
earlier?
over and over
Macaroni?
again?
Why am I
Do you
signed out?
anticipate that here, or maybe like Fnatic and
Macaroni
Heretics, they
ping-
just don't pick the same?
These are called
I love that
macaroni
idea, but if we look at the
penguins?
first one, of course, Bind was the first map, so that cannot happen again. Pearl,
They got to be on.
I've seen
it's
these.
Team Liquid,
Yeah.
so it's not going to be Pearl, folks. I am going to Nostradamus.
Oh, they're vulnerable.
For
I
the
mean, I feel like a
second
lot
one,
of penguin
though,
species
I think that
probably
it could
are.
be a very, very interesting one with
Damn,
Thatcher being in the
they look
pool.
so
I think that we
fancy.
could get the best out of both of the teams.
I think for me, Split's the big question, to be honest with
What?
you.
I had
We
like
know that
$49.95
Team
on the
Liquid
first two
can't tell
guesses. How are you going to ignore
Split.
that?
I
That's
think for
crazy.
BBL, it's a question of have they
Oh, dude, look at
prepared
it
for this
diving.
and what have they prepared for this going into it? I think
Emperor
is the
penguins,
most
yes,
interesting
yes.
point for me,
Everyone
because
knows
we're
emperor
expecting to see
penguins.
Split.
And surely after all this time,
All right.
they're gonna. I
What
mean,
else are we
saw
doing?
one team already figure Team
I
Liquid
like the
out.
word. Oh, we gotta
on
do our
Split. Billy and
math
BBL gonna
math
be the
nerding.
second team
All
to
right, here we
finally
go.
figure them out
Nerdle.
on Split as well.
You'd like to think so, and honestly, like they had a good performance against Foot last week on Split. It was a dominating performance, right? Beat them 13-2, and like you say, Team Liquid, they've played so much Split so far. I mean, of course, Fnatic being the
Plus
only team to end up being them on
54.
that Split, they had a 100%
No.
win record on it up until then. So yeah, I'm expecting BBL to have done
57
a lot of prep going into
equals
Yeah, I want
69.
to see like pound for pound how this
That was
translates
unintentional,
into
but-
a team that has been
Okay,
very
so
well
this
known
is
for
5.
the preparation that they do, and I think that in this case it goes for both of the teams. They have proven
Equals
that they have
is
a
not
lot of
here.
tools to work with, and especially today, the stakes are extremely high.
feel like
They've
Equals is
also,
gonna be here.
broken this pass
I
of,
feel like we got a
the
little
tournament
multiply
where
action
it's
going
zero
on.
play back to back. They've also had a bit of
break,
time,
yes, yes,
so you can
yes.
actually put every single thing that you have in your back.
Where are you
chamber
rooting
into
for?
the most
BBL.
important match.
And I wonder if they take a page out of Heretics' book, potentially moving
They
away
look
from the
more like
tempo, which we
spaghetti
mentioned,
penguins,
it's
what the
a
heck?
bad idea right now because we're not on the new badge. It's still
20.
so good here. You need the firepower. But speaking of firepower, I mean, Profek doesn't lack any. He can play whatever he wants, Billy, at this point.
Oh,
I mean,
Profek has
it
been
doesn't. Let's just
honestly
try
so
something.
Great. He's
2,
been such a
3.
consistent performer for BBL as well, right? And when we look at him, this is someone that's been competing in
So that's
Valorant
115,
since the
right?
very, very beginning of Valorant.
Oh, that's
So
this is
to
not a
see
good
him
guess,
performing
but
now in T1
Wait,
and the
what
way
the-
that he has been being in VCT this year, it's just been so nice. And like I say, I think the key word here is consistency.
Okay, so Equals
I
has
think
to
that
be
he's going
here.
to give his all. I feel like he always does, as you say, and it's the consistency in him. I think that also is one of the players that is going to learn.
So it
the
has
most.
to
So
end in
going
a single
into
digit and
today,
it's
for
not
example, thinking we were
5.
speaking about the split, right? They need a stopping force, but they also need someone to be on the lookout for Nats because it's split and it's Nats. And I think the
24 times 5, 120 would have been a nice guess, actually.
I want to see both of them just in the other person's like spawn. You know, just like just
This is
passing
5.
ships in the night
There's
and
no
so on and
plus
so forth.
or wait,
The
actually, there's
stats
no
are
plus
fantastic
for
him, of course, but
multiply.
What's been weird
So
is
it's
he's
subtract
won
and
more
divide
clutches,
only.
and that just doesn't feel normal.
There's
to
gotta
say
be a
that out loud
divide.
because he was so consistent in those clutching areas. So maybe that would change today. But the biggest storyline, I think, the one that we have to mention, the elephant in the room, and the one that this man behind us has been teasing a lot on social media, is he
And
gets to
2's
play
not
against
there,
his
so this
old
has to
team,
be divided by
knocks them
2, I
out,
think.
and go to a global event ahead of them. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you're forgetting the also big factor. He's
Something
IGL and
minus
Nats is
5
over
divided by
IGL, and we've been
2?
highlighting
Oh my God,
these
Navira.
two players.
Sorry, just jump scare.
Yeah, we've been highlighting this 2 players for the entire
2 times 5 is 10.
Difference that you don't have that
Wait,
same
no,
reaction
that's not
with
how that
Red
works. Something minus
oh, I
5.
see Red Guard all the time.
Oh,
I think
okay.
in my
2.
just in my dreams. you know.
Oh no, wait,
but
this
as I
could
was
be
saying,
2. What am I
and
doing?
speaking
This could
about
be
this
2.
too, and what they have done with the squads, how the energy they bring, the experience also of everything that they've been doing in this game.
What if I did this? If it's
that-
8 times 2 equals
losers, no winners for me.
16.
Energy is like such. It's the word I think of when
Plus
I think
5
of
is
Yampi.
21,
He
so that
steps
doesn't
into
work.
This IGL role, and you just know that he's going to be vibrant on the stage going up against his former
If it's
team.
2
we
times
all
2
know
equals
and
4
love
plus
cats,
5
but
is
how about
9. That doesn't work.
campus? Take it away.
So this
You
has
do?
to be divided by 8. Wait, what the?
I love to be a part of a reunion here in VCT EMEA, but it might
Oh,
be a
they're.
bittersweet
Oh,
one.
I
Today,
thought
I'm
they
now
were going
joined
to.
by Yampi
Jeez.
from BBL and Kiko from Team Liquid. Now, you have all said that this is going to be the
Wait,
match
if
you probably
this
didn't want to play
is-
because only one of you can make it to Toronto. So I thought we'll take it all the way back to the beginning and have some feels.
16. I
Tell
mean,
me
that
the
doesn't
first time
change
you guys
anything.
met.
Boot camp in 2023 in Netherlands.
Yeah.
This doesn't have to be a minus, to be honest.
What was the vibes as soon as you guys met?
It
You
was
got on?
good. Yeah. I like Gio. He's a great kid, so I had a lot of fun with him. But I
Oh
think
wait,
the better
no,
moment
it
was when we
follows the
came to Berlin 'cause I was
rules.
his
Never
roommate.
mind.
So I
It
remember he
follows the
came earlier
rules,
than
chat.
me, so he was there, you know,
So
"Wow,
you'd have to
welcome
do
from
divide
Mr. Kiko,"
first,
when I arrived to Berlin 1
if
year
I
ago.
remember
What's it
correctly.
like to live with Yampi?
He's very energetic all day, every day.
Wait, but one
So,
can't
you know,
be.
that energy
What?
kind of rubs off on you, so it was kind of fun. Also, it is a bit too much sometimes for me because I'm a chill person. So Yampi's very energetic. So we're complete opposites, you know.
Who's the messy one? You're the messy
Maybe
one.
this is divide.
Me?
No, him. He said him. He said him.
I mean, my room was messy.
Yeah.
The kitchen.
Do you remember the first game? Like, I'll count scrims, tryouts, whatever it was that you guys played together. What was that like?
I remember.
Yeah,
I don't
what
know
was
if you
it?
remember. When he came to Liquid, yeah, I think I remember. I don't remember who we tried with, but I remember for sure.
How did it go?
I remember Charles. I played so bad, but they, you know, I mean, I played bad for like the first ones because I just came back from holiday. But like, I got
remember
better.
this.
I got better afterwards. So it was
Can't have
fine.
been that bad.
Yeah, it
I mean,
was-
you got on the team.
It was crazy. I think I went like 6 and 20.
80 divided by
in the
5 is
map,
what,
yeah.
16, right?
Confirm, because I think the first scrims wasn't good.
16
but then
divided by
towards the
2
end of the-
is
it was
8.
amazing.
Oh,
Let's just
you
try
turned
this
it
just so we
around.
get
And
information.
tell me one thing about the other person
Okay.
that people don't know about. Like, they might be surprised to hear.
I don't know if you're surprised, but he loves
So
those instant
this has to be
noodles.
2.
You know, instant noodles.
What, who loves instant noodles?
You know, in the
Kiko
evening
loves
when we
instant
used to
noodles?
live together, you know, he was doing instant noodles or those packages.
Yeah. I think Buldak is my
Damn.
favorite.
Oh,
What?
taste.
I don't know.
You got
Hold
taste.
up.
Yeah. One thing about Yambo.
I was about Kiko. I was about to get you a shipment.
Into health and fitness. He convinced me to buy this ring. That
Did he
tracks your,
just say Bulldog's his favorite?
performance, stress and everything like
Where
that.
is it then? Oh, you have it on.
Dude.
Oh, we're matching.
Oh, you're
Hold on.
matching. Oh, that's
we gotta-
adorable. That is adorable.
Oh, I didn't realize that you were showing.
Okay, and now last question, the $1 million question, because obviously everybody loves cats.
No, we gotta. No, we
what
gotta fix
about
this chat.
Campy?
Campy?
Is that a thing?
Campy, yeah, we are passive players.
Or Chico?
Campers.
Campus? Is that your name?
Yeah,
Campus?
Campus might be better. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay. We'll give the fan artist something to draw.
What's
So
Kiko's
Campus,
Twitter? We
ladies
gotta
and gentlemen, good luck today.
we gotta figure this out.
It's almost too wholesome.
I feel like
No, it's not. It's
Yampi
not
and
wholesome.
Kiko are the kind of teammates
Kiko
that if you were
FPS.
lucky enough to get once in your life, you will forever cherish that moment.
I feel so bad that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams today now. Like, one of them's going to be knocking the other one out.
Oh, God, I hope they bring that energy. Now, as you guys know, the stakes are very, very high. We have Masters Toronto on the line. There is no point asking us to hype it up for you. I'm going to get the one and only Nats to play you guys in.
I was in the exact situation in Gambit where we had an exhausting game and we came to the next game that was tomorrow.
If you haven't seen this is good.
Because we didn't rest, we were tilted because we lost, we didn't qualify, and we were thinking about yesterday's game, that we could be there. We are not there. We need to accept that, because I'm telling you, I did not forgive myself for being not 100% of the next game. And you guys will have the same if you not listen what I'm saying. Forget what happened right now. It happened. Every one of us got that experience. That's amazing experience. Without this experience, you cannot become a champion. That's needed experience to be. But tomorrow, after this experience, boys, we're either going very high right now, and we're beating all of the opponents that is going to be in lower bracket, or we let the emotions, let the results take control of us, and we just instantly lose the game. There is do or die tomorrow.
they cut it early. Oh, they have to. You know what? They cut it early for the player walkouts. Miss Leo in pro play, yeah. I mean, to be fair, maybe Kiko just loves his Thai food because he has Thai descent, right? So I get why he would like spicy food, but you could have Shin Ramyun the red. No. We're gonna finish this. Don't worry, chat. I'll let you see the map draft too. So 8 doesn't exist either.
Only one of these
So it's just these numbers.
run to end all lower bracket runs. On the side of Liquid, it has just been Nats. He's been kicking, dragging, screaming, carrying his team over the finish line. And looking at the map vetoes now, Haven's going to get instantly picked, and you guys expected the split.
Oh,
So
God,
one.
Another day.
Wait, what?
We bound Pearl, we picked the split. I'm surprised also because this was also a decision made by BBL. The last time that these two teams went up against each other, BBL decided to ban that split. This time around, Billy, they go for the Lotus, and after
Wait,
what
this
we
doesn't
see,
make
many
any
teams want to play
sense.
Team Liquid and
Yeah, I
Oh.
think as soon as they started running that double sentinel, they've really kind of found their identity on Lotus, so that's no surprises. But of course, it leaves that split open, which was why
15 divided by 5 equals 3. 5 minus 3 equals 2.
We've seen them play it so many times, but looking at that, Haven as the first map, this was one that
Haven map
BBL
1.
lost to Foot just the other week, but of course when they played Team Liquid in it during that regular season, they annihilated them.
I think it's so smart. I think that's such a smart pick to bring back the Haven.
Absolutely. Is a map that you've been very comfortable in, that you have a lot of experience in, and then Team Liquid, last time that they played the map was against you. As you said, it was on week 2. They rocked up a new composition, and many did
Any
not
EU
get
viewers? Where can I order Shin Ramyun online? Where can I order Noshim noodles online from an EMEA website, from an EU website to send to the TL team house?
Team Liquid run the Astra, Cypher,
International shipping for foods is a
I
nightmare.
don't think we're going to see that same merch coming from Team Liquid.
I honestly don't think it even matters what Team Liquid chooses in terms of cons, because there's something about just these ex-Gambit players not being comfortable on Haven. Nats calling on Haven is one of the weakest points from him. And looking at the agent select, they're just going to do their cheesy Lotus stuff here instead.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it. I love the Team Liquid comp.
Levin and Sociable, both of them moving into
But
the ISO and the Euro
I
respectively.
like
We
the
have
ISO
not
Euro
seen
as well
them
for
play these
BBL.
agents here in VCT EMEA. They do have a little bit of experience actually with the agents.
I love this. I love this double duelist pullout from BBL. I think it's great. I think it'll work really well against that double sentinel that they're going up against as well. Yeah, I think this is going to be a true test of how we end up finishing this best of 3 today.
Yeah, and this is where we expect BBL
What did
to
BBL
start
play
strong.
last week? Just regular Jet Silver Breach.
Changing the
Okay.
composition in their map pick, starting from the attack, you need to be convincing. The stat for the pistols was great. Moving on to players, it's not that great, but it does not matter. It's all about bouncing back.
Yeah, and for me, this is where I think Yumpy can really do a number against Nats. Yumpy has always been comfortable on Haven. Billy, I'm interested to see how Nats calls around.
Just send them to Chinatown? Ask Blitz? Oh, actually, yeah, I should ask
100%.
Blitz.
And I think something that we saw from Nats last week was the frustration of waiting on his team being able to make plans, you know, relying on Camel. What do you want as a duelist?
And I see double Senti. But the thing is like, that's where the Teo really comes in. The Teo allows you to just kind of brute force your way in, which you always have to do as attack. But then the post plant will really shine. And it's a 3-site map, so you can always just kind of, especially if you have a Yoru, you can basically play macro to on attack to try to bait utility, bait rotations, and then go over. So it's going to be a good test of BBL on how much they can hold, because they're also playing double duelists. They're playing Yoru ISO, so the defense is a little bit weaker. They have to commit to these rotates a little bit easier.
Let's go there. How do we make, well, what do we make of the veto here? Has this got you faith in the underdog, or is Liquid looking safe?
A hint of faith.
Okay.
And again, it's not as if I was writing BBL off in this matchup at all, but I feel like they've had to go through the motions in terms of not necessarily reinventing themselves from the ground up, but showing a lot of new looks.
Yes.
So far.
Or the top
here in playoff
5
stage.
Ghost Spine teams are EMEA teams.
Struggled versus Foot here, which is why it's almost positive.
That's a crazy stat.
Levin kind of being the focal point there, Lauren.
Do you think with Teo getting nerfed Double Sentinel will become bad? I think it'll be tougher. I think it'll be tougher to justify it. I think things like Ascent you'll still do it just to really maximize. But I think it's still actually, I think it's actually better to play it on 3-side maps.
See whether or not actually. For a moment there, looks like there's going to be a little tussle to kick off the pistol round, but. Yeah,
so my big question is going to be what Team Liquid does. I wonder if they do this same trip that teams have started doing, especially RQ showed it against Gen G, where you can just plant someone like an ISO here, right? Or even up here, or the Yoru. And then you're safe from the sewers. Lurk.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits, right? Trying to just creep up on that. Already punished and a lovely player advantage. Going to have the security for the plant.
Yeah, I do wish they would actually kind of calm down on the trivia stats. It's like starting to get too inside baseball, and like you don't need to have a stat every half.
Drop of the smoke though, Serial.
That's what I was saying earlier. Oh.
Snap from Levin. Again though, you look at the other side, Liquid winning their fight out on the other side of the connector. Has to draw
nice
Magnum.
double swing. Damn, that's rough. Camo's good.
Play back in here. Looks as if Levin was going to lock down the site.
To be fair, the ghost stat is kind of cool, but like the whole like Boo has the shortest name in EMEA is kind of like cool.
Dropping, particularly for Serial. Kind of left BBL a little bit exposed on the backside here. As soon as he's come through, Camo able to pick up a couple of easy kills and to clean onto Sociable. Just around on the board, and I think, yeah, just to come back to a point you'd made, they have to be conscious here that, you know, some of these contact plays well, dry contact plays almost.
On Haven, and I mean, like, this is also so long. Like, non-mirrored win rate on Haven and VCT plus VCL globally, excluding China. Like, how are we reading that? Like, just give it to the casters to talk about. I like that, but I will say this, chat. I know I'm very picky about them, and this is the producer brain in me working. But I will say, they're experimenting though, which you should be. Like, you should experiment with the real estate. You should see what other value you can provide. Absolutely. Also, we're losing quality here. Oh.
35 HP. But Levin and Sociable tag down to 35 HP. Weapons not retrievable either. Off of Camo and Kiko falling. So we just a pause here.
Yeah, I mean, like, cherry pick and the thing is, like, cherry pick stats every now and then if it's like really interesting is cool, but it's just like
expecting them to get too proactive in a situation.
It's just like,
particularly on the anti-eco.
You know, there is a art to statistical narrative and trivia narrative. But I like that they're trying new things, and I like that they're like getting deep into the weeds a little bit, just to kind of see what they can build up. I like that.
It looks like there is probably from this Sociable getting as
I did see the Paddish track roar.
Maybe a gamble of a read here.
Well, at least
just gonna go for the plant.
At least, well, regardless of outcome, we'll have the ultimate in the next. See what they can do here. 35 HP apiece. And a 2v3
I mean, Sociable and 11, they got the aim though. They got the aim. Oh, well, okay. Well, I mean, they had the aim.
Much put the pin on this, but Evan, 1v3.
That's tough. He was trying to wait for the, because they only saw two. He had the right idea, but Team Liquid played that very well.
Yeah, disrupt that stack towards C at any point.
Also on the flip side, BBL have got a couple of rounds here at the start to maybe figure out some of these setups and how they want to approach things. Whether or not it's going to be. I mean, you've got to assume that maybe it's not the composition they prepped for.
Yes.
It's something that to be aware of and be able to adjust accordingly. Oh, it looks sharp from the other POV as well. All things considered, necessarily going to come in here.
I mean, Levin has ult.
Too upset about their start.
That's huge.
Said Levin already.
You can start the snowball. I love that. I didn't realize he had collected it.
Obviously, seeing that ISO online does become something you keep in mind here.
know if
It's an
really gonna be
interesting
necessary
setup there.
at this point.
Oh,
Yeah, not gonna find
doesn't hit
Soul
anybody.
here, but BBL gonna carry on their pathing.
That was a
Really good
huge
work up.
net, but
Again,
no
for Team
value.
Liquid, it is a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians or maybe that Bulldog with pad attack. But beyond that, it feels like they've taken the first step here for BBL.
Clean sight hit though, so BBL definitely now readjust towards looking at keeping 5 alive.
Be a nice paranoia.
Could set Nats in motion.
Gotta go soon though.
That's a
he's
huge
little bit early on
kill,
that,
and
there's the trade.
he.
So again, BBL happy. They'll sacrifice one. Sociable willing to go down for the greater good. And Patch
Yeah,
Tech,
only one is fine.
really
We'll see if
just
Pad
see if you
Attack
can
can
maybe
get
catch
one
someone when
more.
you lock him into the site, cost
I
him
really
some of his
like that
weapons.
Bulldog. I have it.
They've got plenty
I
of
really
options.
like it.
And actually the dart.
Ah.
Did try and tuck.
He tried it. He would have made it if he hit right away,
Not going to
but
be able to do so here with the Bulldog.
I-
Feels like an awkward engagement. Yampy will fall. 11 down to 20 HP, so forcing a repurchase on
they
the
do.
shield
They
leads.
show the milestones as well in those segments, Barney. They do that.
2-1 here, and
I realize I've been just nitpicking. I do want to commend them for doing it. Like, I think it's good. I just wish, like, there is so much more they can, like, there's so much better they can do with it, though.
Yes, they've been competitive,
I just want to
as
see
you've
it get
seen,
better.
kind of getting the lay of the land.
Let's go!
But it was a good.
Ooh,
it's
they're
just
not doing
clean
the blip.
entries on that C site. It didn't feel like there was too much.
They're not doing the
back there. There wasn't too much pressure on their side.
I
Now we're
like
looking
that.
at ults, anything close.
I mean, probably
by.
just because
I
it's a
mean,
shout.
Camo one away, but beyond that,
They gotta
still
at
on
least
the
get rid of the
verge.
high pitch.
Over deliver. Like Camo, for example, you're gonna have your ult ready to go, and Prophet being removed.
Don't
certainly
jinx it.
adds
Someone's like
problems.
monitoring my
Options
stream. They're
become
like,
limited.
oh, someone from production's like, oh, we forgot the blip.
that's the second layer to this. Early creep up, the cam will spot it. No progress through here, no commitment. We can see the spike is elsewhere at the minute for BBL.
Here.
Now BBL going through the motions, removing some of this utility. And that's what's going to force the rotation, the adjustment.
BBL needs a lot more. I mean,
Side of Team Liquid.
Cypher Lock is tough with the ISO Euro.
Clearing back through so many tools for Liquid to play
Yeah,
off
you
of.
have to break these. You have to break the wall. You have to fish out the wires, everything.
Oh my god, the timing serial. Oh, this is
Lucky to
really
get away with
tricky.
that.
Yeah, sociable
Very
actually
lucky.
tonight. You're right, you're bang on. Oh, and the paranoia.
Okay, the
He
trade
can
though.
only off his own paranoia, which opens up opportunity.
I think he thought because they should have still been hit by the net, but not everyone was hit. And I think Levin just pulled the pin out,
But he
actually.
still gets his man, putting it down to a 3v2.
Big tool though here, Camo.
30 seconds left.
Be able to sniff out this post plant. Yeah, ultimate
You're,
invested already, but
oh,
Magnum
but the
gets back to stay ahead of
that
him.
actually makes the Euro so rough. They find him. They find both of them. They're not suspecting it. They're not suspecting it. Oh, they are. Oh, 11. Let's freaking go. That's an amazing post plant from
Wait for the
BBL.
information to swing back in their favor.
It is not what you think it is. Creamy spinach
The
pizza.
timing just seemed really awkward. The Patstack, I didn't even catch if he was repositioning slightly. Caught out here, and especially in this scenario with a body to the good. And a retake is a huge, huge fumble on their part.
Oh, that is a pop off.
Keep in mind those
I mean, he popped off though. Deserved.
Get those comms lined up. Be assertive in what you're calling for.
Yeah, he Patatic peaked a little too early, but Magnum also got ahead of it. I think it's on both. I do like the colors on the Team Liquid Classic. It's very shiny in game. Their gold is very shiny. I'm kind of jealous of
They
it.
looked exhausted. I think that was a fair assessment.
This is really bizarre. Immediate walk out of B here, but
Creamy spinach pizza made me hungry.
to hold
You're
this, but I
making
don't
YouTube
think the
chat
camera was
hungry.
checked by Magnum.
Nat's feeling the pressure now, though. Can he actually land a shot? Oh, it felt so close.
Give it a chance.
Yeah,
He-
valuable
Whoa,
still,
wow.
right? There's still damage done here. And that flank, don't
Okay.
forget about the flank. Camo is on the way. Now, they
I
should
mean,
have
he's
the info on
here
this. The ult was
super
invested, so
early,
Magnum
but they
should be
know.
locked in and
Yep.
shouldn't lose. He doesn't. Security found here.
Paranoia
Now
only
it's
hits one.
caution to the wind and make the play happen.
11. Let's go.
Yeah, he's farming it up, but he's got his ult ready to go again. That's the man you want feeling warm into this.
Making him hungry.
Brutal scenario for Kiko, who's been a wonder for this side as of late. For this round,
I
is he
love
gonna
that,
be
dude.
his
One
ever
person watching
confident
for the
build
jiggle,
now?
but then two holding in case it's a
Great
wide
start
peak.
here on the ISO. Second ultimate by round 5. It's a huge win for BBL.
No, he just sprays back. That's I was gonna say he wasn't outside of the smoke. That's
Can't
insane.
really blame him for it. Awkward amongst the cage and the smoke. The momentum started,
Damn.
energy already
The
being shown
energy.
as well on the player cams. No surprises for a team like BBL.
11's 9 and 2. 90% post plant on Haven. On Haven specifically. Okay.
Their own issues, right? But
Sen have 92%. That's actually crazy.
BBL, it's against the odds work here for them. So they're going to get pumped up. They're going to get in your face. And that weight on Liquid will grow and grow. Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot of utility here.
Ooh, huge. That wall almost helped him. Great trade from Magnum.
Which has been a heavy hitter.
Sociable.
Full retake setup here.
Oh, this is interesting. I like that.
And he's got the lure theft.
He's still going. Even though he's a dead man walking, he's still
No, I like that, dude. I love it when teams walk into their own salvos and ults to like get one more kill. I think it's so good because you just don't expect it at all. And there he draws their crosshairs behind. He makes them look behind so his teammates can still come in easily. I actually love that from Nats.
Smile on his face as well.
Panatek's ult then came in, and you're thinking, Christ, where does he go? But he just fights forward.
That's huge.
Yeah, Magnum, actually almost ready for it as well. Only saving grace being the trade came through quick enough, but
nice, guys. Good job. Yo, I got a point.
Camo gets to first, and I didn't even know actually where his team
Okay.
was positioned, but it almost
Ult
looked
is
like
ready.
a full retake setup here towards A.
Levin's got his ult. BBL. There you go. That's deadlock on. No deadlock util. They gotta get space.
It's so simple for Levin. Serial, that's got to feel rough. Trying to get that spam on the cross, maybe set up Kiko
Damn,
for a
dude.
slightly lighter target. But they're trying to stick around on the side. Kiko is still here. They don't know about him as Panatek is drawing all that attention. Can he swing
I
out?
mean,
No.
dude, that is a dismantling on this site.
Sending it with the Hunter's Fury.
Double
This
ult?
C-side.
I
This
don't
garage
mind
site,
it.
Yes, with
I don't
Levin's
mind
ult,
it.
obviously, but it looks very, very hard to handle.
Identifying here, maybe Liquid going to struggle to hold down C site. Some of these hits. Coming thick and fast.
You're just
from
saving.
BBL.
It's 1v4. They're all at near full health.
Don't expect Camo to be going for this one.
This has been a bit of a brawl so far, hasn't it? As you said, thick and fast the whole time. Blow for blow almost. Feeling it. As for Camo, would love just to keep the rifle at this point, but it feels like that momentum hasn't settled yet, in my mind. I think as much as BBL have kind of taken a little bit more of the reins in the last couple, Liquid aren't out of the running by any means. We're still at 3-3.
No, definitely not. You think back to some of the conversations we did here about the previous series for Liquid. I mean, particularly, actually.
Okay.
One of
No unnecessary hunting either.
the one that needed to be, I don't
Levin
wanna say
could have,
reined
but
in,
no
you know,
need for it.
maybe brought back on track a little bit. Controlled a little bit.
Spike down, C.
That is a nasty angle to hold, though. Usually people will always just go wide.
Not really much of an option for Liquid to contest this at all. No surprise.
This
to
is a
see an
good
early
timeout from Liquid.
because I do think even just,
BBL has
a
to
visual
consider
test,
what's going to
BBL
change
definitely
here.
feel as if they're in the driving seat.
Well, since we got
Oh,
to
you
those
guys can't
gun
see
rounds,
this.
right, keep in mind the 2 out of the 3 that Liquid have are off the pistol. So, and again, if we start talking composition, it's a little bit harder to be so kind of obvious about it.
Sliggy down.
You've got obviously the deadlock and the Cypher there. for
Welcome,
Liquid,
Sliggy
so
refugees.
That attacking side could get a little bit dangerous for them. It's more just getting a buffer that they're happy with. But these
But yeah, that's
rounds,
the thing with that sort of composition.
Sliggy
you
should
wanna
consider
see
moving
BBL
to
getting stopped
Korea.
At the front door, like,
they ain't.
either that or just, you know, completely giving up certain sites and you know, dare I say, being as proactive as we saw maybe. on the
Uh-oh,
eco
he's
round
adjusting
when
his
th're walking down
monitor.
mid, but
Uh-oh, something
Liquid
doesn't
don't
feel right for
necessarily
Serial.
feel as if they've got
Snog.
foot in the door in terms of how this is playing out so far.
No, and it does kind of keep me very interested in the work that's been done for this, because you look at the veto kind of split on the horizon next. If BBL are able to, let's say, really
See if BBL
challenge
figures
Liquid
out what
here,
the
maybe
changes
even
are going to
take
be. I wonder
this
if they're
one.
going to kind of
You've got a potential
shift their
map
util.
really
Well,
on
it is
the
going to
cards.
be
You
a
put Liquid
eco
firmly
round.
in the split, right? But
we were talking veto.
Wow, these are the
It
two
does
best
ride on
4v5
Haven,
teams.
I think,
Okay.
for
This is.
BBL.
I agree.
Let's slow down on the
But
stats.
then
This is
it
a lot of
doesn't necessarily-
stats.
It's not like it's clear cut on the home stretch.
Slow trap play, classic C's nade variation.
Right for Camo. So if Camo kicks off, yeah, we're focused up. But this looks again like BBL want to exploit that C site.
Ooh, doesn't get hit by it, but gets hit by that.
But we were talking about this. It's like that on paper, like, yeah, Liquid should be fine, but then you keep kind of coming back to that weird feeling of, but what if? What if? How?
Well, it's similar to the way you talk about Foot, right? BBL can be any given Sunday sort of team. So, and already we've seen that demonstrated on the playoffs. I mean, the bounce back on map 2 versus Foot was phenomenal.
Unreal.
And again, that was kind of prep oriented, yes, and Foot kind of came looking as linear as they did previously, didn't really change much up.
Oh, Levin. I mean, Levin continues fragging out. Camo probably just saves again, right?
To come back to that again, BBL, like I said, they haven't really reinvented themselves, but they've come with a lot of new pages to the playbook.
They certainly have, and I do want to give a lot of credit towards kind of coaching staff and a lot towards Yampy as well. Again, had a little bit of a chat to Pal because I like to annoy coaches. And he's saying again after the game, once they knew
JP and Ryuto, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thanks for resubbing 3 months now. Welcome back. For whatever reason, my stream elements isn't updating. Did the alert show on screen at the very least? I don't know why it does this sometimes. I wonder if it's just because I've been live for so long.
Of BBL, right? There's something
I just played an exclusive beta for Where the Winds Meet. Gotcha. I'll have to check it out. So what kind of game is it again? I asked this, but I don't remember the answer.
Historic names, some upcoming talent, some heavy hits. They got all of it.
Talk history with Liquid. Not now. Not in a game like this. You just can't. It's a deep burn.
Being a Liquid fan has never been easy.
No.
Man. And for Yampy to be on the other side of it, right? It's kind of hard to...
11-3 for Levin. Only 2 away from the Euro. Serial's had that deadlock all for a while. 1-7. He's having a rough go right now.
We do see a lot of light shields. I still see that outlaw there.
A Wuxia open world game. Ooh.
Ready to farm up. This is a set concept that has set them forward for Profek. I mean, he was ready for that. Up on top, waiting for double down on the equation.
Damn. That's a crazy off the rip play.
Perfect from Nats.
Holy.
As well, just down to 2, Yampy and Sociable.
Was that supposed to bounce? I don't know if it did. I think it was supposed to bounce off the roof into here, right?
Surely not, though. Should have good info here. Freebie. Ain't gonna get it when Nats is still standing.
It's like an RPG before it's an ancient China spiritual techniques.
This is brutal. Nah, not gonna happen. Okay.
Damn, it has 90+ hours of story and open. Holy, that is a large game. Amazing round from Team Liquid.
Side of the map, sorry. Couldn't even get a word out there.
I wasn't gonna call you on it, man.
But then they're getting proactive and immediately can see the disengage, retreat away from
Dude, both sides are getting loud. I mean, Toronto on the line. You love to see it.
Dare I say, we're ready for exactly that sort of thing.
Team Liquid's a pretty good team. What do you mean, Flappy? Imagine Nats with an actually good team. They're a pretty good team.
I want us to see play the game, okay?
I think as well, coming back to some of the things we heard Nat saying, he's begging the team to be more decisive, be more vocal, call from the front if you know camo, but sort of thing when
the alerts are just late. There it is. Well, thank you.
Be the ones to have their say in a round.
Big wall. I like the check just in case, because that wall.
You're leaving Nats all to his own devices at A. And if you're BBL, maybe you do take I don't want to say a
You
slower
can get
tempo,
out.
but you need to go
Sociable
back
can
on
get
the
out.
Something has changed. Look
But
down
he's waiting
C-long.
to see if
Have
they
a look at what they've
re-clear.
taken
They're
in.
not going
Already,
to.
Kiko's got a lot of space and a very deep line to play with. Big info, frees up rotation.
This is huge. So one of the changes Team Liquid seems to have made is just push out strong. They made that strong A push the previous round, so now they keep it quiet. They have Cypher set up completely for info, again for retake smokes, the Cyber cages, and then you just go very far forward. You even break the trip just to pressure them.
Why are we walking mid on that? I don't understand.
Well, I get it. I get the idea, but that was...
You've lost A as well. I mean, Camo is trying desperately, but Yampy has a goal in mind, and they don't matter.
Prevalence would be the right word there, yes.
You had C-long. Were they expecting Garage? Were they expecting A? I don't know what they'd read there.
What's curious is actually the catalyst for this is dealing with the trip on C-long. As soon as Camo pops the trip,
The number 2 game for your year. Wow.
It's almost, but it feels
I praise this. Where the winds meet. I'll have to look it up.
And he's the one that takes first contact.
So I think what happened was you broke the trip. They moved out on the trip break. So you break the trip. You expect them to like re-clear this or react to it. But BBL's reaction was, okay, they're behind us. Let's freaking charge in. And Team Liquid just got wrecked in mid. I do think it was a little haphazard from Liquid, but I get the idea. I mean, the match before this was crazy too. EMEA is delivering today. EMEA, like top EMEA teams are back. Like top EMEA teams are back with some fun Valorant.
And this time, all players are at A. You could have gone for the mid walk. It ain't happening now though. Plant's going to be in. Still a little bit of util on the site, so it's a bit uncomfortable in that regard, but it's not the end of the world. Ults are here. Where do they decide to clear comfortably? Where do they want to send it in? You've seen the util being invested. Here it is.
Just to push out everyone, and then you jump out of heaven. You follow in on it. So Chobra just guns him down. Levin just guns him down. Dude, they're just all stuck, but they don't care. They're just gunning him down, man. Oh my gosh.
An in-zone flawless. That's insult to injury.
So well equipped, and Liquid had a ton to throw at this retake.
Oh yeah, everything.
And it didn't even get off the starting
I'm so happy that BBL is playing well. This is their favorite side though.
Like they know what the reactions are.
And I think Team Liquid will, in theory, should be okay on the attack. The double senti should be okay. Dude, Magnum. And Magnum's on fire today, like literally.
Here as well. Like bloody hell, if this is what it looks like.
Dude, if they can get 8-4, if it's 7-5 though, I think Liquid's kind of favored in the second half. The momentum's on BBL's side, but
it's a flip of position almost.
Oh, I mean, they've been focusing on the A retakes with the Cypher stuff, and now you're just not getting value out of it. Now you gotta the Spectre? Uh-oh. That's not good. You gotta fight that close again. You gotta deny. Ooh, but uh-oh, that's a lot of info. Magnum stuck. Oh. Levin gets 2 though. Dude, they're just fragging him out.
BBL with an outstanding first half. Team Liquid, it's time to wake up, Mike. I'm worried.
Very, very worried. This is literally just built off early momentum from BBL. Liquid almost have the wind blowing out.
The problem with double senti is always that unless you get really creative, you still need to take contact for info, right? And if the opponents figure out your setups, like they figured out after the timeout, after 1 or 2 rounds, BBL figures out that it's heavy A setups. So they either take it slow into there or they're not going to A on the fast hits. And you're just kind of left with nothing to do if you're double senti. That's the problem. Like, you would imagine that you can spread util out so far across the map, but if you spread it out, it's not as effective. So it's a bit of it fakes you out, because on the surface you think it should be good for defense, but I actually think it keeps you very simple-minded for defense, which makes it a little tough. I've always argued that, generally speaking, I think double senti is actually stronger on attack as long as you know how to attack with double sentinel, because the post plant is so strong, because then you can just concentrate your util. But it is a little bit map dependent. It's a little bit map dependent. 지금 이 경기가 마지막 결정권입니다. 지금 요 경기 BBL하고 팀 리퀴드에서 이기는 팀이 마지막 출전팀이에요. 마스터스. So this is the last Masters qualification for the entire world, chat. BBL leading 8-4. Let's see how it goes. Why does double senti always use deadlock? Well, the thing is deadlock generally, the GravNet assists on the attack quite a bit. You can have different lineups, etc., especially now that GravNet's the signature. So, sorry, I raised that volume really quick.
Now, okay, let's put it into context though.
So deadlock's actually kind of the key part to double sentinel. The question is should you be using Vice over Cypher? And on Haven, I'm okay with the Cypher.
Yeah, he's playing well. And Liquids, I think it wasn't just their
KO only has a 49% non-mirrored win rate in VCT and Challengers. Chat, did we nerf Teho too early?
This puts a lot of pressure here,
Is he actually just weak?
That's the same thing though, because in the rounds where Liquid are scrapping, they are kind of taking gunfights, they just weren't winning them.
Yeah.
It's almost like that forces you into being a little more passive, but
Sociable. Okay, he doesn't greet it. I don't mind it. You got Prophet to refill the site. Dude, is that... Dude, that was a nice recon as well, just to delay all the way from here. That makes you think that the Silva's somewhere nearby here.
Someone to punish. An opportunity to be grasped. Already losing out on that first kill is brutal.
Yeah, a little late on that.
Big shot. There it is. That's nice from Camo.
Kind of just wrote it off from Levin. That's rough.
I'm on board.
Dude, Camo, the pistol terror. Huge kill from Prophet. You can now hold back sight fairly easily. Doesn't have paranoia.
Really awkward smoke that he's playing around as well.
Yeah, they're gonna flash out of that. I think on the platform would have been better, but he didn't really have a choice. And Yumpy. Dude, what? Dude, he's gonna get the plant. If he gets the ace, he's only 2 away from ult.
It's all 3. Pedal away down long. They've got the plant. You don't need to be making mistakes here. One way's up.
No, the Teo nerf, it takes a while to get used to. I think it's still usable in ranked, but it is tough.
Airtight is all I'm gonna say.
Magnum. I mean, you can't. You have to push out to win this round, and that's also suicide. So.
Right, the odds here have now started to sink away. So what does he try and do? Draw someone out?
No.
That was a heady, by the way.
Sends a message, though.
I mean, you're not going to get the round, I'm pretty sure. Camo's going to get the ace.
Oh my gosh.
My God, do they need some of those?
Do you know Chobra's played any of the Ghost games? I have not. I've seen clips of it. It's very beautiful, but like I've said this before, any like blade-based game, it kind of gives me the jitters. Like,
just generally more vocal, so
especially like samurai sword-based, like katana type like blade slashing, well-designed sound and all that. Gives me gives me the jitters.
I'm all for it.
So I don't think I will ever play it. I might watch it at some point.
BBL. But well invested, flushed out purchase here from Liquid.
Like, I really liked Sekiro, but I had trouble like playing it for extended periods of time because of that, because of the audio and combat design. Then don't play the game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Trying to seem intimidating. It's not working.
They're still walking up to you.
Oh, afraid of my classic. Weird. Smoked off, so maybe Magnum could do a little something here. Ooh, don't.
Ooh.
Definitely don't.
Okay, they are just all going away.
I don't like what they're seeing.
But it's a double stack in A with Sheriffs. Doable, chat. 11 and Sociable? Doable.
Hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something, looking around for any sort of info.
Oh, wow, they are thorough. Liquid.
Tell BBL.
Damn. I mean, you don't imagine that they're going to stack B. I like the call from Liquid.
Somebody solo in the back lines.
Okay, they're pretending it's only one. Is Patadek ready for it? I mean, he kind of was.
Completely necessary, and now there might be an issue for Kiko here. Luckily enough, you still got Nats firing, so they keep the man advantage. BBL mostly in the back lines, really. And Magnum's okay. Maybe he should have feared the classic. Maybe should have drawn their attention, but there's a man deeper. They've got to know about Nats.
Magnum has to keep an eye on the window.
There's still someone around. You can see that Magnum's kind of
oh, they got the Guardian to watch the window.
As disruptive as they can be, but Serial this time is going to connect with 2. And Profek, they can go a little bit more. That would be lovely. Not going to happen, Liquid. A second step. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember how the first one started. It was 2 for Liquid, and then the run came back. So.
Oh, I love good gun sound design. See that, like, that, I agree. Low FPS. That gets me going in FPSs, but like good sword sound designs, I'm like, ooh. Like I like melee combat, but I just wanted to, like, if it's speedy, if it's just kind of like just passing by, or like if it's like metal like clanging against each other, that's fine. But like the slashes and stuff, I can't handle it very well. Okay, so you're gonna clear sewers first and then go main. Doesn't fully clear it. Doesn't fully clear it, but oh, I think this is gonna, yeah. Oh right, I'm cheering for BBL though, so I'm okay with that. Levin needed to get that. Levin needed to get Serial there.
That's perfect. The
That was not okay.
Oh my God, Kiko, you are a brave boy. And you
Sociable with the drop down.
completely unaware. BBL back in.
Dude, wait, what did he drop? Wait, what did he do? Where did he come from?
Feels a little reckless from Liquid on the approach. Again, there's a time if you want to clear with your ultimate this way towards A, it is a risk you take. Again, maybe you'd argue it's just a gunfight that decides this, but I mean that's
distances.
Yeah, you can't blame
No, I like no. I like melee weapons. I just don't like the sound. Oh, the wall got in. Did it? It missed, I think, and he just dropped. Damn.
I mean, they're here before the spikes even planted, so BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
It's just the sort of it against the flesh.
Retake, back of sight, Profek. Paranoid going in, and he's getting a little cheeky with it. Spots. It is the clone that we
Huge
know.
flash. Do they clear it though? They don't clear it. Profek. Okay. He gets two.
Magnum even taking it.
Let's friggin' go, BBL.
One man, and we know what he can do. One of the great leaders coming into his own.
Yeah, it's
recently.
Nats. You gotta respect him. You gotta. Oh, Magnum says sit down. Oh, damn.
Up to 10 rounds.
Let's friggin' go.
Reset the economy here.
You got ISO ult for the retake.
Liquid. Concerning response for BBL here. And no surprise to see the
Good phantoms. I don't know actually. I only use the.
ahead of round 17.
Wait, no, I use the.
Ultimate starting to come online as well.
The arcade one, the Radiant Entertainment System, the RES one. I really like that one. But I think some people like I like that one and the Nerf gun one, but I feel like some people probably might not like
And when
that.
we're talking about kind of BBL's win conditions, you are looking at X factors, right? Because
I haven't used the Nerf one in a while. I should
but
use that next time I stream.
Absolutely, yeah. And to look at this veto and say that Haven's the question mark, I think that's definitely been answered now. It's going to take a miracle for Liquid to work back in here. It's only 4 rounds, but how this has felt, it's felt a lot more one-sided than the 10-6.
It absolutely
Yeah,
has.
yeah. I like that he pointed that out because the momentum feels like it's been on BBL like the whole time.
Really gathered from them, but into the buys, it's been one-sided. And I've got a feel if we're going to get a series out of this, Split needs to be a quick course correction.
Yeah. I meant the actual hitting of it. Like that's why I said like metal clanging against each other or like armor, right? Like medieval, like clang those swords and axes and maces. Like that, I'm fine. That like is cool. Like if it's done well. But yeah.
Break on map 1, like that's what I'm looking at here. They cannot get tilted. They can't be frustrated. They have to make it through this. And the way they're facing these rounds into those gun rounds, it hasn't been pretty.
Okay, so you pressure them, but there's still a trip. Ooh, the ISO undercut, trying to buy time.
Potential to get a plant down
Takes
here.
away. Oh, it was the clone.
It does catch the clone.
Oh, the clone was still there. Dude, he was trying to get the spike planter. That's rough.
Seeing that becoming more and more popular. Very well done. Camo, though, trying to play his life here as best he can.
Oh, they have no idea.
Liquid digging in deeper this time.
Oh, shoot. This is not good.
Camo still sticking around here. They can't afford to let this one slip. They can't afford too much damage either.
I mean, you got to just take away the weapons.
How much can Sociable achieve, though?
The bonus should be Patstek being able to find a weapon here. Let's get ahead of the smoke.
Can you get the weapon and get... Oh, there's no weapon to get. Never mind.
Find the upgrade. Be a pay safe card Thrifty here for Liquid. Much needed as well.
Really? Yes, so you... Oh, you like enjoy that?
Concerns really.
Oof. Oof.
Actually, yeah,
The sound of blades hitting flesh and bone? Oh, it's a fighting game of sorts.
I guess they do have the ults. Got Sociable
Wait.
and the Yampies there.
I think I actually know what you're talking about.
Profek as well, if it,
Blades have holes in them, so they make a whistling noise. Oh, yeah.
Comfy.
Yep. All right, enough blade talk. We're gonna talk about we're in a gun game. What's the best gun sound design that you've had in a game?
Active in the second half.
Sociable, I think. Whoa,
Nice shot.
Big shot from him. That's Camo removed.
Again, a B hit. They're ready for it this time. BBL adjust. They keep a lot more focus in. You have ults as well. Huge tag. Okay. Trying to just keep it. Oh, 11. 11 gets taken out.
Struggling to get deep on these sites, right? Look where these kills have come in. Just towards. It's just a shot in the dark.
Oh, I like the spam though. You know you tagged one as well, so I like the spam. And now you have this deep. I mean, I think Prophet can. I guess he's watching Barrage. They have Cam and Wire. That's why.
Real likely to be 11. Serial does have his ult.
They have numbers advantage, so they'll play retake. Sociable going all the way. He's got ult. I wonder if he uses it. Try to get to 11. I wouldn't mind that. There you go. I like that.
Social's going to sniff this out very quickly.
See discipline here. Don't need to go early. You've got the paranoia ready. In the hands of Prophet, there it is. And there's
The clone, the paranoia. Oh, what? What?
What you doing? What? Unbelievable.
No.
I'd love to get Palitek's POV there because it looked like BBL had done everything right. And now there's that ult. That voice line keeping you at bay. Prophet.
Oh my God.
Palitek's got you one.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The paranoia lands on Serial, but Palitek finds one ahead of that.
Oh, what?
A second to follow. Then Serial slows down.
How does he?
Sociable.
I mean,
Fantastic work.
I mean, for just to be very clear though, Sociable should not have lost that. Serial was paranoid, man.
That's what you like to see.
Yeah, Palitek on his feet because that
Oh,
almost felt like a done deal. With the ultimate being invested, the paranoia being
they were
pivotal.
both flashed, but I think they were half flashed from their own Yoru flash from the clone. You know, they might have, but that might have messed him up actually. Because it was Serial who shot the clone, and that flashed him.
Right? 8 to 10. It feels so different.
That might have been it. That's a
And for
good
BBL,
catch.
They can never feel comfortable in this series. There is never going to be a moment where you can fully feel comfortable. This is still Team Liquid's game to lose almost.
When in here, you got to argue as well. Liquid should convert out.
AK and Op and CS.
Invested.
Op for sure. I never really got into the AK sound on CS. Deagle and Op though.
I pray I haven't spoken to.
Would you be willing to guess my Val rank from a clip? Yeah, I think we'll probably. I think that's fun. We'll probably do some sessions of that in the future.
Well, the fact you've said that now.
I'm doubling down.
I've seen some wacky Omen ults recently.
And we got a whole lot of sheriffs.
Well, Panic got all the kills in hell. It was Serial who got the kill on Sociable.
And it's patient from Liquid. They want to get a read on everything. Everything feels
Live ranked duel. Yeah, exactly. Live ranked duel. That's fun. Ranked duel is fun. AK from 1.6. I've never really played 1.6. I probably played it a couple times at my cousin's house when I was a kid, but
Liquid are walking into it potentially.
It'll be fine, Michael. You said it was going to be fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, everything's not fine. It is a trap
what?
play.
Dude, that is an amazing trap play.
Comes in. I doubted your curse and I was wrong. And look who it is again. The saviors from that previous round. This time, you're going to have to go even further. And they're doing it.
Sociable's getting shaky. Sociable, chill.
You talk about heroics. This would be mythic level of work. Serial just slowly following the steps of Palitek. The hero of the hour.
Fnatic won, yes.
It's all about timing. The ult could have come in, but Magnum's been caught here. Tries to shift.
Oh, 11? Oh no. Oh no. Magnum.
Serial up against Magnum, and Magnum's been nasty with this.
Magnum.
I've got to see composure from Serial now.
Go get a gun. He's got a gun.
Magnum already tagged down to 45.
Ooh, I mean, oh, break the small one, yeah. Yeah. No, break the small one so he has to get afraid.
A bit nervous, I'm gonna be honest here.
Oh,
taking the long way around.
Damn.
Magnum stepping closer. He's got a corner to play from.
Oh, this is smart from Serial. I think you do expect it at a certain point, right?
Serial. It's all eyes
He's
on
ready
you,
for
mate.
it. He's ready for it, but Serial calls it. He calls the bluff.
Nerve-wracking moments here.
Oh, Magnum. So good.
It looks too easy
Oh,
for him. Serial
Dude, Magnum is keeping them in this game, man.
Brutal way to face your fate.
I mean, after the first tap on the spike here, the fact that there's no audio cue, no peak, no nothing.
Oh, dude.
Reposition.
I mean, that hurts for Serial, man.
I hate that repeat from heaven in that scenario where there's nothing else for Magnum to really check on. It's so clumsy to jump up onto the edge.
It feels
Dude,
like
they're getting so heated. I love it. I love that both sides are getting so heated, and it's only map 1.
But just to come back, a beautiful
so
setup for BBL.
Look at the ghosts.
Sigh of relief. And this was even with Sociable. Like I said,
Dude,
he's
11-8, dude. This game. Oh my gosh, you can really feel the tension.
And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage.
Going Heaven did make it harder. You're right, because you have to jump out because it wasn't planted like at an angle where you could just see by peeking down.
A tilting round to lose.
Social's getting under their skin just to get on their nerves. It looks like behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this side, but
Kamo,
they're
does he
on
commit
it.
to this? Ooh, Yampi, a little bit ahead, but Levin, he's got the shield. Levin.
The heavy hitter falls. Serial this time wins out the fight here. Now are they
Sociable
secure?
crossed the wire. Did he hear the TP? Did Nats hear the TP?
Oh
What?
my God, Magnum!
Okay.
Magnificent impact. Nats feels like he's ready.
Dude, how does Nats know? How does Nats know?
Profek, you got a 1v2 and Nats is on a heater now. Serial shaking in his boots from that last time around.
I mean, what do you do here?
To clear here. If you want an experienced player, you're looking at Nats.
Dude, Nats is so nasty.
Serial
How does he peek that fast?
like a lost puppy.
Nice double swing. Holy.
Aren't out of it yet. That was a Nats round, though. That was a Nats round. You get one of those every now and then. You get it more often than not, it feels like. But 9-11.
This is getting intense.
It's just it's unrelenting for Liquid.
No, Liquid had to win this one. It was a big round.
Don't have a chance to take a breather. Regain composure almost. By the skin of their teeth again. BBL will be back down on a lesser purchase here. Ultimate for Levin. Guardian in the hands of Profek, who wants to stab at things. It's away relatively.
Come on, we've gotten an eco before.
Is there just gonna be a brawling?
I want to see 11 Chad ult with the Sheriff.
God, I hope not.
No, I don't actually want to see that. Okay, just gets out.
Fancy that. Serial leads in the way. Should be able to clear a good
You don't want to
amount
risk
of
it.
the site.
I don't mind it.
Even the
Play it
backside
safe,
feeling
but
good now.
recheek's going to be hard anyway. I feel like you kind of had to go for the Hail Mary there.
Quick TP takes him out towards that
Ooh,
back of C.
timing.
Yeah, again, you're looking at the Sheriff, you're looking at Profek mostly with his card.
That's so close from Camo because his rifle was pointing that way.
He's still watching it. Yeah, dude, Kamo is... Team Liquid's so aware.
The C site littered with util now. Bolstering the defenses, but caught. Camo
NT.
gets his gun back out in time. Down to 2 of the Sheriffs remaining. It shouldn't be this tense, but it feels like it.
No, they got it this
Starting to
time.
dwindle. Liquid, this is good. This is really good.
Definitely clean some things
They
up.
need
Next round is kind of do or die for both, I think.
That's it. A flawless round would be another boom in terms of the confidence for them. Patatech on the first 11, a consolation at least. Nothing else for him to find. One round separating them.
The Notion Classic would have absolutely gotten that kill.
In terms of the finances here, you almost want a reset in between here because it's very late on in the day.
Timeout?
Yeah,
I assume
behind this,
BBL
it's
timeout.
Basically 1,500 credits.
Where's the music? Play the music.
About a couple of hundred off.
Play the music.
Some money coming in. Who knows? But this is tense now because as much as Liquid is, it
Okay,
feels muddy.
never mind. No
They're
timeout.
still winning out these rounds. They've closed the gap up.
Ooh.
And that's a steal. Nats has been
Uh-oh,
caught.
but they're
Levin
pushing in. They're pushing
locked
in.
on this.
They
Gotta
have no
find him.
idea.
Oh, big
Whoa.
one from Nats. Dream come true for Liquid. Get the
Okay, Sociable was ready for it, though. So, dude, both of them were ready for each other for the ISO ult. That's crazy. Prophet. No. Play it safe. Play it safe.
Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing. Prophet is alive.
You gave up garage. You gotta remember you gave up garage.
Support now in.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Sociable. Just chill. Just chill. Everybody chill.
Well, so probably waiting for somebody to get a bit closer.
No, Sociable, you have an op. You're not re-clearing that. Oh, Prophet, I don't know about that. Prophet, I don't know about that.
Nice from Serial, though. That calmness delivers.
Aye.
He wanted to clear those question marks, costing them there. Magnum doesn't really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it.
Okay, now you know they're in, though. Ooh, dude, that caught 2. That's rough.
Way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net.
Recon, they're spraying through.
Gets back to his feet.
Huge from Yampi. Baits him in. Yampi. Oh!
Just about gets locked in on
Sociable, please.
Trying to fight for his life. Oh, bloody hell, Palitech. The swing from Garage just in time.
Not like this. BBL, not like this.
Liquid 11-11, clawing this back.
Ay.
Stick very late on this, but I think anticipating maybe somebody else from BBL repositioning.
Okay, that was a wild take to go out of the shield, though.
BBL to call a timeout here.
I feel like Levin was kind of scared of Nats and felt he had to do something crazy.
Beautiful stuff.
Oh no.
3 on the bounce.
BBL, please. Okay, here's the timeout.
11 apiece. Like I said, now BBL.
Oh, please.
In a rough spot in terms of the money. Again, no spoilers. There's 2 rifles on the board, but Profek and Magnum not exactly looking flush. Yampi already committed to the stinger.
And I guess for Liquid, whatever means it takes, right? They have to take steps back.
Take the fight to them. That's what he said. I can read lips.
Leading the conversation there. Maybe a set piece.
Take the fight to them. And I agree. You got to take. This was my question. Was like, how quickly do you take space? And they've also been hitting B site so hard.
Not necessarily a set piece, but guys, remember, play together. Obviously.
But you can't push out of B that easily. But I think you got to do like a hard hit on A, right? Do a hard hit on A, take space, and then immediately have the Euro rotate to mid and cover that. Set up the Cypher util in mid as well. Never mind, hard hanker on C, but they are positioned to do a fast hit on A. Yep, there you go.
Take the lead here.
Went for the dart as well, and then go for a fast rotate.
Their coaches here in the timeout.
No ults online for Team Liquid.
In the server if they want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing that pedigree.
There you go. That's a good
legendary players
here
on
as
this
well.
side.
Good recon. Makes them think that the Silva's nearby. I mean, I think they know where it's coming from at this point. You know the cage is there too. Trying to clear it out. Oh, that was too deep. Your wire was too deep.
So well here. Good trades on towards Profek. Clearing out the site and they control it for themselves.
I was going to say, he's only got a judge though. That's just shut down through the smoke. It's a 4v2.
Yeah, I think you gotta save.
Dream, Yampi. This would be so much to
spotted.
do. He's been spotted here.
Oh!
One of the only EMEA players to make those stingers look so damn good. But he doesn't need to do it all. Levin's still standing. We need to see Levin get
Levin's got to get it on site. Levin's got to get it on site.
Levin looking for his man. Nats takes down Yampi. It's really on Levin. He knows about Nats. He doesn't know about Palitech. And timing is everything. Levin choosing his target, but
you got to swing out. You can't respect.
Holds this down. It's 12 for Liquid. Facing desolation until now. Finally.
No way, man.
A ridiculous turn of events here. Just map 1, by the way. Already it's this close.
Aye.
I mean, this is just outrageous from Yampi. But yeah, Liquid with a course correction here. Come on the home stretch.
No, BBL. Oh, I feel like the mental's slipping away for him.
Close out map 1.
Dude, Sociable, despite not being as crispy as usual, still has 17 kills. Like, they can do this.
Looks like might be.
That's another B hit. I mean, they're just going for fast. Okay. Fast flank. Oh, no. What are we watching? What are we watching?
Team Liquid looking like they're back from the dead. Revitalized and back
oh,
in
it's so
charge.
Chobra.
Plant being toyed with.
Nats as well.
that's his position. Should be the checkmate, right?
Oh, it's so
Vintage
Chobra.
classic. Serial, gotta be careful though. That's a freebie there.
Okay. Okay. Nice. No, you heard it. You heard
They
it.
need him, and he's right there. But they need him most. Team Liquid stand tall. 13 to 11. They make it through the gauntlet. And as you said, that was only map 1.
I mean,
Dude, a real comeback, chat. A real comeback.
definitely a big start for them.
A real
Have to see how this
comeback.
carries across into map 2, Lauren.
Damn, man. What a game. What a game. So much energy. So much energy. But BBL, you could feel...
Carry the game in the moments when it needs to be carried, okay?
What is-
Michael, focus up on the calls.
What is this?
Focus up on securing the rounds when it needs to be secured. And boys, remember, this game doesn't need to be emotional. We are better, and let's show that on the server. Energy balanced, and let's go.
Meanwhile, Pat Attack popping off. That's a great edit. That's a great replay edit. I will say, EMEA's replays have been killing it this year. Dude, damn. What a game. What a game. Holy. That's nuts. That is nuts. I hope BBL can regroup. I hope they can regroup for the second game. Ay, ay. All right, let's get a little angle going. Ooh. Oh, it's purposely tilted. Oh, this is tough. What are we thinking? How many degrees is this? I'm thinking 110. It's got to go higher than 110? I mean, surely... 120 seems big, though, no? Okay, we're real close. So it's not 115, because then it would have been boiling for 110 as well. So it has to be between 115 and 120. 117. Oh, last guess. All right, 18 or 19. 18 or 19. We got an 18 in YouTube. We got a 19 in Twitch. Oh, who do I trust more? Oh, boy. All right. Twitch, if you're wrong, I'm banning all of you. Oh, my God. I have to ban all my viewers. Oh, I'm just losing today. Why did I say that? Ay, ay. That's rough. Dude, this is such a hard game. It's such a hard game. Oh my goodness. What is this? A math game where you solve equations to progress through levels. YouTube chat better as always. Angle? I think there's only one. I don't think you can like replay the other days. What is Matix? Mental math duels. Making math a sport. Play as guest. What the? Oh my gosh. These are... Oh, this is... Holy. Wait, how does this work? Oh, this is actual PvP.
Once again, here on the desk as Team Liquid take map 1. Now, both of them changed their
Oh,
comms
shoot.
today, and we've seen teams from other regions such as Talon, you know,
what?
over in Pacific, using this comp
Wait,
that
what?
Liquid ran specifically to counter
Oh,
the Fnatic comp.
oh.
So,
It's their
Billy,
turn?
they
Is
came
it my
with the right
turn?
ideas
How
today.
does this
Yeah,
work?
and like we said before, you know, this is something that
What?
they've been kind of leaning into.
I'm so
It was kind of their
confused.
whole identity on Lotus, making Serial.
Oh,
like
no,
this
we
as
just
well,
keep
feel more
going.
comfortable being able to play
Oh.
on that Sentinel role.
Wait,
But
what?
yeah, it's funny that we come into today and they
2
have
times
something
3,
to directly
6.
counter BBL also
52.
playing. Yeah,
26 minus 1, 21.
But you got a feel for BBL.
18, 23. Oh, that was plus 10.
Looked very dominant,
Oh,
especially
4.
in the
Oops.
beginning and even near the end.
39 minus 6. I don't. Are we even
Why
playing?
do you think that it came down to this?
48, 45. 5 times 5, 25.
Also stepped up near the end.
And 23. 48. 28 divided by 7, 4. 63 plus 103, 109. 4.
I think it was like 1 kill in the
9.
first half, but then as we came
3.
into the second half and take a look at this clutch,
113,
from
116.
Paddy Petra, I think this
Nope,
is what you're
that
talking about. They were
is
stepping up in those
36.
situations, winning, 2v4s
I wrecked this
back-to-back
guy.
at one point. How much confidence does rounds like this give
I
you
wrecked
when
this
you're
guy.
making a comeback?
Get
A lot
wrecked.
of confidence. Sometimes you feel like you just
Malware
need a few
bites
kills, like,
blocked
to
the
BM a
site?
little bit, right?
Fabio, what are you
Warm up a little
doing?
bit, and, yeah,
Hold
once you
up.
get there, you're
Chat, don't
also
click on that site.
possible to be unstoppable.
Wait, what?
I mean, name a better
That's
combo
crazy.
than BBL losing advantage situations and then losing out a map. This is something that we've seen
Oh,
time
because
and
of
time
the
again from
notifications
BBL
and stuff.
throughout this stage. And I
Oh.
think it's something that you would think
No,
that
that's
they've
cool,
gone
though. That is a
ahead and,
cool
like, you know, kind
website.
of fix those mistakes, but no, it's just something that we
You weren't worried at all about the
from
first
them.
map?
Oh, I'm surprised we're showing that. Patty Tech, yeah, choosing to answer back with violence, I guess.
He's always yapping. I love it. I love it. I mean, it
How
was a
long do you
wholesome-
think? Do we have time for ranked duel?
but let's not forget, it is for Masters Toronto. You know, they want to be able to
Go back to
make it
Matix?
back.
You have to
And
unlock
speaking
it
of
all, though.
players stepping up, Nats, I owe you an apology.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't
Oh, there's
realize your,
puzzles.
game was this strong,
Oh,
but
here we
again, Petra,
go.
when you have an IGL
This is
leading
what
from
we
the
want.
front and also getting those clutches towards the end.
Oh, I like
it
this.
helps.
Yes, it helps.
Wait, I
Definitely.
forget how
It's
does this
amazing,
work.
Like usually the IGLs are a bit quiet, and it's just nice to see your IGL shine, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And he was screaming at Kiko towards the end. Is there like a rift in Cats Nation right now?
I hope not.
What's going on?
Right.
I really hope not. I love the whole Cats Nation
A
thing.
target
so
number
yeah,
and a
no, I hope not. I
mathematical
think as well, like,
operation. What does the
something that we've
operation
seen from
indicate
Nats
again?
The past week or so is the kind of frustration.
Oh,
of, like,
just.
here we go.
Okay,
no,
okay.
This was like nice, and then it just what's going on? I want love to know what he
Yeah,
said.
sorry, I had to rewatch that because I didn't.
Why are you
like,
what?
catch it
No,
at
don't.
the end of that match. But yeah, I think, like we say, it's not something.
Oh,
that
play
we're used
today's
to seeing
puzzle.
from
They're
Matt.
just showing me.
He's
Okay.
frustrated at his teammates, but he wants to make it back to another Masters again. So it's understandable.
Multiply is 60, but they can only appear once in each
We
row.
could be reading it wrong, but huge there from Nas to bring them back. But what does this mean as we head to the next map for BBL Petra? What would you be saying to your teammates right now if you were to lose map 1 like that behind the scenes?
Well, this has to be 1, 2, 3,
Don't make
right?
stupid mistakes near the end. 'Cause
Well,
I
this
felt
has to
like
be
BBL
3,
could
so
have
let's
closed
start
it out if
there.
They didn't do individual mistakes, so if they just
So this
did
can't
that,
be
it's
3, so this has to be 1 or 2.
Teammates, like, hey, those mistakes were stupid. Let's not do that for map.
Yes, of course,
Wow.
Petra said that was stupid. Let's not do that for round 2.
Right? You want to go to the final, so yeah.
Do you think that they'll be able to fix those mistakes in the space of like going from one map to the other?
Yeah, I think it's
But
possible.
60 has to be what? 6, 5, 2, right?
Split. This is where Billy Liquid should do better.
So this has to be 1.
Listen, we've been praising both of these
Which means
teams
this has to be
actually for the
4.
amount of preparation that they both bring
Oh, no,
to
it can be
each and every
4, 5,
single
3,
match.
but it
It's
can't be
probably one
3
of the
because this is
reasons why they've
3.
gotten
So
far in this playoffs bracket so far is because both teams do come prepared.
it has
So
to
I
be
think,
6,
yeah,
5,
this is
2.
where I look at BBL and I think, what have you prepared? We've been shouting,
Okay.
you know, teams need to counter what Team Liquid have been running on Split. They've played it so many times throughout this stage. They've got such a great win rate.
Oh,
percentage on
imagine
it.
the
Obviously,
opponent
like
was
I mentioned
still-
before, they lost it to Fnatic the other week, but up until that point it was 100%. So there's plenty of coverage on them for BBL to have gone back and looked at.
So this
and said,
cannot
okay,
be.
Guys, what are we doing here? Are we
It has
gonna
to be.
see
F
more
oh
composition
man, that's
switches
this is
switching up
this
again
is
as well?
tough.
That's something that I think isn't completely
40,
off the table.
No,
5, 4, 2, 1. One of these has to be 1.
They're the veterans. They've been to so many events in the past too.
I guess
so
you
they
can do
must be,
5.
You know, the ones to give them a bit of a.
It has to be
speech
5, 4,
backstage,
2,
but as
1.
They set up on stage here. Is the answer changing comps? You know, or does it really not matter at this time?
Well, this has to be 6 and 4. Let's put it in. We might have to change the order.
It does come down to the day. If you're feeling it on the day, it doesn't really matter what you're playing.
I mean, if I look back on how we were changing comps sometimes we did it on the day, and it works
So if
for
it
us
was
because
like
it's fresh air and everyone is so hyped to play your
4-1
agent, and
or for
you get a lot
2-1.
of confidence, but it can also go down.
Wait, that can't be possible though. This has to be 4 because you need.
You didn't expect the other team would change. You know, having to make that up.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, it can be
No.
hard because you're not prepared for it, depending on what you're used to prac and stuff.
Oh wait, what? No, that clears the whole thing. That's messed up.
Hard, and it's very good to fall back on basics.
Wait, am I crazy?
Here. But there's one thing that we know for sure, Billy. Nats is going to stand in vents on defense, and on the attack, he's
This
gonna
has to be
sometimes
6-5-2 or 5-4-3.
Man, if people don't start punishing Nats for getting
But it
away
can't
with
be
it,
3, so it has to be 6-5-2, which means this has to be 1 because it can't be 2 or 1.
Split is absolutely ridiculous. He's just everywhere. It doesn't matter where you're looking. He's probably behind you.
Yeah,
just
But
turn around.
that means if this has to be 5-4-2-1, 1 can't be here. So this one of these has to be 1. This can only be 6 and 4.
He knows all the moves, like the tiny
But this
steps,
has to be
the
1,
tiny
2, 3.
timings,
Oh,
and yeah.
I'm dumb.
You're a lurker. We've seen you lurk on
Okay, this has to be 1, 2, 3. This has to be 5-4-2-1. So these have to be 2 and 1. I see. I'm dumb.
Catch the lurker.
It can be easy if they give you the room, then yeah.
Oh okay. God. We thought Kayak would be the solo
Wait, hold on.
now.
Okay, well that timer's gonna go forever, but that's okay. We'll get back to it.
Fan of the Sage on Split?
Dude, Sage on Split?
Bit 2021, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
I can't
double
wait to see what they do with
Sentinel
this double
Sage
Sentinel
lock?
setup. You know, we were talking about double Sentinel going up against the double Duelist on the previous map, but now that actually flips round, right? We have Team Liquid running that double
Oh, hell
Duelist
yeah,
and
buddy.
sticking with what they know, but BBL looks to have done their homework, right? Coming into this, switching up and playing that double Sentinel instead. I mean, I can't wait to see what kind of traps that they have set up, right? This is such a trap-heavy map.
Sage, Raze, Deadlock, Raze. This, I mean, ooh, dude, I'm curious. I'm curious what BBL's got for us.
Sociable barely ever plays Sage, but this is what they got.
Dude, the large Tacti Bear still
Is
looks
it
so
gonna be
good.
enough to dig them out of this hole?
Mountains are there to be climbed one day. You love to see it.
Petra said there. No, I don't like Sage. Okay, the proof is in the pudding, right? The proof's there.
I mean, if there was anything to reinforce the statement that BBL constantly trying to reinvent themselves, this is
What? Why is one side of Team Liquid cosplay and the other side of Killjoy cosplay? This is favoritism.
Series, or at least I guess that match in particular here is just to throw a complete spanner in the works. Obviously, lots of set pieces possible between Magnum and Sociable here. We'll have to see. I mean, this is basically bolstering towards a very strong defensive half. They're starting on defense, and I mean, what was it 10-2 in the first half versus Foot?
Counting's difficult, and remembering's even harder. So I'll say yes. Well, Michael.
No, those would be EWC qualifiers. I don't think there's an official stream even for Americas. People might be watch partying it, but
As Team Liquid have been prolific on this map. On the attacking side, let's see how they handle it. Ready? You can see what Liquid are eyeing up here.
Because if they want to entertain the idea themselves, stun will come through, slow things down. BBL actually proactively clearing with the boombot here. Won't necessarily figure anything out.
okay,
on
so
the back
early
of that.
stage wall on A, very early. But this one's a good default wall instead of the mid one, because you can have a nasty little hide on the edge.
It has now been removed.
Okay, the breach has to start coming over. The Raze should come over too if that's the case, but they missed the timing a little bit.
Parts of the map will open up.
Looks like BBL's kind of committed to playing retake. Okay, he saw one.
Split for the defending side here. Team Liquid have been spotted. Sociable is
Ramp,
under pressure up
ramp.
towards Heaven now. I don't know if he can really get away here. Maybe banking on the utility coming out from Yampi.
Okay,
but
they
this is
broke
gonna be
that.
tough. Liquid trying to make this home. Well, this side their
Sage looking
home,
for
as
just
Sociable
one
should be
kill.
considered.
Ooh, the
Yampi
distraction. The
takes out a
distraction is so good. Oh,
lovely
he still
little
gets
synergy
another
there.
dink.
Good chip damage too towards Serial.
Yo, Yampi, let's friggin' go. Yampi pumps off. Pumps off. Oh, 3 for 3.
He's got a 1v2.
Okay, 11 and Magnum just play together.
Tough here. Gotta find
Just play together. He wasn't tagged.
Magnum giving it.
Okay.
Oh, lovely from Magnum. A little bit of a fadeaway on the end of that, but BBL, I love that synergy there. That was a lovely back and forth between the two.
Even on the back of actually the fault line going completely wide. I think as well, because Sociable catches the first cross, I think, and there's a little bit of hesitation, potentially maybe thinking it's
Great first kill from Yampi.
At that point, you got to think Sociable's the one that's, you know, dead to rights. Going to be chased down, but
let's go.
They got to be able to close out this energy though.
Yeah. That's the experience there. That's a veteran. For Liquid though, I think it is going to be that learning process, right? And also the second half of things too, bringing all of this onto that attacking side eventually will be most curious. But
BBL is going to want a lot
this
on the defense here.
kind of affects the next couple of rounds. Camo.
They can take a lot of good space early on in mid though.
And what a banging shot, but Levin,
Oh,
there's that
double ping
combination,
shells.
right? That's what we were looking at, this composition with
Oh,
the
that's
trips,
rough.
the traps, everything thrown down with that paint
Do they
shell
know?
on
Yeah,
top.
they know about Kamo because of the trail.
Hit a great shot. I doubt he's going to get more. That is one of the really strong points of this comp. I'd love to see that back. Sorry, EVS, I keep putting you on the spot. But again, this was something the desk was kind of talking about here.
yeah, there's those sort of set pieces that, again, BBL, depending on how many of them they've got in their back pocket. Liquid
I'm cheering for BBL.
deadly. If you can't draw out some of
But
this
Team Liquid
utility on the
is the
side of
favored
BBL,
team.
Banging.
Walking into the blender. Especially with the way
Be
some of
3
these
away
rounds
from
play out,
Rolling Thunder.
Split traditionally.
Wait, that wasn't even his trail. What? They don't have a fade. That was so weird.
This is where...
Whose trail was
Well, like
that?
Take a couple of risks in this round. You're on the bonus. You got your SMGs. Why not have a little bit of a go on things? Nats is there just chipping down at this wall. Does need to be conscious of obviously these angles and these newer positions that could become available. Obviously with the utility in middle being put into play, does slow down the approach from Liquid, and it slows down the entire game plan, really.
It does, yeah.
A lot of trying to bait out reactions. Team Liquid's playing this real well. They are taking care of things very quickly. How did Sociable get across?
Gonna potentially catch a timing here, but in mid.
I mean, 1 for 1.
Trade off. And Camo will fall, and Sociable has
Well,
been found.
yeah, the wall goes down.
Sociable's going to have a tough time dealing with Nats. He's such a diligent player in these solo efforts. Magnum as well only has a ghost here, so should be outgunned.
Huge stun. I don't think he knows there's a second, but he's afraid of the wraparound.
He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle, but Yampy trying to fill the void. But it is a 2v3. Now, obviously, we know all these players are heading over towards A now. Support coming in from Profek, but Liquid facilitating the cross.
It won't land. Yeah, now it gets a little awkward when you're locked out, but actually, spike here.
Okay, that's a mad one, because
Okay.
15 seconds, it removes a player away, so it almost encourages you to work forward. Nats is
Oh, timing.
And now
Let's
it's
go.
on Serial. A little bit shaky, the first upgraded weapon there for Profek 2. Let's see if he can
Did
hold
they
his
expect
nerve
it?
this time.
Oh no, oh no, he's got a time.
Big timing and a big kill. The 1v1
You stick
is
half.
Yampy on the
What?
other side.
Yampy.
Serial closing the net here, closing the gap.
Oh, Yampy, you
Simply put,
committed.
Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and it's a
my.
clean shot from Serial. Well controlled in the end, but a dangerous round nevertheless.
Absolutely, BBL.
I think you had to stick half there, but like either way, it was a 50-50. It's Serial playing it well. Serial playing it well.
Hello.
You're right, I think as well, if Sociable's going to be
They had to make sure that they didn't get caught off guard like that. They just didn't think about this soon enough. Yeah.
on and proactivity elsewhere, which is what we see in this round.
Incredible, Michael.
And it feels like
Yeah,
Nats
that
is
feels
aware of
rough,
that
though.
one, right? He's not a silly guy, and it feels like you've got to be ready to follow Nats straight into hell and back. And if he can get these
Do you
players
not
feeling on
need
the
sleep?
same page,
Oh, I need a
feeling
lot of
confident,
sleep. I
that's a
keep
huge
oversleeping because I keep staying
to
up
the
watching
Liquid
VCT. I'm struggling to organize my video ideas because I keep oversleeping, to be honest, chat. That's why we've been lacking in YouTube uploads. Michael is Serial. Michael is Serial.
Levin almost looking as if he wants to continue. Actually wins out here, so Nats dropped very early on in this round. Liquid not necessarily in a position to spring off the back of that.
I mean, you suspect it. You suspect this isn't a good angle anymore. Social. Oh.
over on the catwalk, right, which was Yampy, so
Okay.
kind of a complimentary angle. As much as they'd love to clear social.
Okay. Just chill. Social, chill. Using both slorms, I don't think was worth it.
The protocols that Liquid like to run here, and
Dude, Yampy is doing everything he can.
First half already. Only into round 4 here, 11.
Oh, dude, they. I love it, dude. That Sonic Sensor is so good.
This feels like a very strong read, Mike. We know that
They went up at the same time this time to try to counteract the fight, but they didn't clear the sensor.
Test 11, right? Left him out there in that 1v1. Here it is again. Set up by Yampy a little earlier, but
Do I think Team Liquid's going to choke? I mean,
mid-pressure coming in off the back.
BBL is not that much better, to be honest. Both of them have a little bit of trouble wrapping up fights.
After initial aggression being shown, that's where some of these trap plays, the utility can be really overwhelming.
Okay, you got Showstopper. Are we going right away? No. You've got Rolling Thunder, Showstopper. So they're playing retake on A.
Key things being the paint
Wait,
shell
you're playing
being drawn
retake
out,
everywhere. What?
the wall.
Oh, you're just keeping your distance because it's eco.
Said this first stretch of rounds probably going to be the most punishing for Liquid
Battle of Chokers.
in terms of lessons to learn.
I mean, game one, though, I mean, it wasn't any one person, BBL. I mean, Sociable definitely lost a couple fights he shouldn't have, but he still got a lot of kills.
Some of those weak points. Did Yampy see someone that I feel like he did? Because
Magnum was killing it in the first map.
Definitely spotted, and Yampy's gone a bit more confident to say the least. Serial in the 1v1 now, and
He doesn't, dude. Yampy does not overheat on that. That's good.
Controlling this area. And Serial might be
Caught. Tried to jump away. Doesn't hit it.
This is very diligent.
You walled off mid, BBL. You should be pretty good. Where are we looking, Sociable?
I guess
Oh, just anti?
confident approach to things, not allowing that comfort on the kind of single side of things. Profek.
You know one's on site. Ooh, that's an amazing flash. They have a weapon. Good coverage from Yampy. Dude, Yampy is killing it. Too bad it's only the people that had ults that got all the kills, but that's okay.
This has got to be a bar. They have to hit almost here.
I think DRX can clear BBL unless BBL, like, all 5 of them are at their peak. Then I think it's anybody's game. But on average, I think DRX clears BBL. Team Liquid, I wouldn't necessarily say so.
Yampy leading the charge from the top 10 and 2, 11 at 8 and 1
I think Team Liquid has enough creative ideas that DRX would get caught off guard quite a bit.
Liquid do have a couple of their own.
The thing is BBL actually plays pretty fast too, so that might work against Estrella's calling as well.
Here on the back of the Showstopper, off rip here.
No, chill, BBL, do not overcommit to this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Chill, back up, slowly back away. Oh my gosh.
Gets ahead of the wall. Still, they get through the wall and look what's in front of them as well. More utility.
BBL's got to chill.
The concern being if this isn't cleared early on, except BBL can just kind of sit back, rely on some of these deeper positions.
Hey, they heard the orb.
Reset here from Liquid towards mid. Magnum did retrieve the orb, so ultimate now available.
Yeah, gotta watch for mail. Oh, Nats was already through.
2 overzealous here. Stun will come through.
Okay, that's huge. Slow orb big as well. Slow orb's big. And the Rolling Thunder to just keep him trapped. Magnum stalling as well. The ult. What? He missed! That's an angled wall. That's an angled wall. It's angled. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yampy, chill. Calm your aim. Oh, that's Mag. Wait, oh, Yampy's on heaven. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oi. Oh, it was too early.
Cleared that, but that timer runs low. You're almost desperate to just get it somewhere.
Sociable does need to chill on the double orbs. Like, Sociable seems to just be like instantly trying to just delay, but it's like, I mean, in this instance, they were already running out of time, and he was already tagged, so I'm okay with it. But I think Sociable could get a lot more value by like finding the right timings for his slow orbs.
The team could punish Liquid here. This has been a stronghold for them for some time.
Absolutely.
So if I'm Team Liquid, honestly, I think I say push mail fast early. Get the slow orbs out, you know?
They just play a good split, right? And it looks like BBL have identified a lot
Rolling
of
Thunder. The Rolling Thunder happened, but he didn't have audio, so I think he didn't want to push it. So I think he was just. I think they were basically just saying, just keep him trapped in mid and we play for time. I think that was a. I think that was an overall call just to make sure. I mean, I guess he could have waited like 2-3 seconds though with the stun.
No, shut again. Very well handled. Now this gets put onto the kind of coaching staff and how Liquid can make
I
their
think if you're
minds up
Team
on how
Liquid,
they
you
wanna
say
deal
hit
with
the
this.
sage.
Now it does feel as though obviously
Break the
BBL's
wall,
is
hit
mostly
Mail fast,
complementary
draw out the
defending, so-
sorbs,
but you need a bit
draw
more
a
than
reaction
one.
away from here, and then you push. I mean, just classic splits.
Dare I say, you aim towards it getting, you know, 3 or 4.
It looks like they're just gonna. I mean, it's the eco. I want to see if Team Liquid does that the next round.
Now the opening 6 have
11 and 2 for Yampi, by the way.
in this first full ult cycle kind of
BBL has a bit of an inkling.
So it's not really rounds that you'd say. You know, you're expecting Liquid to put a set
Okay,
piece
so you
in motion
prevented the
because they
pinch.
just
You
can't
delayed
early
them
on.
on garage. You prevent the pinch
There's
in
so many
mid.
obstacles for them to overcome.
It's a lot of presence heard in middle and a lot of pressure on Magnum, but he's been playing this well actually.
I mean, they
Again,
drew out the
Magnum
walls
kind of
successfully
returning
on
to
an eco,
glory
nice
has
and
been
early.
something that
No
I don't
trap
think we
play.
can understate here. You know, a lot of people thinking maybe his time in the sun had dimmed, but
Someone's
his
gotta cover
recent
B
performances
heaven.
with BBL have been magnificent. Now, this time around, though, we focus on what Liquid can achieve here. 5 together, looks simplistic, and that paranoia is stunning. Really well
That's
handled
huge.
by Prophet. Does he get caught by Kiko, though? That is
the
question.
flash!
However, it's sociable from up on towards the rafters. Well maintained, Serial, trying to get a little bit dangerous here. And the spray
reload.
doesn't quite get the target. This is still game on. This is a big ult invested, Mike.
Sociable almost locked out from using his presence.
Oh,
but actually
huge
Levin and
nades.
Magnum both find kills.
I-
That's
okay,
all
wow.
As well. And it's 6 on the board here for BBL.
2 ults used there, Mike. 2 big boys as well.
Sage lock, yeah, Canstar. We're getting creative out here. I mean, that was a crazy retake.
I'm a little lost for words at how well prepared. Again, this was something we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Before we even got to cast, it was like, well, you know, if they're going to go for split, they've got to have antied it. But we were like, okay, let's compare it to the foot game,
Yeah, the
right?
concern would
Oh, the net. That's on the default plant. I didn't realize he was netted. That's huge.
Absolutely.
And like I said,
You gotta play the Nats go nuts. But okay, so BBL have changed it. They're not putting Sage up in mid.
And to see this have repetition
Oh, sociable.
is just terrifying.
Oh,
And I'm sure
that's a
it's
tough
little
angle
bit
to peek.
unnerving for Liquid because this was meant to be
Oh,
the
do not go
conflict.
out there. It's
You
a
win
trap.
map 1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away
He's
with
playing
a
it safe.
2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. Now Liquid still have a couple of ults.
But
They've
Team
got
Liquid
good
has that
ults, but
idea
they've
of trying to
still got camos
pressure here,
So
right,
there's
from both sides.
Kiko with that attack inside operator is going to have to
And
do
then
some
you
serious work.
kind of draw out all the utos. So they've gotten both walls down before the minute mark. That's huge. Attack op though.
As early as possible. To remove
Yep. See, all the soul orbs are gone.
that security.
They're making the Sage panic. The Sage has no value now.
There's so many layers to this.
Okay, you expect this again. They're looking for the sensor. They're looking for it.
Hang on with this. And once again, this has to add to the protocols, right? We can see Yampi.
Oh, it's dude. They have an extra layer to it. The aftershock. It's so good.
It's
It's
layer upon layer. You think
good.
maybe you've got the solution on the first. Get rid of that deadlock util.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Sociable is coming back
I was
alive.
going to be a bit worried. He was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine. Liquid do not have an answer. It's simple. It's as clear as day. They have not found a solution. They can't break through vents. They can't have that singular lurk. They need someone to
15
come up with a
seconds.
miracle
Round's
sooner.
over. Yeah, Team Liquid is struggling. Team Liquid is struggling. They even had the right idea, but I think they just rushed into vents.
I mean,
I think you needed to have a lurk here. Wait. Okay. Woo.
Unfortunately, not doable. Magnum just has to sit this one out.
Clutch. Red Bull clutch.
Well, call it a Red Bull clutch.
Call it a clutch.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Jen?
BBL to find their 7th.
And I love the juxtaposition then between kind of Nats and
Oh, you know
Yampi,
what?
right?
I
You
think
can
our
go Yampi on a
mods
real
might have
all-time
gone to
high.
sleep.
This
I
is
can
gotta feel
take
so
care of
good.
that.
It's all
Yeah,
good in
since
theory,
we've
right? You can
quieted
go there,
down.
think you've done
I
your
can take care of that for you.
Think you feel good about it, got a plan in mind. To see it in motion so perfectly is unbelievable. And for Nats, I'm sure this is incredibly frustrating.
Where do I turn it
This
off?
is a very hard puzzle.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Let's not throw. Let's not throw this one away. We're 7-1, guys. You don't get that against Liquid in a game like this. You gotta keep your head about you. Yeah, God.
They're in
contextually.
uncharted territory right now. Liquid back down on a broken purchase. Sheriffs to round this out. Sociable remaining.
Great adjustment from BBL after that previous round. They did 2 rounds of the Sage on B and the Deadlock in Vents. And now they put Deadlock Util back on A.
Liquid can't really
Liquid's
figure out some of
struggling.
the setups behind. There's not really clear indicators for them.
This feels tense though. They've made it up here. This is the first time they're really kind of testing ramp, I guess, this side of things.
Ooh, oh,
Like
this.
an inverse of the round, clearing through vents the other side.
They got through
This
this.
could be the answer.
Sociable. Yeah. Uh-oh. Levin's got to fill main. You got to go to garage. You got to clear garage. You got to go deep. The Euro ult's here. No, I don't know if you want to do that.
I'm still a little bit worried here. This is
I don't
exceptional
know if we
from
want to
Liquid.
be doing
There we go.
that.
There is the path made, Mike. It felt like it was all over the shot. It felt like a reversal of a round almost.
Yeah.
Take up through ramp, dip through the vents, and then punish the player into
It's
a
like
nail,
Sociable
I guess,
casting
but
double
it
slower.
works wonders.
That's what they've got to do. It seems a rough objective to set is to catch BBL off guard with a composition like this. Like I said, Levin, you got to feel like he has a lot of space to play with him. Maybe it's the TP from Profek that keeps him just at the edge of
Uh-oh.
B main.
No. You need more than 7. You need more than 7 here.
Yeah, the second on the board.
I mean, I think you ideally want 9. I know it's greedy, but I think BBL... That is a nasty trap play.
Will jump there, gonna catch Yamp on the back pedal, but I feel like he's dead anyway. Camo on the clear and Magnum alone, but he's gonna capture one.
Dude.
Panatek on the other side would love to save his teammate, but this is looking
Yeah,
like
you
it
just have to
might
let
be
it go.
lost.
Panatek
Camo's
actually making the
dead.
smart move here.
He's been snatched away, down to a 3v3, and the support system doesn't work. He couldn't get through the vents this time, Kiko.
I mean, Magnum's just stuck, but Sociable has to be the one that saves him. Trying to drag him in, but there's no way to kill him.
The res gonna come through. Yampy back up on his feet, quickly put back down. Dead again. Sociable on the spray, leaving just Serial in a 1v3 here.
Well played, dude. Dude, BBL has so much prepped.
Instantly on the reply.
They have so much prepped.
Try and get aggressive against this composition. You will be punished. A really awkward timing here for Nats to drop the wall. Whether or not the call there was to maybe show us 3.
So well done.
It's just almost out in no man's land here.
Yampy's nuts.
Rough really for
He is nuts.
anybody else from Liquid.
Yeah, Yampy is nuts.
Counterbalance that.
Magnum's right, dude. Magnum's his voice definitely hurts.
Right? This is
That's double timeout. Yep.
Well, understandably so. Yeah, they've got
But
to
I
feel
think it's smart.
semi-confident about the
You
second
want to
half,
stop.
potentially in terms of
You want
their
to stop the
approach, but
9
certainly not in
because
terms
you
of the
think
scoreline.
they'll have
Like I
a
said,
much
you're looking
weaker
for
attacking
potentially
half.
Another round or 2
I'm okay with a
from
double
Liquid to
timeout
make
here.
this feasible. Could BBL repeat a 10-2?
What's the name of the assistant coach on Liquid chat? Anybody know? I know Lohan is the head coach.
I think a lot of us, when we look bigger picture, would, I don't say prefer, but you can see the validity in Liquid going international, right? BBL,
Sure, yeah, because
uncharted.
it's an unknown. It really is.
All right, everyone, do your stretches.
Like this and creativity like this.
We gotta stretch
I
during
can't help but
timeouts.
be impressed. I think anyone who enjoys Val has got to be impressed by this. And you can't say they don't deserve it. Bloody hell have they run that lower bracket. They've put in the work here. But Liquid, there's still... If they win this, it's not...
Is it Yautzen?
but
Okay.
it's possible.
Yes, there have. I think twice, Infinite, where both teams call the timeout. What happens then is you take one team's timeout where both teams are talking, and then you immediately have another 60 seconds to talk. So you get 2 minutes of timeout.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of Liquid from the rest of the pack. So you've got to be so cautious.
It's just Magnum
Some
up
of these
here.
more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampy is nearby, this is still kind of in
All the
Magnum's
sonic
hands.
sensors are gone,
And
but the
he's been-
wall's been
I
up,
mean,
so
he
you're
has
safe for
been
the first
really
40 seconds. 10 more
marvelous at
seconds until the
doing
wall
this.
goes
Now
down.
we see the support
Same thing
system
with
kind
this
of
wall.
shuffling a little bit.
It will get broken.
Amount of guns firing,
No
it's
peaks
gonna
coming
keep
out. They're
Yampy here. Damage shot, that's huge from Kiko.
Oh, that is
That could be the goer,
big.
but still slowed down.
Ah,
Nice
social.
shot.
Ooh.
Wow.
We take those.
You don't see that
We take
every day.
those.
Nats.
Come on, get the 9 here, BBL.
Seemingly lost on the timing of the wall dropping.
Well, here we are. And as you said, agents were not used to seeing it.
Sociable. Prophet. They're coming alive.
Moved and Liquid still held by Ramp. There's been no solution.
Just stay grouped. Just stay grouped. If they rotate to B, like, so be it. Yeah, you know they're rotating. No, just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill.
Nothing's a given at this point. Serial and Patatek, we saw what they
Oh
did
my
before.
god.
Now they're doing it again. Sociable will find Serial. Is this all down to Patatek? Very hard angles to clear.
Okay, ooh, that was a good slow orb. Hey, see what happens when he doesn't slow orb? Oh my gosh.
For BBL.
It's rough to see Nats fall in.
Why do they not make one timeout for a minute and both lose a timeout?
Neither of them
I mean,
seemingly reading the wall cracking.
well, that would feel bad because technically you, in theory, have up to 4 minutes to talk, right? Because you have 2 timeouts and the opponent has 2 timeouts. So one of them is getting robbed of the extra. I mean, you're both getting robbed of the extra 60 seconds. We're talking about the case where both teams call a timeout at one point or at the same time.
Going to round 12 here. Finally, Divide being invested is off rip. To maybe sell something or put something in motion towards mid.
Okay, 9-2. BBL's okay. I mean, if they get 10-2, it's incredible.
Coming out, they see no further pressure even behind that kind of, attempt to
chill.
break the wall. This puts
Oh, I forgot if BBL wins, we have to go to map 3. I don't know why I don't know why I'm so invested in BBL. Oh no, they're waiting for the sonic sensor again.
He's been generally very good on that second layer, but Magnum
he's not there to fight it this time.
He's in a really tough spot here.
He's not there to fight it this time. They checked it. Okay, he still gets one.
11 with 2 massive kills.
Dude, 11 massive long-range kills.
They've already gone away. There's no one to connect to as Serial down low on 14 HP. And 4 standing for BBL. This is looking like it's all but over. Kiko would have to become the hero.
Wouldn't be able to stop from pushing the limits on tech pauses. 10-2.
A magnificent score.
Yeah, what's up, Paradox?
For BBL. This has been
freaking
brilliant
go.
to watch, Mike.
Another clinic put on by BBL. I'm so impressed.
There's no chance. I mean, there is a small chance. They gotta chill. They gotta chill. Calm down. Sociable's coming back alive. We just chill.
I'm absolutely stunned, Mike. I can't wait to see how the second half plays out.
Dude, both matches today are so good, chat.
It's a clear, decisive answer on this first half. Let's find out if they can close it in the second.
Was that enough of a performance for Plat Chat to glaze G2 send Fnatic endlessly? Yes. Although I feel like they won't. I feel like they won't glaze Fnatic. I feel like they will say Heretics choked. Which is like half true in map 2, but I think Fnatic just was the better team. So... were we in the middle of anything? Yes, we were. What did I say? Okay. This has to be 5-4-2. So this can't be... wait, no. 6-5-2. But this can't be 2. So it has to be 6 or 5. I hate that I have to click it. Okay. I mean, let's just go with this for now. What do we need for 9? 3-4-2, 5-3-1. 3-4-2 or 5-3-1. Ooh, that's tough.
The comps that have come out
back
here.
in time, playing versus Foot again.
Yeah, it's 10-2 though, Mike.
I'm actually kind of curious why Paradox sometimes capitalizes some words, but I've never been ballsy enough to ask outright. Wait, what?
On the attacking side, it becomes much harder to bring in.
Capitalizes some words? What do you mean?
10 rounds, you're pretty.
Paradox, do you capitalize certain words?
Pretty good, and if BBL can get themselves
Fastest time to plan globally on Split. Oh. 39 seconds is actually crazy work, though. I mean, yeah, they just need to have one crazy set play here, and you can. With the Sage Deadlock, dude, they are set up for postman. Look at Deadlock, bought all util. You've got Sage Wall and Slorbs. Dude, they are going for... oh, I mean, I think Liquid's cooked unless they stop the entry.
And if they really been slowed down. You can see the success of BBL here. Nats is still up
Yep.
there, but the fight's been won. That was
I mean, you ain't breaking any of this individually.
for the best. Panatek. Okay, Yampi's on 36.
I
Magnum
mean,
42.
this is. I mean, what do you do here, man?
Through heaven gets denied, and you can already see the post plant setup.
Yampi's gonna sacrifice himself to get him stunned.
Don't allow them into those post plants. That's where it becomes strong. Maybe that's why they were so encouraged to flood through. Panatek now, he is it. That's probably not what you want to be hearing. Time is starting.
What's the website for that puzzle? Hold on, I'll show it to you after this.
Look at it. It's just so all-consuming.
Oh,
Layer after layer, standing there with a grin. BBL.
That website is called Matiks, MITIKS.IN.
The value of that prep
Matiks.
on display fully. Yeah, it's just all-encompassing here. I mean, even if they wanted to burst out here, they're caught by the slow orb.
Paradox says, yeah, I capitalized the org name or tourney. Well, there's the answer, isn't it?
Liquid early on for this pre-take to try and flood out.
Dude, that was such a good pistol round.
Lovely
And yes,
pistol round,
Fnatic. Well, rolled is a little unfair for Heretics, but Fnatic absolutely showed up. It was an incredible match. Really good game of Valorant.
Because you just, I mean, potentially going to be blown out of a map. They forced up here, right? You're about to get absolutely smacked about in map 2, and then you got Fracture coming up. And we've already seen that Liquid looked a little stressed at times. It puts all that pressure back onto their shoulders, but for now,
Kiko did just spot.
Oh!
Well, not on the second peak.
First you saw him, second he's dead. Brilliant from Kiko.
Ooh. Okay, you got the Bulldog, though. All right, you still got 4 guns.
Wins for Liquid.
But no smokes.
Do now
No smokes is rough. But you've got the guns.
Cautious on approach here.
Sociable, calm down. You're shaky. Sociable, calm down. You're better than him. You're better than him. Oh my.
Camo.
Moment there, yeah, Camo.
Yeah.
Better of the scope.
This is nice. Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, this is small
I mean,
steps.
Team
on a
Liquid should
long
know
journey,
this is a rotate to be.
It's one they need to take, and they're certainly not across the line
Wow.
yet.
BBL's actually gonna
3
fake
players
it.
looking for it.
Oh, they're gonna go through spawn. That's
Yankee on a
crazy.
solo adventure towards B. You can see the other two wrapping through spawn. I like
Oh, this is crazy. But there's only 20 seconds. You have to make noise at some point. What's going on here?
Couldn't quite find the shot he wanted, so it's
Oh, Nats heard you. Oh, it's so over.
It's 13 seconds.
It's so over.
Perfect. Yeah, this should be okay. It is. Nats then making the spike drop, gonna make Yampy just too far away. They can do the dance all day. It doesn't matter. Time was the end goal there, and Liquid survive.
Aztec will actually retrieve the rifle as well.
Yep. They know.
Here with just the one sheriff in the hands of Levin. Not the scenario you want to see a Guardian, actually. Pretty committed up close.
He doesn't really have a way out of it.
Oof.
He's just hoping that, supporting utility buys him some
But
security.
Sociable's already in vents.
Sociable has slipped through
There's
a
no
bit.
Sentinel on the side of Team Liquid. BBL has to abuse this.
Get from this, maybe some good info. But Serial's stuck around here. Even in all that storm.
BBL's really trying to sell.
Camo's going to catch Sociable.
Well,
so it does feel like they're
that
just kind
is
of walking the map, getting a feel of it. They've got rounds to play with. So why not try and get as much information as you can?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got good info. That is true.
Liquid find their third. And really for them, you want to see them hold to every single one of these weapons.
Jen caught.
If they can get themselves a bit of a buffer, and things do descend into madness, get a little scrappier. Building back into a comeback here, you don't want to be worrying about the finances. That's tech.
I mean, come on. Well, okay, it's not happening now.
Second, and Perfect not able to get away with that TP.
I mean, just wait and just charge one later. There you go.
I was going to say no more than that, but Nat's quick on the trade here. Liquid will find their fourth.
Come on, BBL. Come on.
Long road ahead of them, Lauren.
It is. No mistakes.
Just
That's
2 more
simplicity of
rounds.
it, right? 11 rounds has been marked on the board. That is the margin of error that they can have is pretty much what? 2 rounds. That's it. Now we know that Liquid can be capable. That first half was probably a fright. It was a brutal wake-up call. But here, Good step.
Yo, lock in, because...
Yeah, I wonder how
Because
the second
what?
half of that.
Because what?
That
You have
sends
your
it
role?
Liquid do have Camo's ult here. Yambi's got his, and they've been generally
Oh,
pretty spot
I
on.
think maybe they were talking about the Rolling Thunder.
As Levin does get free access, that second
Okay, the
layer,
Euro
also
retake. You have
now
to be ready
approaching
for this.
freely.
You got to wall off everything. You got to wall off everything. Do not let the Euro get in.
Well, inside the smoke. We're locked out of this for the time being.
Oh yeah, I don't know
Camo's
about that,
also
Prophet.
available,
Yeah, just bail,
I'll
just
see it.
bail.
But tons of utility
Do
at
we
their
want to
disposal.
consider? Never mind. No
much
slow.
pressure, though, on
What?
Liquid to keep
What?
this faultless, and it is good. That's a great start. Take away Magnum, that's the back line. Now Prophet up next. Good util to put him under pressure. Gets cleared. Nat's doing well. Striding back in. It's all looking stunning. Team Liquid now locking in. Clean rounds. Only losing one now in the last two here. This is exactly what they needed. 5 now found.
Absolutely what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan. Looking very composed, not thrown off kilter.
Nope.
By a pacey execution here towards 8.
Aye, aye. Oh, the
Gap
wall.
here, that's
what it was.
Didn't catch that.
No.
That's why Magnum's just not expecting this at all.
Wow.
Aye, yeah. The ramp, man.
Magnum, you left the gap by the way.
Oh,
Just in case
thanks,
you didn't know.
Nats.
I think Magnum probably realized
Alright.
pretty quickly.
He's made it down ramp.
Something's not right here.
How's he gotten me? But BBL instantly on the timeout. These 3 rounds have been enough. They don't like what they're seeing.
No,
Now,
wake
we know
up,
that
Magnum. No, no,
Liquid
no,
burnt
no,
their
no, no,
first
no,
two
no.
in the
No
first half.
tiredness, no
So this does actually
tilting.
give an opportunity
Come
now
on.
for Liquid to
Come
also
on,
check
lock in.
Right? This is a
There you
good
go, there you
chance
go.
for them, maybe just to compound
This
what's
is only
being
map
said.
2. You got to play up to
And
map
for the
3
outside of
anyway.
BBL, they need to not let this get too far. Yes, they've got rounds to play with, but it does become, as much as I hate the whole round by round, we'll just play our own game. You've now had, what, 3 back-to-back, very clean, very focused up, no errors. It does start to become, it feels possible at that point.
Yeah.
And it's small, it's only 5.
Especially in the previous round here where the Rolling Thunder's invested, it's one of the things that really is the catalyst to this composition outside of Levin on the showstopper potentially or any other round with the satchels, but like I said, the objective for them is just to get into a post-plant situation.
He's sleepy because Crazy Guy only slept for 1 hour? That's crazy.
Will only bring a Bulldog.
I can't believe Crazy Guy only slept an hour before the grand finals, and then he led his team to victory.
Nats does have the pip.
No escape.
I mean, same kind of opportunities around Sociable and Magnum on the attack, yes, but
Come on, give me a map 3. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little tired for a map 3, but I want BBL to go to an international. I want Levin on the international stage. Nat, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop it.
These are good signs for Liquid.
Nats, you got to go to Bangkok.
Leading from the
Let
front,
him go,
Nats.
man.
Lovely from him. Yeah, really clean Liquid. Doing what they need. It is track by track, step by step.
It is 4:09 a.m.
The buy is now back in for BBL.
a little bit away from some of these key ultimates
Ah,
here.
yeah.
Said not expecting them to come out swinging once again. Did see the stat pop up earlier. BBL with the, I believe it was the fastest time to plant the spike on their attacking side. This composition doesn't scream pace.
Nope. Speaking of
There's
pace,
no
though,
daylight savings
this
in
looks
Korea
like it's
now.
very much all in. BBL
Korea's
fancying
not
their go
weird
up to
like
ramp. We saw
the
that being
United States
destination
or
for Liquid.
some
Mostly
other
the
Western
final destination
countries.
didn't go too well, but we got Nats and we got Panatek now holding it down, and it's already going to be Panatek holding that line. Beautifully set into motion by Nats' utility. This is great
Work
stuff
the
from
map. They have no sentinel. Work it.
Sociable trying to find anyone, but he's not being gifted much here. Liquid all too aware, and they even know about that position.
Nobody entertaining the peek onto site either. They're happy to now just rely on the numbers. Well, maybe ahead of some of these cooldowns, potentially in the retake. Do have Patatek's ultimate to rely on as well.
Shadows traveling.
Paranoia still here for Popek though.
They need a pick though, it feels
Yeah,
like,
they do.
right?
They definitely do.
And Liquid are playing
They need
super
to push
disciplined, which
out.
I love. It's that kind of idea
Somebody
of knowing
needs to
BBL
push
would
out.
desperately love a pick here, you know, an
Yeah.
untradeable kill. That's the dream. Now they're stacking up to. Oh
Timing.
Ball.
Sociable, you gotta chill, dude.
Yeah, it felt like he could have done some serious damage here, but in reality,
he's
this is
so
close to the ball. It
shaky
wasn't a clean enough
today.
pick. Still 4 players against the 2. Can Profek and Yampi become the heroes of
Yeah,
the day
paranoia.
for BBL? That's not sharp enough. And Yampi, he's desperately trying, but 14 HP ain't gonna stop him. Team Liquid.
Oh man.
Now, 7 rounds. It was only 2 at the start of this. And was 2 gonna be enough?
It's another tick in the box as well for composure. And able to take a breather here.
No, they
Early
are
win
tilted.
out
I
in
mean, their
terms of
mental is they're breaking
focus
down
towards round
again,
clear, but
just
Patek-
like on map
Patek,
1.
sorry,
They gotta
punishing
be
this
able to
choke point.
calm down. I really think, like, legit, this is a situation where I think a timeout and doing breathing exercises would make the world of a difference for BBL.
That's 5 now. 5 back-to-back. Still a buy for BBL. Right there. And it looks like rinse and repeat, right?
The crazy thing is Sociable still has a lot of kills against. Like, he was second in frags on Haven as well, but, like, some of these moments where he absolutely should be getting more, he just gets all jittery.
Disrespect this fight for you till they've been trying before. And once again, rinse and repeat this time.
Okay, this time a bit of a trap play on it. I like it. I like the adjustment. So pretend like you're doing the same thing and you don't do it.
Doesn't get what he wants.
Doesn't get what he wants, but Profek. Huge jump forward. The tempo's good. There you go, BBL. There you go.
Almost feels like they're playing mind games here with Liquid. Not expecting them to run through, fully commit towards this A-take once again. But the utility is just beautiful for BBL. Nats tries to swing things back in their favor with the pit, but 2 beautiful kills from Profek.
Nice, David, nice!
To swing this back in their favor. And now on 12.
God, right on that verge here, taking us to the 3rd map. Fighting for that
All right, real or
final
fake
ticket
comeback,
to
chat.
Toronto. You want to see it go fracture. You want to see them
Vote with your wallets. I
brought to their
mean,
limits,
vote
but
with
BBL,
your
that was a break.
mice.
What was the monotony almost of Liquid just round by round, punishing, and Serial couldn't land it in time.
I don't know. It's looking, it's looking pretty fake.
BBL on the verge, doing the damage.
It's looking pretty fake, chat.
And that run back might just be crushed. And that map 3 becomes a reality. As BBL doing the unthinkable. Tech steps forward, he faces his
All right. Woo.
taking up
They almost ran out of steam.
magnificent preparation here on Split, and they execute it just as we'd want.
Yeah, beautiful display here. Liquid almost just caught completely off guard. Testing again, something that's been under question, the recovery factor for Liquid, their ability to problem solve on the fly effectively, Lauren.
I mean, well done by BBL. It got a little close, but I think that's a very important win for them, being able to just calm
Now
down.
we find out if they have what it takes.
I mean, I think really, yeah, just some confidence and calming down is what this team needs. Dude, Magnum. Magnum going crazy out here. Map 3 should be Fracture. Will BBL will be eliminated? I mean, yeah, this is an elimination game. It's whoever. Okay. For real, though? Here, we'll watch the ads since... Actually, we'll play our ads as well, chat. Okay. Let's use our brains, chat. Freshen up. Actually, I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom and stretch my legs a little bit. You should do the same. Okay. All right. Why do you have League of Legends? I mean, you know, that's what I started my career with. So every now and then I still think I'd like to check in. Also, TFT, you need the League of Legends client to play. Okay. All right, how do you get to 17? 6452 is the only way, right?
This is Toronto. I am your host, Jinx, when I'm back here with Petra and Kakuka once again. I feel like deja vu, but does Sociable, he's on a wall, hit as hard as Natank? Does anything go as well as Natank on the wall?
Not for the song.
So 1,
definitely.
3.
He was on some of them, and definitely it was very effective.
1,
to
3
see this change in the
here.
composition coming into today. One of the questions that we had is,
So 5 here, so that doesn't work.
Liquid on split? Apparently there's someone.
Now, Petra, you won the biggest fan of the stage going into it. Has your mind been changed by Sociable at all? Or?
Oh yes, it has.
Really?
Been. Yeah, actually it has been. I like the combination with Deadlock. They can delay the enemy so much, and it worked pretty well. So
it's annoying, right?
It's
it looked
very
annoying to play against.
Yeah.
So that doesn't. This already doesn't work.
It's super annoying.
Did you like it? Were you a fan?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's more of the Deadlock. Every single time, that especially after the change
What about 15? What are your combinations for 15?
I'm starting to believe it was not Angel.
Wait, I said this has to be 6-4, right?
I was like, where is this going?
Yeah, it's going exactly there. And I think that we saw so many examples, Petra, of this traps that they were setting time and time again. It caused PTSD on Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was so hard to counter.
3, 5, 6 left. 3 can't be here, so this would have to be 3 if all of this is correct.
And then the breach aftershock came, and yeah.
Beautifully done.
So then you need 20 here, so it's a 5 and a 4.
Coming out again tomorrow or the day after?
I don't think that it's a one and done. It's good to see that in this stage of playoffs, people are coming in so prepped. They're willing to change the compositions.
I was wondering. I was like, usually these games have a little pencil mark thing. Oh, well that.
Team Liquid is a perfect example of that. That if you are good
Okay,
with something,
let's redo this
a
then.
little bit more. I do not think that they had to reinvent themselves. I'm speaking of BBL too much in this match, as we're seeing like that is something that they were doing over and over again. Yes, you will be countered, but by that time you will probably
broke
have
my
a step
game.
number 2 to follow on.
Thank God they had a week in between playoffs, right, to be able to work on some new and exciting things. We spoke about how important it was for an IGL like Yumpy to be able to rally his troops backstage. Petra, did you see any of those mistakes fixed coming into Split, and how impressed were you with Yumpy?
Yeah, I think they.
I said this has to be.
Actually, you even heard in the comms at some point, like guys keep the discipline.
Wait.
And that's what they were missing.
How did I come to the conclusion that this is 4? That doesn't make sense. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, especially of course is that first
That's
half,
the only
10-2,
way.
you get a lot of security with that. Got a little bit scared when we swapped sides.
But it could be 2 or
they get the
4.
pistol, but things start getting
Or
a little
1.
bit dicey. Team Liquid starts getting round. That discipline was gone from the server a little bit, but it is good that they are able to close this map. And of course, it's Team Liquid and BBL. We're gonna go to a 3rd.
Yeah, and a little bit of me wanted to see more from the attack style. I wanted to know more variations of the Sage, but that's a good thing for them, right? Because if they win today, they have that saved a little bit. Although Sociable's Wars, it was very ranked, you know? very.
So this has to be 1, 2, or 4. This has to be 1, 2, or 4.
Keeping Team Liquid, keeping Nats, leaving Nats with no access to sides, it's just like poetic, you know? Like you saw the walls.
But
and then
that means one of them has to be at least 2 or 1, which means this can't be 1, 2, or 3.
But moving on to that last map,
Because it can't be 3. These can't be, and it can't be. Well, I guess it can be 3 minus. No, it can't be 3 minus 2. It can't be 2 minus 1.
Map 3, does the narrative get flipped? Petra, do you think now the momentum is heavily
And it can't be 4 minus 3. So it has to be 4, 5, or 6.
I think it's gonna be still tough. Near the end, the Liquid was also coming back a little bit on Split. Nothing massive, but yeah, it's gonna.
And 17.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's gonna bring their firepower.
We will.
11, 15, 17. So 6, 5, 4, 2 is
Yeah,
1.
yes, it can be valuable.
Can you do it without the 6? 5 or 9.
I still
No.
like. I mean, yeah, maybe 5 is better.
need
but
6,
the
5,
way
4,
they're
2.
playing Sage is also pretty good.
Oh, you like the Sage on Fracture?
Funny enough, they
Like
used to run the Sage
14,
on Fracture.
9.
I actually, do you know what? I actually quite like the Sage on Fracture.
I like it,
Okay,
but I think
6,
it got
5,
too
4, 2.
repetitive and too short of a
That's what I
time,
said,
you know?
right?
But,
Yeah, 6, 5, 4,
I agree
2.
with that. Also, the perception for both of these teams coming into this last map is a little bit different from the last time that they played, right? So last time that we saw BBL and Fracture, it's a BBL that they have understood their plan. They want to enable Levin playing on that jet, being extremely comfortable, and it's something that it worked for them. On the side of Team Liquid, though,
What, you can't
there was
put...
that,
you can only put
map
3?
against Fnatic that they were not able to close, going to that OT, those insane clutches, and I want to see if they are going to be able to fight their demons.
This is where Nats came alive. He was dragging them, you know,
6,
trying
5,
to push
4,
them over the
2.
line. It didn't work out in his favor
That's rough.
in the end. If it's anybody else that isn't Nats, I will be a little bit worried. You know, it's quite traumatizing to have to play again on Fracture.
Okay,
so
this
soon
is
after, but I think he would
6,
have
4, or
pretty
5.
quickly. But for BBL, though, they are one map away from making
What am I
their
talking
global
about?
event for the
It
first
has
time
to be
ever
6,
for the
4.
organization in the last 5
Okay.
years. This will mean a lot to them, and here is where I worry a tiny bit about maybe that coming into your head.
So this
you know,
can't be
thinking,
6 or
"Oh
4,
my
so
goodness,
this
we can
has to be
actually do
5.
it. We're so close, and if they don't start hot,
Which means
I think
this
that's
has
where
to
things get
be...
difficult. They need a fast start.
Yeah, if you have a good start, it's mentally so important. Otherwise, it's
4
there's so
or
much
6.
pressure. So.
Yeah, let's take a look at the
I wish you could
agent select and see
erase
if we
it.
will get more changes here. We won't.
It's enough, no?
Yeah, the jet.
I guess that's how you do it.
For me.
I like the fact that we're speaking about
Okay.
to start strong, right? I think
I
that
used to
Yellow
love
was an
these.
extremely
Yeah,
good
I
on
should
this
do
bridge.
those more.
And again, I want to bring back the
How do you
social
play this?
chat
For
on
those who
who's
are
going to be
wondering,
on the deck in this best of 3. This is the first
we
time
are
that
getting
we
into
see
the game, so we
BBL,
will be
picking
putting
up
it on
on that
hold. But
agent. We know
basically,
that is
this
one of the
game,
3
this
days,
shows you
that it has
the
left,
equation,
before
so
it
to
leaves,
speak.
so
So if it says plus
apparently good.
17, all of these 4 are added up. You have,
players,
it's a
like
6 by 6 grid, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of like Sudoku, where you can only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like once in each row and column. So you're trying to make this section plus 17, all of them added together. But this is minus 1, so these two have to subtract from each other. The difference has to be 1. This is, for instance, times 60, so you multiply all 3 numbers and you get 60.
For a chance, of course, for Masters Toronto. Both of these teams, they are so close. Pansy and Hypoc, however, there could only be one.
You're right, indeed. There can only be one going forward. Mike, we've seen 2 brilliant
You're
maps
doing the
here.
mental
Very
math
close
one,
affair
Infinite?
in map 1. A complete surprise
Yeah,
in
I can get a
map 2.
gamma for you.
What do you make of map 3 now?
Well, you've got to say, in terms of a best of 3 series, it's now Liquid's opportunity to really right the ship.
Oh, we didn't pay out the last
feel
one.
good. BBL flipping
BBL
another
won,
map
right?
2 in a series and now brimming with confidence. Yeah, and almost repeating itself as well with a loss.
Yeah, no, I got it,
even
Paradox.
on
No
the
worries.
The home stretch for BBL, so close to going where no previous roster has gone for them.
God, and hope
All right,
is such a
last
dangerous
Gamba
thing,
is up.
isn't it? After seeing map 2 for BBL, it feels almost real. Map 1 kind of slipping away from them. It's fine.
This is probably
Map 2
barfing.
reigniting that possibility, and for Liquid, it feels nail-biting throughout. We go into this BBL on the defending side, Liquid on the attack.
All right, let's go,
And it is a
BBL.
pacey start. Levin instantly
You
takes
love
away
it.
Nats.
Southside pinch. They hear them coming in. Oh, but they don't know about Kiko. Oh, now they do. Levin.
Bullying their way
You
towards the side.
what?
I like this, decisive from Liquid after
what?
that little bit of an uncertain start.
What?
But for Magnum and Sociable, this is a really hard retake. Good post-plant positions.
Why would you do that?
Maybe get 1 for free, but beyond that, you feel like it starts getting sewn up. Kiko, the first challenger, really, to catch the cross. Gets dealt with, but good trade from Panatek, good spacing, and good awareness. Liquid
That's not
instantly put in
good.
the first hit.
Another situation, again, don't want to call him out, but Nat's caught off guard. It's not often you ever say that about him.
Okay, thoughts on the BBL comp? I mean, the Jet is obviously a little unconventional, but Levin is so extra comfy on Jet that I think it's okay.
Post plant holding up beyond that. Feels,
I mean, it's objectively weaker than a Razor or Neon, but if your Jet is really good and also on defense, if you can get the op,
certainly
be good.
Want to see this kept clean.
B-side stack. Team Liquid's going A.
Liquid making
Easy
the right
peasy.
choice thus far. Right, you're going to hear that door open. We obviously know where these players reside. Magnum seemingly unaware so far, actually, as he
He's
is
actually
still
still
in
in
the
the camp,
camp.
I believe. Yeah, just hopped out now. The model landed, actually.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy. He's not be singed. As it stands, though, nice for Liquid. Good read.
You have a Sheriff,
Clear-cut approach.
so you
Not
could
really
try to
having
go
fumble
for
their
some
lines here.
kills, but mostly just
It's just
exits, I
BBL
think.
causing the chaos. This is a very big investment, as you rightly highlighted. So you don't be losing many of these.
It is a heavy buy from Team Liquid. That is true. Actually, a giga heavy buy. I just realized. I didn't realize it was 3 Vandals. Holy!
Don't even want
What
to
a call! Oh my God!
Yeah, giving away progress towards this first ult cycle. Thrilling viewing here over in the sport.
If Cypher's on cam, I mean, if the cam's on like the other side, no, I don't think so.
I was pretty thankful. Do you try and catch somebody
All
with
right,
utility on the way
just down
out?
to the spike.
Everybody from BBL will fall to the spike. Those rifles kept in hand.
I know a Jet main who plays a decent Brimstone.
Objective here. To come into round 3 pretty flush, actually.
That Outlaw is still
They don't
about
even know
to
about
pass,
all 3 Vandals, right?
Hands his hands, but
That's
only Levin
rough.
Would be the one to be susceptible to it.
Sure.
So
Look at
See if
this.
that gets any sort of value going forward. But
Yeah,
as I said,
only
very
11
simplistic
has
round,
half
it felt
armor,
like
so the
BBL
Outlaw's not too
gambled
bad.
and
Who do you
won
want to win?
that
I
was
am
completely fair
rooting
enough. So we go back in.
for
And now the
BBL.
challenge begins. Can Liquid continue this? They want to look clean after that second map. It didn't feel good, obviously. Mechanical as they can be.
I don't have a problem with Liquid going. It's not like I dislike Liquid. I just really want to see BBL at an international. I want to see them get to an international.
Lovely reposition. Levin right in between the smokes.
Huge kill.
Util. Stunning work from
Now you
him.
just chill.
Now they've got the first blood drawn, but Liquid have got site control.
The retake's a little tough because you've got no flanks.
Spam on the back of the tag.
You got to have a real good set play.
Here. Plenty of Util. Profex actually found an opening
What?
here.
Little surprise, Serial was just drifting around side. I don't know if he just got caught there and unable to
Maybe
reposition
clearing
to
that
the post,
corner,
but
I
now
guess, the
Nico
left side
gonna have
corner.
to really dominate this cross, but has to
Huge
turn the
swing
flash.
from
Forces
Levin.
Panatic, it's lovely. Nats can only do so
Okay,
much with
not
the
not
Outlaw
too
BBL.
bad. Liquid,
Looking clean
I mean,
on that
Liquid's
retake
econ's
there,
very
knowing
well
their
though,
steps.
so BBL's got a little ways to go.
Well, you could argue a slight advantage in terms of the equipment brought in here, but decisive retake.
What
here
if BBL
for
stands for Big Buckets of
Serial maybe.
Liquid?
He's tucked into the corner. Maybe
That's
just
right.
feels a little
Scoop him up.
uncomfortable. An awkward engagement here, but Levin
Put him in the bucket.
able to get either side punished on the back of the trim. I mean, he got the headshot as well, the swing, I believe, so the situation, if he's going 1 for 1.
Big bowls of lentils.
Tense stuff, isn't
What
it?
else could it be?
I'm waiting to see if it starts really tailoring away towards one side or if we get this even affair, and I kind of hope we do. I want it to be more map 1 than map 2 in a way, but for now, we go back in. And it looks like an early stake of claim towards that A main side, whereas the trade-off is that obviously Liquid then get Arcade.
Okay, they clear Arcade fast. Cypher wires set up once again. Don't know if they clear it.
Cypher set up though early on. Camo's
Big
really the
buckets
one
of
Oh,
who's going to get
11.
punished on the back of that.
Forcing them up through tower, really. They're not willing to try and break towards this. Magnum waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to fall for this? And they have, again, taken sight here. And it feels like it's almost a willing succession.
Yeah.
And there's a good bit of chip, unconfirmed towards Camo.
I mean, you got to play this so carefully. Okay, so you know.
Confirm attendance on the flank, but it's perfect to
You know
find
he's paying
Camo this
attention
time.
to it.
A
The
similar
dash
position
out.
punished.
Please, please,
As we
please,
saw
Levin.
last time, it was Zero to fall down, but this time Nats
Oh
holding
my
his
god,
own back
Yumpy,
here.
Yumpy, Yumpy, Yumpy,
Should be
Yumpy.
noted,
Okay.
With a flash going to facilitate the pick
Not
up the
bad,
kill.
not
Now
bad.
side
Huge
B4,
stun,
Panatic under
huge.
pressure.
Oh, the
Bailed out, though.
cover.
He gets Serial to try and save him, leaving Kiko.
He's sticking it.
With the spike. Someone needs to deal with this spike. They've already got it halfway.
He's sticking it.
Salvo's going to come down relatively
That's
early,
good.
but they're all tucked
Try to
towards
stick it,
tower.
get up
Like, this
close.
gets dangerous. Kiko, Serial, nice work together. Playing it out from tower very well.
Good post plant from Liquid.
It's rough for Liquid.
Wonder Twin Powers.
running dry
What
this
is
side,
Wonder
but
Twin Powers?
We're almost expecting somebody to adjust here and commit towards that hold. BBL leaning much heavier
Brutal
towards
beatings from Liquid. No.
any sort of opportunities they can
No.
get a kill, whether it's ahead of the spike being planted, but you can see Magnum again to punish off the back of the trips. I really think you look towards is how much can Liquid really achieve whilst Kiko's first wave of smokes is up.
I love how they
Whether that
both
be
kind
the
of
plant or kill
surprised each other with their screams.
or anything. Regardless, now BBL, 2 sheriffs, similar setup. I guess we're seeing something like what we saw in Haven.
A little bit.
I mean, BBL's hoping maybe this time they come B, but not gonna happen. Still doesn't know.
I almost want them to now. One of these anti-ecos.
Oh my God, Magnum. Okay.
Unable to get much of a punish going. So, wait to see if that second wire was going to maybe prove a little bit more fruitful. Not to be. So Liquid
Not much
going
you
through
could do
motions.
there.
They've got the right read on this. They're doing exactly as they'd like. Kiko, nice little position. Might get spotted out by the drone. See Camo just spraying away, hoping for the best. But I don't wanna say it's a
beans
formality, it never really
lasagna.
is. There can be danger in these, but you've already got
That
the
sounds
rifles. You've got a
good,
very deep
actually.
close plant, and it looks like Liquid are keeping it clean. This is good for them. This is something that they probably needed after map 2. It's just very step by step, right? I hate saying that.
Wonder
sentence,
Twins are
but it
DC
does feel
superheroes
very
who can
on the
only
money
get
with
their
these
powers
guys.
if they one
And that's
twin
what's
is with the
punish a bit.
other.
I don't blame him really.
Oh.
Allowing them to get away with exactly what they want every time. Yeah, clear cut
That
stuff.
sounds
Liquid
like a
back
rough
in
power to
control.
have.
A very decisive round.
4 on the board now. 3 separating them. BBL will come back in with a purchase here. Already seeing Levin entertain the idea of an operator. Just a couple of points away from some of these ultimates starting to come online as well. Both teams actually. Kiko does have his at the ready.
Nice. Yo, wait. Good shit, boys.
Yo, wait.
Yeah, one away
Good
for
stuff.
Levin, one for Profek.
The sister always transformed into an animal, and the brother turns into some liquid
This
state.
competition, but a pace change here for
What?
Liquid. Against a 3-player stack up towards drop.
That's a crazy power.
Before the smoke bloomed. So his focus really shifts towards CT.
Doesn't
Tries to
seem that
isolate
great
one.
on the surface.
Try and catch him in the drone here, yeah.
BBL out and about. I mean, they don't fancy
All right, they're
going
just
back in this
clearing.
way.
Okay, I mean you have Dish, but
Open
you've
plant
lost
here.
you've
Serious
lost
ultimate.
Rafters.
Available in the post.
To play back into that operator, but maybe considering the amount of players up towards that rafter side, might have a shot at it, but
Well, they would have heard that rope as well.
yeah, patience paying off there for Magnum and Co. Gonna force them forward, and Kiko makes his appearance very late in the day over by the back of Dish. Camo finds his success towards CT. Liquid winning every fight here. It's
Chat.
dreamy work from Liquid.
I think
and
we're
it's
out of steam.
needed.
That is fantastic as well. Serial's ultimate pushes them back in towards the flank from Kiko. Like I said, if the rope was caught, potentially revealing the plan here. So well-rounded in this post plant.
I think BBL's out of steam.
Liquid looking a little more composed than they have previously here.
I don't know.
Which has 9 and 2.
Okay, chill.
That's really
Nah.
trying to keep everybody.
Dude, every time I watch EMEA, I want to get popcorn.
BBL, again, the
Let me
timeout,
see.
you can
I wonder if
understand
any
it.
microwavable
Scoreline
popcorn
probably
is on sale online.
That's most concerning here.
Let's
I said this has
see.
always been the intention to kind of give up B and lean heavily
Fireboy
towards
and Water
a cheeky
Girl?
kill here and there. Much
Wait,
like
I
Levin
have
did
heard of
previously on
that.
Camo,
Why
but
have I heard of that?
Can't be your win condition in a lot of these rounds. Again, finances haven't really been there, still not there now.
I typed it in
Levin's Blade Storm to
English
offset
and
that
the
potentially,
site's
but
freaking out.
curious now because that's
3% sale. No, we don't want that.
Aztecs one away. Nats will have his potentially for the buy round as well to follow.
No, I don't want like pre-made
I do like is
popcorn.
that Liquid have really conditioned this
I want
approach so far, right?
microwavable popcorn. Is this
anti-egos, how
microwavable?
they're playing it,
I
on
want
their buy
popcorn
rounds, how
that
they're playing
pops,
it.
not like
They
all
don't look particularly
dry.
affected by BBL's preparation by any means.
Okay, this one's
so credit where it's due
microwavable.
here to Liquid on that factor. Very
12
well prepared. It's
packs
going to take a lot of adjustment from BBL.
for
Something we're asking from Liquid in
$9.
map 2, really. Can they adjust on the fly? A very early investment of these knives coming in.
It's a cool math game. What?
A whole lot of trouble. He is! Camo on the clear. They've read him like a book. Serial catching Yampy. This is looking all too easy for Liquid. Profek and Magnum, formalities at this point. They want that 6th round, and they're probably going to damn well get it.
Patstech to find the plant, so Rolling Thunder will be available.
This is rough. After all the good Valorant we've had today, this is rough to watch, chat. I mean, Liquid is just... They're steamrolling him.
Finances would be big. Nats will fall here, but he's not really the target you want to look for in terms of damaging the funds.
Start supporting Team Liquid.
Last player standing.
Effect will fall as well. Magnum, obviously, position revealed. 4 rifles will stay firmly in the hands of the Liquid players.
Yay.
This will be number 6 for Liquid. Camo, beautiful opening here. The
no, I know cool math games.
Players pushing into A main.
Wait, no, but wait, no. There's something else called Fire Boy and Water Girl. No, no, Fire Girl and Water Boy. Fire Boy and Water Girl.
Let's get rid of the sting out from it. Actually, I think he almost thought he'd found the first chance to completely
That is
reset.
rough.
Yeah, and again, these two have met here before, right? That 13-7 on Fracture that they had in regulation back in the group stage. This is already looking much different. A lot more on the line here, a very different look in the times these two are meeting now. And all the pressure really comes onto BBL. Yes, you had a close game. Should have won it in 2 if you wanted an easier affair. You wanted it in the distance, now you gotta go. Levin, lovely.
I mean, I like it. Gotta go for the confidence plays. I like that. I like that they're not shying away.
Respect off the back of the ult, but it puts it on Nats and Kiko.
This is where it begins,
This is one of
chat.
those classic maps for the likes of Nats. And for Kiko on an absolute
This is where it
heater.
begins. Profik is back.
Denies it. There we go. BBL get one back.
Just able to get
Maybe
ahead of
you're
this
more
exec.
knowledgeable.
Stop Liquid before they can really get rolling, and the fact that actually the spike has to be recovered from so deep.
I mean, honestly, though, like, I feel... See, I don't want to root for Liquid, because it's not like I don't want Liquid to go. It's just that I want BBL to go just a little bit more.
Let's go, guys! 6-6.
That's right. That's right.
Love it. But look.
Couple more to
That's
find.
right.
Yeah,
6-6.
couple ults here
You
as
got
well.
ults. You got big ults. You got
Flip side,
large
everything
ults.
except the Blade Storm available.
Mungo ults.
Oh my good god, time to scramble. Serial can't get out in time.
Okay,
He
you
should
get
be
at least
dead. I think
one.
He is. He gets away.
No, the
Throw me a
salvos,
second. It was all
salvos.
covered up here.
Yep,
Set piece
yep.
To set them in motion, but the response might be coming in. But layers to this. Nat's gonna find Yampy. It's all gone topsy-turvy. How is Nat still firing off shots
Dude,
here?
wait.
We're down
No.
to a
No, 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 no,
2v2.
no. Dude, oh
Nat's
my...
just slowly creeping up.
They don't know about.
They don't know.
They should do.
They really should do. They certainly do now. Oh, up on top of the box.
Oh,
it's
Sociable!
outrageous from Sociable. Denying
Dude,
Nats the
what
momentum
an
builder.
incredible...
Back in the game now.
What an incredible
Watch
1v1.
that back from any player of Liquid, but I thought maybe somebody would have noted Nats with 2 beautiful kills here.
Dude.
Just on the warpath.
I mean, first of all, this shouldn't have gotten this close ever, but... Oh, so good.
Big clutch from Sociable, and to get himself on the board as well.
Okay, now you have the op.
So now passed across to Levin.
So dish is closed. Okay, now they can get 6-6 now. They can get 6-6 now.
4-1 split here. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. But this time they don't have the bodies here for BBL. But Magnum's playing on the site. He's been generally off-site, right? Maybe looking for a fair
Nats is
fight
ready
up
for
towards
this. He's
Nats, but
done
is
this
it
so
ever fair when
much.
you've got a shorty up against you? It certainly isn't. Nats breaks in, but oh, what a banger of a shot!
Profik!
Stunning 3 kills from him.
Dude, Profik is so... He was actually relatively quiet today.
Stay
I
alive
forgot.
here. Kiko, does he get locked on the site?
Well, he's got his ult, so you almost want him to get out of dodge. He's got the molly as well. Yeah, not feeling comfortable enough.
The op is kind of rough. You got salvos. You got to clear.
Here on site, but
Yep.
it's not
11's
pretty
holding it,
hard.
right?
No, it's not.
No?
Kiko forced to
What?
move now. He takes him
What?
away. Fighting with him. Oh, in perfect unison. It doesn't matter what you throw against them. Team Liquid still coming out on top.
Beautiful recovery. up against the ropes. Kiko, 14-4 currently on the Brimstone. In the waiting game, patience pays off for Nats, but this was absolutely beautiful from Profek. Ahead of the smokes, and Liquid desperately swinging on. But it's one by one. Profek able to isolate them. BBL now. Timeout called their second.
Oh, both
half, yeah.
timeouts.
So maybe feeling a little rattled in terms of, well, maybe the game plan or how some of these rounds are panning out.
Gotta say, I know that right now it's
Oh my
BBL, but
gosh.
Kiko, Christ alive, that man is having a whale of a time. 14-4, as you said. And you're seeing the value he's getting in that round. It felt like he was screw tucked on site, right? You think, okay, when the salvos come in,
Because that crossfire, it almost feels like it's so easy to dismantle, but the timing on that first swing.
Support the H2O. Chat, I'm not out here to take out teams. I just like some Valorant. I just like some teams.
Sets Kiko in motion.
Oh, it's brilliant. You can feel it. That excitement, you can see it. Nat's trying to keep control of them though. Keep them calm, keep them focused. Just like any other game, we know the stakes. This is a nice spot. They're running again. It's like Icebox Simulator. 4-1 split here towards B, but this time around BBL do have the numbers here.
BBL gets it right this time.
Gonna catch Sociable
Pushable.
early.
Gets caught.
We're playing a little deeper to avoid, maybe mitigate some of that
Hides
risk
back behind the
early
box.
on,
Ballsy play.
actually
When Team Liquid has the
trigger on
read.
the fault line. Obviously, lesser weapons here, so BBL can find something off a cheesy setup with some of this util. Be a big win for them.
Oh boy.
He ain't gonna be
Oh
again.
boy.
Liquid all too aware. Nat's feeling like the Grim
Levin.
Reaper.
Levin
so
has to go
inevitable.
big.
Approaching.
Too many
Levin
targets.
forced away again. Repeat. Rinse and go again.
Oh,
Kiko still finding success. Liquid, they are just getting through this. Dealing with anything BBL are throwing at them. That's gonna be another. And this is looking decisive, Mike.
It's all right. 8-4. No. 8-4.
Potentially
Reset on the second half.
9-3 half here for Liquid. What a way to come alive in map 3. Kiko and Nats have their ults.
Rough.
Profek and
Rough.
Magnum on the other side.
Rough. Domino's. Oh, now I want Domino's pizza.
Let's see if Liquid can maintain
Ooh,
this
now
sort
I
of
really want pizza. Look at what
momentum
you've done, Sushan.
to close out the first half. Looking like it might be pacey once again on the back of Molly being sent in. Actually, just a fake.
Fast rotate. Oh my god, they are getting outplayed.
Repositioning.
They're getting giga outplayed.
There is util here, so
They got the orbital strikeout.
But the Salvo's got used, so they do get the red carpet, right? Nothing can really deny this. Spike isn't committed yet. That's with Padatech. Now it is. Shot in the dark from Sociable isn't finding a target. Close, but no cigar.
Well, Kiko and Serial have their ultimates here. So if they can run the clock down a little bit, BBL are fast.
But
Yeah, you got to find the back
Kiko,
line. That has to be
he's
a
set up
priority.
for it.
And Camo did his
Oh,
best, but Magnum
okay.
comes out on
Oh, no,
top
no,
in
no,
that.
no,
A
no,
little
no, 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 no.
surprising, but forced
No,
forward to five.
no.
And Kiko
Okay,
looking to
no.
collect. Serial there as well. And then
Okay, Magnum.
so well for them until Magnum.
All right, you know the
is
breach is
still
on the right
charge
side.
here. Looks to the right,
No, he's on the right side. He found him. The
Padatech,
cover's
but it's Nats
good.
you gotta be worried about.
Sociable knows exactly where he's at.
Tries
Oh,
to
he
play
thought he
his
was
hand. Liquid
closer.
on a roll. 9-3. It is decisive this half.
BBL, unfortunately,
Man.
not many opportunities to get themselves.
I still prefer Pizza Hut. Oh, I prefer Pizza Hut. Pizza's not very common in Korea. Pizza's also like more expensive. It's like premium.
Toronto, they've been taking the distance. One of the most
Domino's has gotten better, but
so many times, so many maps, and now only a half away. But still, before we get there,
KFC. What did you have? What did you have from KFC, Paradox? KFC sounds so good. Oh.
Liquid fans here in the crowd, but I feel like, Harmy, you might be Team Liquid's #1 fan. First of all, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. That half was a bit better, right, compared to the second map?
Yeah, compared to Split, this is way better to watch for me.
Yeah, how's your...
Split was a disaster in the beginning, but at the end, I thought they come back, but then they lost the round on Heaven. I think it was to Pro.
Their co-stream setups are lit up so nicely.
Supporting Liquid, not always good for your heart, right?
I mean, it's built with it in mind, I think.
Heart attack city in here. Now,
I wish Pacific's co-stream setups were better.
Before, and obviously we have a very young player Syria on stage right now. A lot of pressure on his
Papa
shoulders.
John's.
So
I actually really liked Papa
how do you
John's
think
back
he might be
in
feeling
the
knowing
States,
that
but
if they win this,
not
he's
so
gonna
much
go
in
to his
Korea.
first global event?
I think Siri had a bit pressure at the beginning, but the more games he played, the more confident he got. And even on split, where we just had like one round on 7-1, he got a clutch 2v1. So he's getting better every map.
Yeah, very comfortable. You've also had the pleasure of spending some time with Nat and Yumpy.
Yeah.
I'll start with Yumpy first because he's on the other side of this. What's he like?
I love Yumpy. He's always funny, even off camera. Like he's a super energy guy. So I love Yumpy.
So is it really sad to root against him today?
Yeah, usually if he's playing, I'm rooting for him, but not today.
Not against Liquid, not against Liquid. And of course, Nats, the IGL now. I don't think it was the IGL the last time you subbed in for Team Liquid. But yeah, what's it like to play with a player like Nats?
Nats is a very good player. Played a lot of ranked with him. Even if...
Are you in the morning lobbies with Nats? Oh, wow, okay. Those are some of my favorites. Yeah.
Not mine.
Oh, why? Why not?
Yeah, the morning lobbies sometimes are a lot of no voice chats. I can say that.
He's got to carry you harder. Yeah. And speaking of Nats, going into the second half,
this is a long halftime.
How scary is this Vice going to be on defense?
I think Nats is playing a very aggressive Vice sometimes. He can also play it super defensive, and there are a lot of trap plays with the wall and tail rockets. Maybe we can see some of them.
Oh, we'll see if BBL are prepared for this defense side and if Liquid can bring it home. Back to you, Pansy and Hypog.
One last half to play out here between these two.
Can they do it?
BBL stuck on 3 rounds, could not get it going.
Dude, KFC, McD's, pizza, all sounds good. Isn't how much is pizza these days? Where everyone else is. I mean, like Pizza Hut's very expensive in Korea, but other pizzas, I feel like it's fairly comparable in price.
Within touching distance now. Yeah, and no secrets about the approach here, and actually, well, that's like Kiko.
Nice.
Okay.
Clean with it.
Good start.
Though trying to play this out as long as he can, kind of over towards Canteen.
Very close
doesn't
hold.
get given much here. So we look towards the extremities. Where's that next layer of the hit coming in? Panatek could be overwhelmed here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's okay. He doesn't actually get traded on by Levin.
They still push this 2 into spawn. Wow, it's a ballsy play, but I like it. It's just double after double after double. That's good.
First tick in the box for sure.
Domino's large in UK now costs 14 pounds.
Runway back in here.
It's the conversion to won.
Again, Sociable causing problems from the same position once again. The pistol.
It all starts from now. Let's go.
Yampi desperately trying to rally the troops. Here, Guardian and Spectre, and just the one rifle for Levin.
14 pounds is, oh, well, that's more expensive. Yeah, 26,001. That's more expensive than Korea for sure.
Let's have a look. Anything catch him off guard.
Not by
you
that
can see the same
much.
trap play being set up by Serial here. But the plant
It's like 1 or 2 pounds.
So smart work.
Yeah, pizza's expensive. At least quality pizza. Yeah, I mean, I guess Korea also just has like a lot of like quality pizza versus not. Nice, flawless. The gap is pretty big in Korea.
And look, there it is. The observer's showing it to us. Love them for that one. It is something that was costly for BBL in the past, now already aware.
A large margarita. There's a margarita Domino's pizza? Damn. In India? That sounds dope. There's actually there's like a pizza factory restaurant in Korea that I wanted to go to. You can make your own pizza.
Ahead of that site here.
It's like a Chipotle of pizza, but you get to actually put the toppings on yourself.
Yeah, they can't let it linger now, though. Have to keep that momentum up. Can BBL really close this scoreline? I love the idea of it. Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL, tenacious in approach for sure.
Okay, got the wall.
Early handling of the wall.
Adjustment though.
Ooh, yeah, make him waste more time as if you're on the
A little
site.
bit of aggression here.
The vine's not being activated though.
Standoff.
Okay, clears it.
That's what we're giving a little bit of info on the back of the util falling, but the side hit once again from BBL 11 to pave the way.
Bloody hell though, look at the floor. It's so
Oh, from the site. No one's covering the site.
It doesn't matter how many they are. Nats will stand, takes down 3. Magnum out of nowhere
Magnum?
though. He was just trying to deal with it.
Yumpy?
What? How are we back here? Serial now in the disadvantage.
Which way's he coming? Which way's he coming? Oh, they're both gonna hide on site. Oh, this is so risky.
Serial even expected.
This is so risky.
Oh, Magnum's there. I thought Nats has done enough, but no. BBL bringing this back.
If I wanted to buy Korean chicken from a takeout place in the UK right now, it would cost like £6 to £7 for 7 days. Wait, what? How is it so cheap?
Firmly set.
It's actually crazy.
And this is with the heroics of Nats as well. I mean, almost getting the 4 through the smoke as well. What Magnum was down to.
Wait. Oh no, 6 to 7 pounds.
And then finds 2 to swing it back in their favor.
6 to 7 pounds. Sorry.
Bloody hell, you can feel it, can't you? They needed some of those though. They needed a couple of those.
That's my bad. I didn't run the conversion correctly.
So locked in on that first half. It felt like they knew exactly the plan.
I mean, here the first timeout comes from them ahead of round 16. Didn't even need to let their foot off the gas in the first half.
In Texas, Domino's is bottom of the barrel and cheaper than Pizza Hut. You can get 2 mediums for yeah. In the States, Domino's is like the cheap option for sure. Papa John's was my go-to in the States. Pizza Hut is generally just more expensive everywhere. Pizza Hut, I feel like, kind of branded themselves more as like an eat-in pizza restaurant. But I think that kind of, I don't know why they went that route. Because like they used to be the kind of symbol of pizza, right? In delivery, like in movies and stuff. But
so I've heard from the analysts. And I don't disagree, because for Liquid, again, I do feel momentum is key. You look at that first half, it felt like business, right? It was just like, yeah, cool. We're here to do our job. This feels like there's a challenge.
Pizza goated in Hong Kong.
You can already see it with BBL.
Is there like special Hong Kong topping
now, this round, I'm not
pizzas?
expecting wonders from Liquid. I'd like to see
Baked rices. Ooh.
But I want to see that next round, Mike. I want to see that next bite. Where they can find stability, maybe.
Man, I haven't been to a Pizza Hut in a while.
From double digits for now.
Do Pizza Hut still do like the lunch pizza buffets? They used to do that a lot in different areas in the States.
Focus towards B once again. Palm will come through. Flank here pretty quickly from Liquid, but Camo unable to pin down the first. And
Nice.
I thought Magnum was going to be kind of screwed there, down on 33, kind of being hunted down, but it ain't pretty for Profek, but it's fine. Job done, Kiko gone.
Okay.
Now.
They're getting back into it.
Something to him. Financially, Sociable's up for the fight, but he's going to fall short.
Let's calm down.
2 more bullets to play with. Now 1.
Bam.
Yampy,
okay.
The one to take it a step closer.
The rotisserie chicken is good. I do like a good rotisserie chicken.
In that dagger to Liquid's back. Held on 9 now.
Liquid also threw against Fnatic on defense.
Those next steps. These are the key rounds,
yeah,
Mike.
the defense is the trickier part.
Or it shuts it down.
To find a couple in succession to now chip away at the advantage BBL created in terms of the economy. Like I said, Profit, ultimate available now.
You got the ult.
Magnum 1 away. 2 for Sociable.
Serial's 1 away. Serial's 1 away from the Armageddon as well. Camo's got the op.
Really good spot here for
if BBL gets through this round, it's huge, and they have all the money. Liquid Econ gets broken again.
Using an ultimate. Utility will obviously alert him to presence. Camo does have the operator in hand.
They're just gonna creep right back into the site. I like it. Liquid's kind of fast on the rotate a little bit. Okay, but BBL picks up the pace. Do they expect the op? Do they expect the op? Do you expect the... ooh, but good setup for Magnum.
Serial just stuck behind the smoke.
Had to pop the ult here. Oh my god, had to pop every ult, it looks like.
Whoa, what's
this is about to get chaotic, isn't it?
Okay.
Trying to hold that line. Serial
Nice from Sociable.
Feels a little bit unconsidered. But
Good
Yampy,
holds, Yampy. Chill. Nice catch. Dude, there's so many corners that Team Liquid needs to clear now.
That should be the slam dunk, right?
Yeah, they gotta push into spawn. Oh, they're gonna save.
They know it.
But the
This
op
gonna
is
be
dropped.
BBL. Oh my word, Mike. I think we got a game on our hands here. Team Liquid unable to get
Come
the
on.
ball rolling in the second half of
Come on, BBL.
Back in
They got
business
this.
here. I can't believe that they've come
Huh, that
alive now,
Vandal
8
looks
to 9, almost tied or
cooler
even.
when I'm watching. I don't like it as much when I'm playing. I think I overused it when I first bought it. I got so sick of it, the Prelude to Chaos.
He's under so much pressure, or feels as if he is. There's really nothing.
No, not
behind
Gaia.
that
Gaia
first
is
player.
goated. I don't have Gaia.
Like I said, Serial unfortunately stuck behind the smoke. If there's
Rolling Thunder and Armageddon. They have Armageddon, but you have Rolling Thunder and Armageddon.
further consideration,
But they have hero
Camo
rifles.
has no get out of jail free
I
card
almost want them to save the ults, but you got to do whatever you can right now to catch up. 5 in a row. Let's go.
Serial swings through that smoke.
5 in a row.
Okay, push him out.
Lord. And Kiko, though, opens up the
Dude,
account.
Kiko's
Nice
so
work
good.
instantaneously, but still, you can see the pressure on him, but no.
The Rolling Thunder just to catch up? Okay, Magnum. Nats is ready for it, though. But Prophet wins the fight. Magnum. Magnum.
And he's going to
Magnum,
get
please.
the reaction of 2 here,
Magnum.
trying to get the better angle on him,
Magnum,
but
chill.
forced to respect here.
Okay.
They felt a lot of presence.
They reset?
And Liquid are hunting.
Oh my gosh. But do they know about Yampy? Oh, Yampy's a little late to it.
BBL looking like they wanted to fight back against the stack.
Prophet's going to go trigger the
Turn's
wall.
gotta be whether or not one of those
Oh
rifles gets
no.
retrieved, but
Oh
maybe
no.
almost have to shift their focus towards A now.
Oh no.
Man advantage, yes, but it's only Patatech with a rifle. He's
Would
gotta
you
do the
consider
heavy lifting
12-12 a successful comeback, even if they'll lose OT?
Prophet's not watching anything from drop.
God, look at this. Yampy gets dealt with Liquid.
Oh, no.
Pulling it together. Desperately trying to cling on to this one, and they got the spike. They've done everything they needed.
30 seconds left.
BBL caught, a little asleep at the wheel, punished to try and take those fights. Liquid now well equipped, well armed, and Prophet forced to back away. There is
my
no
gosh.
access back into this now.
I would consider a 12-12 a successful comeback. It's just not a win.
Would have to do something. Nothing short of a miracle here. 10 seconds now. He wants one. He gets one. Takes a bit of damage, but not too much. Gets a wow. Okay, he gets away in time here. And
I mean,
sacrifices live, and he will. Doesn't even matter. Bounds through the
well done by Patatech. Well done by
Keeping this on
Patatech.
track. Liquid are not done yet.
No, you made the comeback in regulation. You just lost to OT. OT's a
That
reset.
approach there in the eco round, winning out early on it's Nats actually to find the crucial kill here.
Right?
Isolated, and at that point you
team
feel
that
as
was
if
winning
BBL get themselves back in control.
failed to close it out. You just reset and you got another chance. Both teams got another chance.
Nice, buddy.
A site.
Well played.
OT's a little different.
Serial with
Yeah.
two crucial kills as well himself.
Also, yeah, I mean, I don't buy any more skins other than the esports one, like the VCT specific ones, especially ones that like help teams,
Oh, pacey.
because it's so expensive.
Everton, oh my word! How's he alive?
Dude,
the bullet's
dude, he got.
so close to him, but Levin makes it
Okay.
out with a man to the good here for the.
But they've been doing this
for BBL
non-stop.
side. Patatech, where'd you run to? Magnum on the punish. Gonna catch Magnum with the
Okay.
Gonna come in. This is back and forth.
Not
This is just
bad. 3v2.
pandemonium. Nats and
3v2.
Serial want to slow the tempo just a touch. Plants in, but Yampy falls. And now who's remaining?
Oh,
Prophet
Yampy
for
died.
one. Sociable on the
Sociable.
other. The ult from Serial.
Coming back around.
Clearing out the space.
Oh no,
He
Prophet.
misses. Serial with an opportunity.
Okay, but they are not ready for this. They are not ready for
This
this.
could be everything for him. He's not even waiting for it. He takes away Nats.
Yeah, he had no idea.
Serial in time.
But after you spammed the box, you had to chill. You had to chill. That's a perfect
And a
spam.
huge clutch out for him here in the follow-up. Liquid on 11.
God.
They've chipped away at that lead, Lauren.
BBL, come on. Just chill. Just chill a little
And it's only
bit.
2 rounds, but it feels
Just
like
a little bit.
a massive
Oh,
swing back.
dude.
Yeah.
God, Serial. Wow.
Oh, I mean, that's rough.
Getting pumped up now. Patatech.
No, but he didn't want to reset for salvo because you heard the tap a lot earlier. I think you just didn't have the time to think about the like reset and salvo there. We know it wasn't being held, but
he hasn't checked behind him. He's been traded.
Not bad.
1 for 1 on that one. Does take away Sociable, but
taking him out the Teo kind of hurts. No drone.
Try and get something done from drop. Draw some of the
Oh, Magnum pretending that he dropped.
Only Patstek here. Don't
Sends out the one shot, but he keeps Dish.
Smoke.
This is good.
Wait things out here. Kiko. One off his ultimate. Only one smoke, but still has the molly.
So close by. Liquid forced to respect this.
No ults on the other side. Kiko's one away though.
Make it back in time. Zero can set those
Salvos and fault line online.
That's Yampi almost instantaneously. This puts Levin under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, oh no.
He misses the knives. Magnum can't stand the pressure. Team Liquid so close now to locking in that final spot here.
Just like that. Liquid on the brink. Almost feels a little overzealous from Camo, but Liquid follow through here. Can't even really argue with the orbital strike being invested. Throwing something to secure this. Getting the purchase just about still there.
Oh no. Oh, the energy, the momentum, everything. Tech pause?
So we have a delay going to game. Not sure what the cause is. Maybe player standing up having a yell might have pulled something out, but let's wait and see.
Usually, people getting ahead of themselves, pulled something out of...
I'm looking at you, Patatek.
Yeah,
I think it might have been looking at the referee. The referee's looking at Patatek.
But hopefully it's resolved quickly. But God, to let it simmer on a round like this feels nasty.
Certainly is. 3 found for Liquid.
Yeah, exactly, Barney. He didn't know if the defuse was still on. So wait, what are they talking about?
Overtime. Keep the dream
Team Liquid doesn't have a timeout though.
To Toronto.
Hold up. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Still just waiting on potentially an update. What the delay is, there's music playing, but the stage isn't red, so that's usually a good sign.
It used to be a thing back in the day of the older Nexus timeout. I think it was a Fnatic timeout at one point back in early Counter-Strike days. You let them sweat on a round like this. It's nasty. Now, it's obviously not intentional. It's not what they're doing. But that certainly compounds the problem for
No, it does look like he's... I mean, you can talk about non-strategy.
It is...
I wonder if you're allowed to like talk mental. I guess so. I guess it's not strategy. I guess it's okay to say things like calm down and whatnot.
Wait for that timer to start ticking, and then I
that is a little iffy, but if you force them to all stay quiet,
that
then
hit 26 rather than sat on 27.
That does blur the lines a bit. But I guess both teams, if both teams are allowed to talk about their mental, then it's okay. You're not allowed to talk strategy. You're not allowed to talk the game.
When it felt like BBL were running this back. But it comes down to this. Can they close out now in the 21st round? Can Liquid make it their own and make it back to those internationals?
No, BBL, they got 4 rounds in them.
Alive for BBL.
Yampi on a stinger. But Yampi can run the stinger. He can run the stinger.
3 to the north, 2 to the south here for BBL. 3 members of Liquid once again. They proactively try and clear towards Arcade Camo.
Camo got hit. Relay both out.
Yeah, they're just going to push.
Huge.
Just take a fight.
What?
And Camo's taken down all 3. So Sociable and Magnum with a brutal task. A Herculean task, and Camo wants to take them to Toronto himself. Can he do it with an ace? With 30 HP in a dream. Sociable has to face the music. Position will be given away. There's no 2 ways about it. And Camo stakes his claim and waits. Sociable has to check every corner, every angle, and Camo.
No shot. The ace for Camo.
To Toronto.
Holy, what a finish. GG, well played, Team Liquid. Holy.
Course correction once again asked of them in the same series, and they deliver here. And I got to say, I mean, coming into the final camo.
Well played. Well played, Liquid.
Of this map, but
yeah, Patatek makes every international that he's playing for.
That with the second ace of the series, by the way, to book their ticket.
What a match. What a match. Really well played from Liquid. I mean, dude, locking in on that map 3 is crazy. It's crazy work. What a rough loss for BBL.
Back out to those masters now. But we have to talk about the other side as well, Mike, because BBL to me have been such a brilliant dark horse.
I mean, I think again, you see why I was cheering for BBL. I think BBL should be on everybody's radar.
Talking about the versatility they've shown with this roster. I mean, all credit goes towards the preparation put in here.
In all honesty, chat, BBL's not even thinking. I don't think BBL should even be miffed about the last map. Liquid just showed up better. What they should be thinking about is why they couldn't close out the Haven. That's really what they should be thinking about in their review. But for now, just GG, well played. Well played. You get 4th place. You get that extra champ point.
But a team to keep your eyes on in the future. So much potential. And speaking of potential, Mike.
Okay, with Team Liquid going, honestly, EMEA is looking pretty scary too at Toronto, chat. Yeah, BBL have a good argument for an international very soon, for sure, for sure.
Absolutely do. Marvelous hit.
I'm sad. BBL lost and creamy spinach pizza came up in my ads. That is crazy.
We have that same discussion we were having earlier. Liquid, I guess, just from the ground up, the one that you've got to feel a little more confident about coming across to a global. But I've got to say as well, I mentioned it in the last map here.
Damn, GG. What a match, though. What a day of matches, chat.
Absolutely.
What a day of matches.
Having some huge rounds. That's not even to start talking about Kiko as well. Again, just looking phenomenal once again on the Brimstone.
Now, that's got to feel good, especially for Zero. As said, some ups and downs for him, but that last map, he was absolutely bang on. Really big performance from him, and we can see they're ready. So let's hand over there, Yinzu and Serial standing by.
Sorry, Pansy, we're ready, we're ready. I'm now joined by Serial. First of all, congratulations on your first global event. The reactions were so interesting when you guys won. You know, you had Paddy that was just screaming, a lot of emotions, but you seem pretty calm. So how are you feeling?
I think that's always been the case. I'm always more the calm one, the monotone one, trying to keep the team stable. Of course, we have Patty, he's taking care of the energy, and then Ayaz is just being Ayaz. I think he's the best teammate and best IGL anyone could ask for. And it's been amazing so far.
And Nats
how are you feeling right now knowing that you're going to be going to Toronto after 8 games in Tier 1, by the way, 8?
Yeah, I mean, the heart is beating. I'm definitely nervous. I mean, even in the last game, I was getting a little bit shaky. But I had my teammates to support me and back me, and they guided me through it. And I mean, without them, I think I'd be in shambles, honestly.
His debut stage. His debut stage 1.
Some of those clutches that you were in, I think the Paddy, Serial, we need to find a name for you two. The 2v4s are legendary. So talk me through the comms in those moments and how you kept your cool and, you know, working with some of these players in those clutch moments.
I mean, they all have so much experience.
Matthew
They've been there
McConaughey
many times, and they've won a lot of them. The comms don't even get hectic. It's very calm. We know what to do. We play
I feel like
each other.
their comms wouldn't.
We're making sure we're on the same page. If we're on the same page, then I mean, what happens happens. We end up winning them.
BBL definitely gets a little hectic.
Also.
Oh yeah. Do you enjoy those clutch moments? Because I think some players, they love being in those clutches, and some kind of like, oh, I'm a bit annoyed that I'm the last one alive. You know, boys, why have you done this?
I enjoy them, but I think I'm not fully comfortable in them just yet. So I think with time, they're going to come more naturally and more easy. But I mean, it puts a player up to the test. And so far, with my teammates, it's been perfect. It's been working.
You guys have passed almost every single test. I think it's particularly impressive that you've had to come in and play some things that you've never played in your career before. Yeah. We're now starting really to love the Astra, the Tejo. You know, you still get the Killjoy sometimes, which is fun. How are you finding coming to such a, I guess, complicated system and having to change comms, you know, week in, week out, and be able to play with these players?
Adapting to some roles definitely was a little difficult, but I had the guidance. I mean, I've had guidance through everything, support fully. I mean, all the teammates have experience on certain roles, and they can help me and guide me. It's been rough, but I think the challenge makes it worth it. And slowly but surely, I think I'm getting there. I'm getting comfortable, and I mean, it's showing on stage now.
Oh, 100%.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to be where I am.
You guys have made it. So what do you think you've been able to bring to this team?
I like that they
help
show
your
these
team make Toronto?
during the interview.
I think it's just keeping it grounded, just stable. Stability, I guess, is the
Someone
best.
has to be, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
so
with these
I'm just making sure that we don't throw the rounds we shouldn't throw.
discipline.
Exactly.
Make sure you keep the discipline up.
Exactly.
You guys at home, make sure you remember that, because are very, very important in games like this. Now, the last time Team Liquid played against Team Heretics, you weren't here. You've never actually played against Team Heretics.
No.
Have you been watching their games? What do you think about them?
I've been keeping an eye on it. I mean,
They haven't
there's no doubt
played
Heretics
after
is a
in
really
stage
good
one.
team,
Okay.
and they've solidified themselves, and they have incredible players, and they're just incredible. And I think the game is going to be really entertaining and also close.
Yeah,
Cyril's got a really, really good voice.
You also said
like
that
very deep.
Nat's best IGL, best teammate, and I think this lower
If he like
bracket
learned to
run,
actually
we've
project,
seen the speeches,
like his voice
he's
would be
given you guys in your
insane.
vlogs and so on and so forth, talking about his own experience on Gambit, keeping you guys mentally positive. What's kind of going through your mind when you listen to his speeches and what he's saying?
Honestly, I'm just trying to listen to them fully. Because, I mean, as he said, he's been through the things that many of us haven't been, especially me. I'm still fresh. I'm still a rookie in some sense.
No, you are a rookie.
Yeah, so it's like I have to listen to them and actually not take them for granted. Make sure to play off of his experience and make sure I don't have the I don't crash out. You know,
Yeah.
I don't crumble under the pressure, and it's been wonderful so far.
Trust him. Trust in your IGL.
Full trust in my teammate and my IGL, yeah.
Full trust. Now, last question. When you
Damn.
first arrived, I asked you, who do you want to play against? And you were very not that bothered, I'll take anyone. But I'm going to force you to give me an answer this time, because you're about to go to the global stage. You're about to play against players that you wouldn't normally have the opportunity to. So which team are you most looking forward to facing?
Probably, I mean, it might be a basic answer, but I think it's probably G2.
Why?
They, the runs and the games they've had, they've solidified themselves as a really good team. And I think even most of my teammates probably would end up going against G2. And that might be one of the toughest series we'll probably ever face. And we'll see how it goes in then.
All right, I'll try and manifest that for you, because we do have a draw show on Sunday after the final, so we'll see.
Oh, we're gonna have the draw show after EMEA on Sunday.
Serial, is there anything that you'd like to say
Dude,
to anyone?
G2 has a target on their back, and they have never lifted an international
Honestly,
trophy.
it's
That's
just
rough.
mostly my family and my partner in life. Without them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to do the things I do, and they've supported me for many, many years, through thick and thin. Sometimes when I even thought myself I wouldn't be able to make it here, but they've been here and they supported me.
Aww.
So it's yeah, just my family.
We're very proud of you, Serial, and I
Thank
can't
you.
wait to see you
No,
in Toronto.
yeah,
but
Serial.
there's more,
A lot of people
because
had big
Liquid
question
and
marks.
Serial will be playing a lower bracket final tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, Serial. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow as well. Have finals.
Damn. I mean, grats to Liquid, grats to Serial. Debut stage 1, debut season, goes to Masters. A lot of people had question marks about Serial. A lot of people said, what's going on here? Kamek makes one gravity wall error. You make a roster swap. Liquid, what are you doing? Well, this is what they're doing. They're going to another Masters. So, this match was so good. This match was so good. Oh, that shot from Kayak was so good. I mean, listen, I'm sad for BBL, but like I think they once again proved their potential. And they're so new. They're so fresh that they've got a lot of room. They've got a lot of room to work with. Obviously, for any team, it's tough to try to make it through stage 2 to champs, but it'd be exciting if we could see BBL there. I think BBL's got to run for it. They got top 4 this time. Yeah, that's true. Serial made a similar one. Liquid just has this thing about not having the right plant spot on split. To be fair, that gravity wall wasn't entirely Kamek's fault either. But I think a lot of viewers were like, wait, is that why? I don't think that's why. I don't think that's why they made the roster change, but... Serial debut, Patman's debut as well, yeah. Patman joined stage 1 as well. I mean, we've got a lot of new international faces. Someone was listing him out earlier, but like this Masters is going to be fresh. This Masters is going to be raw. It's going to be fresh, new meta, tons of new players. I think it's going to be so hype. And I think Valorant's really coming into its own tempo. I think Valorant's really coming in any meta. Like now with any type of patch changes, I think we're still going to have the same kind of chaotic feel. And then the good teams will still look so organized like we saw in Fnatic versus Heretics. So I think it's going to be insane. I think it's going to be insane. Oh, yay. All right. Well, chat. I mean, sad for BBL, but hopefully we see him come back even stronger in Stage 2. They had a really good run in Stage 1. I mean, props to Liquid, another returning team from Bangkok. You love to see it. Not too many of those. 4 new teams entirely on the international stage. But we'll be back tomorrow, chat. We won't be on for the evening because I'll have the dinner with our friends. So coming over. So I won't be on, but there's no ACL anyway tomorrow. So we won't be missing out on any matches. And then what we will do is we'll be on for EMEA. We'll watch the lower finals tomorrow, and then we'll watch ACL Grand Finals on Sunday, and then the Grand Finals, the EMEA, and then the draw show for Masters as well. So we've got a lot coming up over the weekend. Thanks so much for those of you who were hanging out all throughout. If you were here for most of it, that's crazy. How long did we stream today? 11 hours and 30 minutes. We're doing well. I mean, we had great matches today. So thanks all for hanging out. Thanks for all the new subs. Thanks for all the new followers and subscribers on YouTube as well. I promise I'll get back on the YouTube grind. I've just been kind of in a rut of going through ideas, but we'll get back into it as the Stage 1 wraps up. So if you haven't subscribed on the YouTube, don't forget to join the Discord. Follow the channel on Twitch, and I will see you guys tomorrow for EMEA lower finals, Heretics versus Liquid.